இயற்கையான டேட்ஸ், பாதாம், பிஸ்தா, cashew and honey கொண்டு தயாரிக்கப்பட்ட Lion Date Nut Bites.
Slate today, slate tomorrow. Next phase. Next is now.
No compromise. Unga side liya, enga side liya.
GT Holidays, South India's #1 travel brand.
Great. It certainly is the case with the Middle East Trophy, which will extend into 2026. So the grid formed into its individual categories, i.e. GT3s, regardless of times within that, are grouped together. And it is the treble 9 Mercedes from Climax Racing after times from Mike Joe initially in the first 15-minute segment, and then Elias Seppänen, who is new to long-distance racing, joined by Tanat Satyenterakul, the Thai driver. And as they combined the average lap time, put them on pole position alongside Absolute Racing's Porsche, which has at the moment Loic Hartog labelled against it. So it is suggested, will be the starting driver. Bob Yuan for Origin Motorsport in the all-Chinese driver lineup for number 87 starts on the inside of row 2 with Henk Kiks labelled as the opening racer for the Winhire Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche number 26. And it's an all-Mercedes third row, which will see 93 and 65. Ajit Redant Racing, we've just been chatting to Ajith Kumar himself. Ayrton Redant is labelled as potentially the starting driver. All of this will be confirmed just as soon as they go through the first few splits on the rolling lap. And it will be Douglas Coe for Viper Racing, Malaysian team, all Malaysia driver lineup as well. They must have some local knowledge, you would have thought. Kei Nakanishi for LM Corsas Ferrari will start from 7th position, car number 60, ahead of the Lamborghini for Lippert Motorsport. It's definitely Marcus Ericsson in that car. We got thumbs up from him just a short moment ago. He's racing with his brother and 2 other fellow Swedes, ahead of Robert Renauer's number 91 Porsche for Herbert Motorsport, who didn't feature at all in qualifying. They were chasing an electrical issue. They did get out for night practice, however, so at least they've had some running. Alexander Bukantsov for Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Their Audi number 69 will be the final GT3 car running in the AM category. Then we have the 701 Philippe Bonnel Vortex V8, the GTX pole sitter, ahead of 4 992 Porsches, 992 class Porsches. Rick Broiker's pole position within that for Red Camel Jordans.nl, 909. Then the 921 car of Paul Meyer to start the Mullner Motorsport Porsche. Then we have the treble 6 610 Racing Porsche and Modena Motorsports example number 216 starts from 15th overall. Bryce Fullwood in the Cherney Motorsport BMW is the pole sitter in GT4 ahead of Pia Olsen. She's in the Asbest Racing Cooper number 102 starting from pole position in TCE. Bottom line is, can you get to the finish of this 12-hour race, which is certainly going to have some weather throughout it, and then heading into the darkness as well. Before we do hit the rolling laps, let's get a final word in this segment from John Hindhaugh.
Well, this is it, gents, isn't it? This is what everyone's been working for a good 18 months now from Creventic and the Michelin 24-hour series for this 12 hours of Malaysia. The engines have started on the grid. The pit lane for the moment, beautifully clear. We've got an open fuel station behind me as well. Remember, that's only 20 kilometres an hour. A few different regulations to talk about once we get into the meat of the race that have changed since the 2025 season. And you might be saying, why are you talking about 2025? It's still 25. But effectively, as the crowd roars, as the cars get underway, this is the start of international endurance racing for 2026.
So already, when we get to the final month of 1 year, you're starting to plan for the brand new season. And points scored today, incidentally 40 points for a race victory within category, carry on then into the new year. And the way the Middle East Trophy works, you can afford 1 drop score. But this is about performing well across the 12 hours. Dubai 24 is slightly different in that there's a halfway point scoring mechanism as well. So whoever is leading after the 12-hour marker in a few weeks' time in Dubai also gets half points for that. But important to be consistent from the off, because very easily, Peter Mackay, you'd be looking back at this event going, God, why did we not score a few more points? We might be missing out on a championship in around about a month's time.
this is a good opportunity today to get an early jump on that championship. You know, we'll see lots of other players come in at Abu Dhabi and at Dubai, but yeah, you can get a jump here. There is a drop score, of course. You score 2 out of the 3, but I always find with drop scores, you're better scoring in every round, and then you've got more to play with, if you like. Because if you have a non-finish, then you're of course really up against it if you're only planning to do 2 events. So those who have come here to Sepang, they've got a chance to get an early look on that championship. As Ajith Racing ready to go for their first race as that team, if you like. They're running the whole European season as Red Ant Racing, but the two combined together for the first time here, much to the delight of the local fans who are packing the tribunes here at Sepang.
So cracking liveries on display, some of which, Bruce, you will know from other parts of racing, and then others are brand new for this weirdly new season in 2025, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's always great actually having the Asian Series cars, because they have very, very different liveries to European cars. The one that really catches my eye, because it's actually reminds me of the vanilla sauce I had on my bread and butter pudding this morning, is 610 Racing's car. It's this very, very pale yellow, but 87, the Origin Motorsport Porsche, white and a sort of pink combination, not what you'd normally see in Europe, but you know, all the better for it, because we all know how a different race livery can literally change the shape of a car, and it's just nice to have something different. One livery that really seldom ever changes is the Red Camels Jordan car. It always has, you know, those traditional red, white and black colours with flashes of Dutch orange. And the car, hope we'll get to see fully going in the race. This is the one starting from the pit lane right now. It's the Simpson Motorsport, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. But good, that is going to get going when the race gets underway. 12 hours of racing, and it's going to go from day till night. It's quite simple, from 10 in the morning till 10 at night. So the last 3 or so hours of the race will be in full darkness. But the drivers have commented it's really, really well lit, this circuit. So it's really not too bad when it goes to darkness. Cars now going up the back straight, which will come into the final corner.
There have been some adjustments from the initial starting drivers that we had listed. So it'll be Dominic Ang starting the 65 car, which is Viper Racing's Mercedes, and also Damien Hamilton in the 445 BMW. But the car's coming round to see 4 red lights, and a brand new race for the 24H Series gets underway here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. The 12 Hours of Malaysia underway, and already the pole-sitting Mercedes for Climax Racing under massive pressure. Blue Porsche swooping around the outside for Absolute, and also nibbling at the heels is the second of those Porsches. Don't discount Viper Racing either, with Dominic Ang, the surprise starting driver, although he was a bit of a standout in the AM qualifying session yesterday, and actually led the times after that opening 15 minutes. So Ang is not going to be wasting any time. There is the lead change, though. The Lumirac number slightly outdated, with the 002 in the windshield for Loic Hartog. That will be corrected through the next split. So the young Dutchman for Absolute Racing now leading Tanit Satyentarakul in the 999 Climax Racing Mercedes.
Great start from Loic Hartog in that Absolute Porsche. Those two Absolute Porsches have been so strong all week, whether it be the Be Quick car or just the Absolute branded car, but they're both prepared in the same awning. And Loic Hartog doing a top job in those opening corners. Had to go out wide going into turn 1, but there's so many different lines you can take, and he really took advantage of that, and then that set him up well for the move completion at turn 2.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We talked about the width of the track. Going to turn 1, there's plenty of you can go in wide and come out tight, or go in tight and come out wide, but that offers opportunities as well. And to me, the starter as well as Loic Hartog was Dominic Ang, up from 6th to 4th, nice and clean, but the space to come and play. And now they're starting to find their form, find their shape. But again, how hard you push early on. But certainly we've had a long chat with Loic Hartog yesterday. He knows he's racing forwards, backwards and sideways. It's in his very essence, and he's here to show he's pretty quick in a car as well.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, but very professional as well for a man of a fairly young age still. But you know, when he's been to Le Mans and he's been to some other huge races, that he knows the market away from being in the race suit. Down the inside, that was Robert Renauer having a long look on Kei Nakanishi, and Nakanishi having to go in defensive mode. In fact, no, further up than that, Robert Renauer is now hustling Ayrton Redont in the 93 5th-placed Mercedes, the white and red colours. So the all-black with the gold piping Porsche. We didn't see a great deal of that yesterday in qualifying for Herbert, but they did at least do some running in night practice. Robert Renauer I'm sure has raced here in the past. Side by side between the Lamborghini and the Be Quick Porsche and the 63 Lambo that's been started by Marcus Ericsson, who's done 4 Grand Prix round here in the past, so does know the track, still learning the car and the GT3 world.
Looks like he's struggling on these opening laps to the point where I would think maybe there's something wrong with that car because, you know, like you say, former Formula 1 driver, Indy 500 champion, and yeah, something not right. I mean, the Lamborghini did get given a little bit of a balance of performance break during the week and a slightly bigger air restrictor to give it a bit more power, but it's really struggling. In fact, the 992 leader, Rick Breukers, right there on the back of the tail end of the GT3 field. Breukers now is getting held up ever so slightly by Henk Kieks in the absolute Be Quick Porsche.
So it looks like all the runners going around, but one car that went backwards rather than forwards was the Vortex V8, Philippe Bonnell starting that. So he's lost ground. The 992 Cup cars came through. Obviously, Rick Breukers leading that group in the 909 Red Camel Jordan's entry, but he's right on the tail of Henk Kieks, so that's pretty good. A Porsche Cup car right with the GT3 runner. They deliver their performance differently around a circuit. The 992 Cup cars are very, very quick in a straight line, but don't have quite as much aerodynamic downforce. But here, in the wonderful sweeping back section of the circuit, downforce is king.
For the Middle East Trophy, and only the Middle East Trophy, there is a rule that says you have to use a new set of tyres within qualifying the day before race day. So we had 3 doses of qualifying yesterday, and each time the cars went out for the next 15-minute session, had to have a brand new set of tyres on. But then the other thing you've got to remember is that those tyres then have to be used in the race. So you've already got 4, 8, 12 tyres that at some point need to be used in these 12 hours. And there's a theory from John Hindhaugh that maybe some of those used tyres are being put to use now at the start of the race, hence why we've got this fairly large gap of performance. Race leader Loic Hartog now 2 seconds to the good, whereas somebody like Marcus Ericsson might have been given the short straw and a used set of tyres in the Lamborghini. And
the flip of that, of course, Herbeth Motorsport had 3 fresh sets of tyres, or 3 sets of tyres they didn't use in qualifying, they didn't go out. So right now, Robert Renau is trying to absolutely do his all while their tyres are at the sweetest point, but he's still behind Ayrton Redant, still behind the red and white car, the Mercedes that Ajith Kumar had his fans around, drawing all the attraction on the grid. But right now, the Herbeth Motorsport car, number 91, black with the gold flashes, is up in 6th place, but certainly hungry for more.
There's a few drivers that are on the slightly older tyres from qualifying. Bo Yuan, one of them, on his tyres, so that's carried over. Kai Nakanshi for LM Corsa Ferrari likewise, but Marcus Ericsson, he's on new tyres, so they've put new boots on for that Light Motorsport Lamborghini. But Robert Renner is looking very racy early on. I mean, it's not a surprise to see that Herpeth Porsche moving forward early, because the absolute Porsches have been so strong all week. You look through the sector times, they're dominating the sectors every part of the circuit. So and actually, and yesterday you had Luke Hartog, Alessandro Gueretti and Patrick Niederhauser, the kind of 3 hot shoes who know the Porsche inside out. They were all within 1/10 of each other in qualifying yesterday, so the car is a strong package.
Ayrton Redant's doing well here, considering he's an AM Plus driver. You gave me some impression yesterday, P-Mac, that he might have run as a semi-pro in the past.
He did.
Right, okay, so that now they've maybe realised that AM Plus is a more appropriate location for him to be in. So he's still a quick driver, but they're on the same age of tyres. Renauer having done no running yesterday in qualifying. Ayrton Redant was given the opening qualifying session when we all expected it to be Ajith Kumar, in actual fact. The other positive thing for Ajith is that he's not going to have to do the full 6 hours within the race, because remember, your AM component, that might be 1, 2, 3 drivers, but combined you've got to do a minimum of 6 hours. And had it been just Kumar as an AM driver, that was going to be a big ask, we all thought. But thankfully Ayrton Redant's going to be able to share that now and make it slightly easier. But he's doing a good job here holding back Robert Renauer, who would be quicker in clear air, but he's got to find a way through. I
think this is the difference, though, between the 2 packages here. The Mercedes big 6.3 V8 up in the front of the car, the Porsche 4.2 flat 6 in the rear of the car. The Porsche seems to be really, really strong in the slower technical sections.
Continental racing by Audi with Alexander Bukatsov. It's picked its way up. Of course, that started from pit exit. That is gaining places as it goes. Not yet in the top 10, but we have 6 German manufacturers, not 6 German manufacturers, 6 German-built cars at the front 6 positions. But then behind, we've got an Italian battle with the LM Corsa Ferrari being caught. That's Kei Nakanishi, Marcus Ericsson in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, now right onto his tail. So see how that one shapes out. But very much it's Stuttgart to the fore, Porsche from Mercedes.
We should also go through the changes of balance of performance for this year, because there's the standard balance of performance that Creventic issue to try and equalise the cars as much as possible out on the track, but much of that is then topped up with the amount of time they have to spend in pit lane, and more importantly in the fueling area, which is not in front of the garages. That's a very typically 24-hour series thing to do. Instead, you do your main pit stop in front of the garages. That's tyres and driver, potentially, and then you head down to the fueling area at pit out, where the times can be vastly different. So to avoid confusion, the balance of performance in terms of the difference between getting a Mercedes AMG and a Porsche 911, which are battling for really strongly, as Robert Renard is going to stuff it up the inside at turn 2 and does so. So Robert Renard goes up into 5th place past Ayrton Redon. So you've got 2 very different cars there. Like we said, normally aspirated flat 6 in the rear of the car for the Porsche and a big V8 in the front of the Mercedes. So trying to balance those 2 is quite tricky. So they'll do that by a combination of adding and subtracting weight, changing wing angle, air restrictor, etc. And with the turbo cars, they turn the turbo around. But what we used to have in the past was that an AM class car was given a slightly big, if it was a normally aspirated car, it would be given a bigger restrictor to give it more power, bigger diameter of restrictor, therefore less restricted, if you like, so more power. So you could have 2 Mercedes, one as an AM car and one as a non-AM car, and the AM car would have more power. For that reason, that has been taken away, so that every GT3 car on track has the same performance potential in terms of lap time, but the balance of performance from to allow an AM class car to compete, their fuel pump will run faster, basically. Yeah, so that's about fuel flow. And it used to be, you actually physically put in a piece of metal which had a different diameter of hole in it, and that allowed more fuel through or less fuel. But now it's done at an electronic level, where the fuel flow is governed out of your hands in this clever sort of smart pump system. But you still have your own identity, which you have to offer to the smart pump and say, we are this car, we are in this class, and therefore the fuel flow is sorted out for you.
It's very clever. It's yet another example of the clever ways the 24H Creventic organised series just evolve their regulations. They say, this is quite sensible, should we give it a go? Yes, it is. Now, we were just talking there, P-Mac, about the difference between the Mercedes and the Porsche. We had the example of the Porsche from Herbert Motorsport, Robert Renard, trying to find a place and a way past the Ajith Kumar Red Ant Racing Mercedes, and eventually did it not at turn 1, but you have to say turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, because it was a classic. Again, we feel in the tighter corners the Porsche is a little more nimble, but also with all Robert Renard's endless years of experience with all sorts of 911s, he was right on it, but he took the sort of looser line. So out of turn 1, the Mercedes in front pulled to the right-hand side of the track to get the sweep into turn 3, but by the time it got to turn 3, by taking a tighter exit line, the Porsche down the inside into turn 3, and that is why that's such a key sequence of corners on the circuit. It's turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and Herman Tilke hasn't made anything as good ever since that. He's done a lot of circuits, but with these cars in particular, plus all that width on the track, it's not too much of a risk to try and take an overtaking manoeuvre between turns 2 and 3, and Robert Renauer absolutely nailed it.
It's very similar to the start of the lap at Shanghai as well, though. Not quite as tight in Shanghai compared to here. That's another Tilke track, though, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Well, in this case, turn 1 is on the level, but then it drops away through turn 2 down into turn 3, whereas at Shanghai, you go steeply uphill over the crest at turn 2, then down into a similar compression. It's basically this one stretched vertically by a factor of about 3.
Yeah, OK. well, a good idea, can be used on several occasions. Why not? Rinse and repeat. Down the inside this time will go Robert Renauer on the Viper Nizza racing car of Dominic Ang, and that was slightly more easy to plan ahead. I think Ang saw him coming as well. Doesn't want to get necessarily involved in a battle that isn't his at this stage, because Dominic Ang is an AM driver. Robert Renauer is one of the 4 pros in the entry. And they're going to dart at the inside of the Asbest Racing Cooper as well, of Pia Olsen, who sensibly stays very wide at turn 15 to allow those 2 GT3 cars through.
Yeah, I mean, a Cupra against a GT3 Mercedes isn't really going to be too much of a battle. But the thing for me, I'm just delighted to see Viper Nizza going so well. They're a local team, 3 Malaysian drivers. Not far up the road is where they're based, up at Shah Alam. And they had predominance in that first qualifying session. They were going well in the second, but of course our qualifying is an aggregate of 3 qualifying sessions, and it's no way an all-AM driver lineup is ever going to get to the front end. But they're going very well in this race, and I'm delighted to see it.
The Mulner Motorsport Porsche is now chasing the Audi that was late to join, or in an unconventional way to join a race from the pit lane. But the 69 car is on the lead lap within GT3. Alexander Bukatsov running in 11th position. I'm going to take you through the start of the race in just a tick, but I know John Hindhoff's readying a guest as well from pit lane. But the beginning of the first ever 12 hours of Malaysia was certainly a very crowded house down towards turns 1 and 2. Keep your eyes peeled for Loic Hartog in the dark blue Porsche, which is now the race leader, but he was sniffing around that inside, the outside line rather, through turn 1. That gave him the inside line into turn 2. And out-muscled Tanart Satyinterakul in the Climax Racing Mercedes very early on indeed. But Bob Yuan in the Origin Motorsport Porsche was not that far away either. And then the other hard charger was Dominic Ang in the Viper Nizza Racing Mercedes. Robert Renauer wasting no time at all from his lowly grid position, because the car didn't set any times yesterday, so starting from 9th. But Robert Renauer is already up to 4th position. But the Viper Nizza racing car that at the time was in 4th place has since been overtaken by Robert Renauer. Also good dicing in the early stages for Marcus Ericsson's Lamborghini, side by side with the Porsche from Be Quick Racing. And the Be Quick car is also going rather nicely too. But that's the race leader currently, Loic Hartog. 3.8 seconds clear now of Tanart Satyinterakul, with Bob Yuan in the number 87 Porsche from Origin Motorsport now standing in the way of a hard-charging Robert Renauer. And an internecine battle for Porsche will not be too far away. We've had 15 minutes of this fight, and now we can go to John Hindhoff.
Down here in the Cherney Motorsport pit for BMW, they've had their dramas. We'll talk about that in a moment, but let me introduce you to supercar star Bryce Fullwood. Hello, Bryce. Welcome to GT racing.
Yeah, thank you. It's certainly very different from what I'm used to back home in supercars. The cars are very different, the events are very different, but yeah, loving my time here so far.
Bit of a drama last night with your car. The guys were up till 4:30 this morning. What happened and what had to be done?
Yeah, it was very unlucky. Spencer was in the car. There was an anomaly. We're not really sure how it's happened, but the pedal box moved on him, and we didn't have the limiters in place, so the pedal box moved a long way, and he couldn't reach the brake pedal. Yeah, very unfortunate. We've been, obviously, all these cars, the pedal boxes move. We've been moving it for days now, and we haven't had a problem. So anyway, we've locked some limiters in there now, so if it moves, we can all still reach the pedals. So the guys did a really good job fixing the car. Obviously, you know, they're from Germany, and you know, they have a second car, and they put a lot of parts off their second car into the container to come here. And so fortunately, they had everything to get it fixed. And I did the reconnaissance laps this morning just to feel the car out, make sure it was all good. Car's good, in tip-top shape. So we're able to start the race, and all good.
Now, we're not losing Bryce from supercars. Those of you watching down in the Antipodes, or supercars followers around the world, the end of a phenomenal season with the grand final just a weekend or so ago. You're still going to be doing the Enduros, Bryce, that's right?
Yeah, that's right. I've done 6 years of full-time supercars now, and I love the series and I love the cars. The competitiveness it's one of the most competitive series in the world, that is for sure. The level of the driver standard is extremely high. But I'm excited to try some other cars. You know, I had a taste of a GT3 car at the end of last year in Australia, and far out they handle good. So I was like, how do I drive more of these things?
Well, can I just suggest a track that you know pretty well back at home would be Mount Panorama at Bathurst, and there's just a little race there of 12 hours in February. Now, you've got millions of laps around there. Have you driven a GT3 around there?
I haven't, but yeah.
Man, through McPhillamy and up the top of there, you're going to love that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a GT car's a whole gear higher than a supercar across the top. So, yeah, they're fast. Obviously, very different strengths between the cars, but I've done so many laps at Bathurst. I know every bump and groove of that track. It's a track I normally do very well at. So, yeah, I mean, I'd love to drive a GT car there. Fortunately, because I know the track so well, it wouldn't take me very long. I'd be pretty on it.
And are we going to see you in some more of the Creventic Michelin 24-hour races, or is this just a bit of a toe in the water?
This is a toe in the water for now. Just looking at what opportunities present themselves. This is the second race here, second race overseas actually, and both races have ended up here at Sepang. So it's an amazing circuit. Really cool going to some really amazing tracks and learning new tracks. Obviously, a lot of the circuits in Australia, I've been to all of them. I know them all now. But yeah, I'd love to do some more endurance racing. That would be awesome.
Well, you've got a bit more time on your hands during the season of supercars. We'd love to see you back in the paddock, whether it's Abu Dhabi, Dubai, or some of the European races for the Michelin 24-hour race series. Bryce Fullwood down here at BMW, learning his craft and available for the Bathurst 12 hours. I'm just reminding you of that.
Great advertisement there. I think you've done the representative job very nicely indeed. John Hindhoff chatting to Bryce, and that'll be the first of a couple of interviews hopefully he can give us along with the crew in 445. So fellow Australian Damien Hamilton driving that car in the opening stint, number 445 for Cherney Motorsport.
Well, we were in that chat with Bryce Fullwood, the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche of Henk Keeks had a spin, got a little bit beached up on the car, but did manage to keep going. Meanwhile, in Porsche land is Robert Renauer putting the pressure on Bob Yuan for third place. It's vintage Renauer at the moment, charging through the pack. Yes, they started at the back of the pack, but it's not necessarily a surprise to see Robert, the experience he has with this car, and making his way forward quickly.
Yeah, he's right on the tail of Bob Yuan, and Bob's had an amazing couple of seasons, 2 seasons running, 2024 and 20.
Can only be one car and one driver, and this is Ajith Kumar. In some respects, I'm actually going to have to just dive in and see if the boss is about. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Let's have a run in here. My goodness, Ajith, how are you, sir?
Doing well, thank you, sir.
Great to see you again. Thank you very much for coming to race with us again here. You always bring such impassioned fans. Tell me a little bit about this circuit and tell me about racing with Red Ant.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Reliance Consumer Products Limited with their brand Campa Energy and Nova Lifespace. I hope this is a new beginning for Indian motorsports, and happy to have them on board. Big thanks to the fans, for coming all the way to support motorsports. And yeah, the last time I was here in Sepang was in 2003, driving the Formula BMW cars. So it's been a while now, 23 odd years. It's always nice to be here.
And this will be a very different proposition for you. How easy or difficult do you find it? You were lost in your own thoughts there for a moment. Let me apologise for interrupting your preparation. How difficult or easy is it for you to be able to get yourself concentrated as a racing driver? Because that's what you are here, regardless of what you do in the rest of your life, when you've got so much attention and the spotlight shining on you.
It's the same like a film location, right? We have a lot of fans around, so we need to learn to switch on, switch off. So probably been doing it for the last 33 years, and we have the best people, professionals guiding us, mental coach, driving coach, to ensure that I'm able to focus and do what I'm supposed to do. So thanks, a big thanks to all of them.
Ajith, it's great to have you here. I don't know if you can see this, but on Ajith's race suit and his underwear, the fireproofs, Indian cinema, and it says lights, camera, action. And that's exactly where we are now. We've got the lights, we've got the camera, and these guys are going to bring the action. And it's all going to be live for you here on YouTube and around the world on the Creventic Motorsport channel.
Location is always so important in the film industry as well.
When they were side by side, Renault on the outside, Bobby Wan there just a little bit better on the brakes and was able to then park the car in exactly the place, which meant that Renault had nowhere to go. And you're talking a seriously competitive, seriously experienced racer in Robert Renault, former ADAC GT Masters champion, Asian Le Mans Series champion, so experienced. And Johan is doing a great job, but here comes Renault now, just getting a little bit tighter on the inside line. But Johan toughs it out on the grass and still opens up the power as they head up the hill now towards turn 15.
Yeah, he very much doesn't accept defeat, does he, Bob Johan? Right now he's going to have to accept it because the black Porsche is in front, fully in front, not just alongside, fully in front, turning into turn 15, but a wider line going in. May have a better exit for Bob Johan out over the curbing on the outside. The track actually slightly falls away, and the person who suffered there was Bob Johan. Couldn't get it turned in right-hand wheels on the dust and had to back off and go down to 4th place.
Well, the Yuan line coming out of turn 14, Sunway Lagoon corner, was typical of Loic Hartog in qualifying yesterday, and I was very surprised that the Dutchman made that work to just about his fastest time that he was able to set. But this was through the sequence of corners heading towards turn 14. You have the left-hander at 12. The end of sector 2 falls between 12 and 13, the right-hander. And then actually Robert Renault was able to keep it tight coming out of Sunway Lagoon corner. Level pegging again for a period of time. And now there's a problem for Philippe Bonnel's Vortex, number 701, which is stopped over to the right-hand side. On which segment of track? What corner is that away in the distance? Just trying to work that out. Was that Langkawi corner? Turn 4. The incident's happened at 3, yeah, so it's coming out of 3 and then into Langkawi curve, which is the climb into turn 4 on that short straight between 3 and 4, which is certainly requiring local yellow flags. We might even have a code 60 as well in order to recover that. If we do, we'll have to fully explain a code 60 if you're new to the 24-hour series.
OK, what I'll throw into the mix right now is the gap between first and second is 6.1 seconds, and it should stay at 6.1 seconds because it's not like a safety car where the poor race leader loses all his advantage. Code 60 is precisely that. Precisely what? Precisely you have to drop your cars down to 60 kilometres an hour at every, so nobody gains any track position at all.
The good thing is that Philippe Bonnel is pulled across right at a cutaway, so we could well stay green and deal with the incident just with local yellow flags rather than have to go under code 60. Bonnel, is he actually, you think he's almost like he's trying to recycle the car to get it moving? It's still dead stick at the moment. The race controller obviously well aware of it. They'll know straight away from all the cars have a tracker in them.
Now, one thing you always wonder, he's in the one and only Vortex V8 entry. Just going to get a cutaway from that particular comment because the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Marcus Ericsson on board has got a rear wing. They all have, but it's only attached on one side. Unfortunately, I don't know what's caused a bracket to fail, but his Lamborghini, if it wasn't handling well at the start of the race, is certainly not going to be handling very well at all right now.
Well, that might explain the difficulties he's been having. Is perhaps that rear wing, there was something wrong with it from the get-go, and well, I suppose this is more like Indianapolis spec setup for Marcus Ericsson. It's a bit loose at the rear now without the rear wing in its correct place. So indeed the marshals are now pushing the Vortex away between turn 3 and turn 4 into the cutaway. So we stay green, no code 60. But I think though the Lippert team are going to have to call Marcus Ericsson in and get that rear wing sorted, but that might not be the work of a moment.
Well, I was going to say, how quickly can you change a rear wing on a Lamborghini Huracan car, because they're not designed to be quick fitted, and how many of the other components need to come off to make that rigid enough? It does look like it's just broken rather than him backing it into a barrier somewhere, because the lap times look okay. 209.9 last time around, best time of a 206 in the early stages, so that's just aerodynamics forcing clearly onto the rear wing, but it should be tough enough to withstand that, and it's broken at one of the crucial points at the top of the strut there.
Yeah, what we don't understand, they just have to replace the strut, but the strain on the other strut with the wing hanging down and only being attached to that strut, I'm sure that will be twisting that as well, but maybe they're lucky. Maybe it can simply be bolted back on. But right now, I'm I'm very surprised that hasn't been told to come in. He's done at least a lap and a half since we've seen it in that battle. He's fallen away from Kei Nakanishi's Ferrari, the LM Corsa car he'd been fighting with, but I don't know what he's doing still out there. Maybe I'm missing something.
Is it, though, that the rear engine cover has the rear wing as part of it? So maybe it might actually be a really fast fix if the rear engine cover also has the rear wing as part of it and it's a clip-on, clip-off. Maybe, but I'm not sure.
I think the struts go into the engine bay and are then bolted either to
more
out, because it just wouldn't be strong enough otherwise. If you're attaching it to a removable cover, that cover can pop off very quickly indeed. They have dealt with the vortex recovery. Into pit lane, Marcus Ericsson is going to arrive, by the way, but the recovery of the vortex has been done under local yellows. Question is now, will it restart? Because obviously the team running the Vortex V8, who are also called Vortex V8, will want their car back as quickly as possible, and that will therefore need to be towed either via an internal road or by the racetrack. The Lamborghini's on pit lane, though.
It's also right beneath our commentary box. Very cool, calm, collected work by the Vipert Motorsport mechanics. A brand new plane, a brand new rear wing being brought out to be attached to the uprights. And Johnny, I think you're absolutely right. The engine cover is separate from in grooves down either side is where the supports come, but they're still just trying to undo. The bolts appear from the side the wing dropped down. They've still got bolts through the upright, so that's really quite. But new wing still waiting to be put into place, but no panic. But that's a strange one. It's almost like the bracket on the bottom of the wing has broken, because otherwise I can't understand why it'd be loose.
The Lippert team, who know this Lamborghini package very, very well, they've got raced various different types of Lamborghini, so it'll be something they know how to deal with very, very quickly. Mechanics furiously working away with the spanners.
But this is still to remove the original wing with which it started the race. The spare is still being proffered, held, waiting for a moment to be applied to the car.
That probably explains a little bit of Ericsson's struggles in the opening laps, because his credentials are obvious. Former Formula 1 driver, Indy 500 winner, a really strong driver. Yes, he doesn't know the car all that well, but it did seem a little bit off colour for someone of his calibre. So this probably makes sense that it was something that was working its way loose across those first few laps. And we talk about aero on GT3 cars all the time and how much of a difference it makes and how much aerodynamic performance they have. So the new wing now being slotted into place now. Hopefully we'll be able to get that one bolted in for good. And of course then get it at the setting. There's so many different settings you can have the rear wing at to obviously tune it to the circuit. They need to think, right, which hole does it go into?
It's a bizarre failure, though, considering how many bolts they're having to loosen and then now reinsert and tighten back up again. So is that something that's just sheared, and therefore several pieces would have had to have failed at the same time? It only broke away on the left-hand side of the car, still intact on the right and hanging on, but I didn't see any signs of a mechanical warning flag being offered to car 63, but had it continued to circulate, that may well have been the case. See what Marcus Ericsson was wanting to do. You don't want to pit earlier than you need to, because it's going to absolutely ruin the strategy in just the opening stint of potentially 12 in the GT3 class. But unfortunately, given little choice in the end.
Yeah, we got pretty much towards the completion of the first half hour in the race. We've now crossed that since he pulled that blue and red Lamborghini Huracan into the pit lane. But yeah, he was obviously trying to press on. Be interesting to know what percentage of performance went away, but just the predictability of the handling would have been the thing that really was concerning, because the ring, when it was hanging down on driver's left-hand side, certain points on the circuit, as you were joking about the Indy setup, it wouldn't have been too bad, but if the corners were going the opposite direction, it most certainly wouldn't have been helpful.
Yeah, hopeless for right-handers.
Yeah.
In the 992 class, we've got two of the, I would say, the top drivers in that category, two regulars in the 24-hour Michelin 12H series. Rick Breukers for Red Camel Jordans leading at the moment, but right on his tail is Paul Meyer for Müllner Motorsport. These are two of the real, not just two stalwart drivers, but two stalwart teams of the championship. And so evenly matched on track. Of course, they received the car identical, but then it's down to the team to set it up, for the drivers to work with the engineer to get it absolutely dialed in for this circuit. And of course, for most of the teams and drivers, the first time they've ever been here.
Yeah, no, very much the case. But Paul Meyer's an interesting one. He was a driver who, you know, achieved good things in single-seaters. In 2010, he was the GT4 European champion. And then he took a decade away and then came back in about 2022. He's been very, very quick ever since. But, you know, a really good scrap. And 2 Dutch drivers, so fans who, if they're up in the middle of the night in the Netherlands, well, welcome along. But, you know, 2 of their very best. And the 992 Cup class is so super strong. Of course, the 24H Series has a 992 Cup solus race at Spa-Francorchamps, doesn't it? That's always very, very well supported. These cars would have been 2 that were right in the thick of the battling in that.
If you are viewing this race from Western Europe, maybe Central Europe, well done. 2:30 in the morning there. So excellent efforts to this point, and let's hope we've got you for as long as possible, racing through till 10 o'clock tonight, local time, as one of the crews from that part of the world, Michelin Motorsport, based just up the road from Stavelot at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. That car, one of 4 992 class cars, and Paul Meyer, as we've mentioned, doing a good job in that, trying to hunt down Rick Breukers, who intriguingly is only a semi-pro this weekend. Bit of a sneaky secret weapon there in the 909 Red Camel Jordans.nl car. A former winner of the Dubai 24 Hours, a former class winner in the Daytona 24 Hours, when after he had that wonderful start to 2019, I think it was, where he won pretty much everything that he competed in.
Double winner at the Rolex 24, so he had a watch for himself and a watch for Dad as well, for Evo, which is cool. But yeah, he's graded as a semi-pro because he's an FIA silver, so doesn't have the. You could say, does he have the results? Well, winning the Rolex 24 is a big part of it, but he's still silver graded. So
that suggests he's never been gold.
Never has. No,
really?
No.
I am surprised about that, but okay. It's not always the FIA grading that is copycatted here in Creventic, because if they can put some evidence forward to say you might be pro, then, but that's always a difficult conversation to be had. Generally speaking, it fits into the mould of platinum or gold would be a pro in this series, silver would be semi-pros on the whole, and bronzes would be AMs or AM pluses.
Good. I was about to touch on what is an AM Plus, but I also just want to point out we've had our first bit of refuelling in this race, because the Lippert Lamborghini down in the refuelling zone, all on his own. 8 pumps down there with 17 cars. It means you shouldn't have that dreadful thing when you think this is the ideal time to come in and suddenly there are other cars in front of you that can really blow your strategy. The 921 Porsche, Michelin Motorsport, Paul Meyer looking very, very understeery suddenly. I don't know if he made a mistake in his chase, had a big slide in his chase of Rick Breukers. And again, it's the downhill stretch, turns 12, 13. You're trying to hang it out wide to turn into turn 14 and into turn 14, the corner that leads onto the back straight, the Sunway Lagoon turn. Paul Meyer, well, absolutely fabulous shot. Give me a racing car at speed, I like it. A racing car at speed going slightly sideways, I like it even more. 175
kilometres an hour going into there, and the rears just steps out, and he was straight over it, wasn't it? But
100%.
Certainly not the fastest. I mean, on that lap there for Paul Meyer, it was a 2:12.186. 2:11.9 for Rick Breukers. So that interestingly, the times are just starting to fade away now. This is now us heading into, 35 minutes on the Stint tyre now, starting to say, are you sure? But also, Rick Breukers' tyres, according to our data, they have 17 laps on them. Paul Meyer's have 20. What does that indicate? It means that Rick Breukers has started on brand new tyres, and it means that Paul Meyer has started on tyres that were used in one of those 3 qualifying sessions. Now, so that will then come back to Milner, because all 3 of those tyre sets that were used in qualifying yesterday, they have to be used in the race allocation. So some teams are deciding to use them up now, get them out the way, and others are deciding to start the race on fresh rubber.
Now, here's one for me. I've just suddenly noticed, looking at lap times, I just noticed that Alexander Buchenshoff, who started from pit lane in the Audi from Continental Racing, is lapping pretty much at the pace of the race leaders. So he's gaining speed, but ahead of him, only 8 seconds up the track, Kei Nakanishi. Okay, nothing surprising in that. He's in the LM Corsa Ferrari, but he did a 2:13 lap, trying to work out what exactly is going on. He follows it by a 2:10, so his tyres must have gone, but it certainly means that Alexander Buchenshoff should be moving his Audi ahead of the LM Corsa Ferrari. But I think maybe Kei Nakanishi got caught a little bit in traffic, because suddenly to drop by about 3 seconds in one lap, that's a big surprise.
Yeah, might have caught a gaggle of 992 Porsches maybe, or just not able to overtake, for instance, one of the GT4 BMWs for Cherney Motorsport. I suddenly have a question in my mind. Yes, you've got to use the tyres from yesterday's qualifying in the race. Do you have to keep them as a set of tyres, though? Or could you just put one on at a time? Because this being a clockwise circuit, would you therefore not just occasionally put a front right old tyre from yesterday on and just burn through them that way? I don't think it says it in the regulations that they have to be put on as a full set. The downside of that is that you're going to compromise potentially 12 stints if you use them one by one. But you could certainly change, for instance, front tyres on a rear-wheel drive car, and it would have less of an impact if you chewed through them in that direction. Certainly something that some of the really clever teams, experienced teams like Herbert might have thought about, but then again, they don't need to think about it because they didn't do any running in qualifying yesterday. That's the way that the WEC works these days to limit the tyre wear, is to use them one by one. Mercedes are together on the back straight for Viper Racing, as we can welcome into the race Ben Constanduras in the pit lane.
Hello, gentlemen. Hope you're all well. Yes, taking over from John for the next hour and a half. Just wanted to clear up exactly the point of failure for the Lamborghini that we saw just a few moments ago. Just take a look here. This is the fixing from the swan neck, the fixing, and then the rear wing. And it's these bolts here, the fixing between the rear wing and that, which failed. There is Allen keys going through there, and then of course what we saw them taking off was all of the fixings that changed the wing angle between this and this. But it wasn't that was failed, it was the 4 bolts into the top of the wing. They've got a brand new one on the car now, and thankfully they've got a whole brand new car here to show you exactly what happened.
Okay, so that's the spare car, if you like. We're not going to see that in the race, but a good example of precisely what went wrong on the Lamborghini. And considering the amount of work they needed to do all at once, it was actually a pretty quick pit stop. They're here clearly just to put a toe in the water within GT3. Lamborghini, the only Lambo in the race for the all-Swedish lineup. Marcus Ericsson's grabbed all of the headlines, but Hampus Eriksson is also a very nifty racer. We'll be seeing him later on at the wheel of that 63 car. It has dropped back to 16th position, though, having been in the pits for 7 minutes.
And brother Hampus was ever so slightly quicker in qualifying yesterday, so that had been bragging rights over the dinner table last night for younger brother Hampus as well. And you've got that thing that there's a challenge in there as well as a younger brother of a, you know, Marcus has had an amazing career, like we mentioned, several years in Formula One, winning the Indy 500. For many, it doesn't get any better than that. Still a stalwart of the IndyCar paddock, and so for Hampus, he's got big shoes to fill. So, but he's I think it's definitely home turf for him here in terms of the car, because he's a Lamborghini Super Trofeo ace, and that knowing a car with a lot more weight in it, I think is definitely going to give an advantage to Hampus over Marcus.
Yeah, last year he was pipped in the Lamborghini World Finals at Jerez. This year he took victory in them, and he also won the North American Super Trofeo Series with Danny Formal, who's the benchmark in that championship, racing for Wayne Taylor Racing. So he's really found his form. But I guess the big question for Hampus is, what's the next step? You're not going to spend all your career as an aspiring driver in the Super Trofeo, but again, long distances race, because of course Super Trofeo, they're 55-minute races or 50-minute races. This is something entirely different. And just hearing, you know, when we heard from Bryce Fullwood at the start, endurance racing is something that a lot of drivers don't get into, but when they do try it, they suddenly go, how much track time do I get over a weekend? Fantastic. And it's just, Johnny, look, we've been covering endurance racing for a very long time. It's growing and growing and growing. And for the 24H series to come here to Southeast Asia, come here to this magnificent track, a lot of others who decided not to do it will be going, why aren't we doing this? Yeah. Because yes, it's part of the Middle East series with Abu Dhabi and Dubai, well established in the 24H series, but this is a brilliant place to race a GT3 car, in fact any class of car. And I'm sure in 2026, when I'm sure again it will start off the Middle East series, that the field will be a lot larger, because this is just such a great circuit. I might sound very boring going about it, but I really, really do mean it.
It's only when runners that have experienced the 24H series but are not here this weekend and might stumble across it on a live stream might be thinking, oh, actually, quite envious of all those people having a lot of fun. And we hope that this is going to stir yet more interest for another race here in perhaps 12 months' time. That's still to be announced, but we do know there are 2 more races in the Middle East Trophy. And then when we get to the summer season, the European season of the 24-hour series, we'll be going back to Mugello at the traditional day at the end of March, Spa in April, Paul Ricard in June. The Nürburgring is a brand new venue, amazingly, because you would have thought in its proximity to the Netherlands, would have thought about an opportunity to go to the Nürburgring in the past. That will be on the Grand Prix circuit, but 3rd, 4th and 5th of July for a new location, and then the Barcelona 24 hours. So actually only one 24-hour race outside of Dubai in the European season, with all the rest of them being 12 hours, either straight the way through or in a split format from one day to the next.
Looks like the tyres are now starting to show their punishment under the heat, and of course a circuit that in places really does load the tyre. There's a lot of quite fast corners that are really putting the tyre through its paces and, you know, spiking the temperature through it. We're now into the kind of mid 207s. The best lap of the race so far by a considerable margin is race leader Luke Hartog, a 204.8 he put in early on. So we're now into the, you know, we're pretty much 3 seconds slower than that now. So we're still, what are we, 15 minutes really from the first scheduled GT3 pit stop, so got to try and keep the tyre underneath you for just that little bit longer.
Yeah, we don't want any pit visitors now, but we do want one, and it's just happened. The Vortex has just been towed into pit lane beneath our commentary box, and the 701 parked up, engine cover about to be removed. Let's hope it's one of those tiny little fixes that are just annoying because they stop the car, but not for good. Just looking, though, the last 2 laps, the battle between the Mercedes of Viper Nisa Racing with Dominic Ang, who made that brilliant start, and Ayrton Redon, who had that long battle but lost out to Robert Renauer. That's over 5th place, and it's looking quite juicy because certainly at the moment Ayrton seems to have his tyres working rather better than the car in front. But Dominic Ang, maybe because he pressed super hard in those opening laps to gain 2 positions to move up to 4th, but this is one that's shaping up nicely. But in fact, you almost feel they'll be right together when it comes to that, you know, when they choose to make that first pit stop.
Yeah, different approaches to the opening stint, with Ang quick out of the blocks, no doubt about it, and then that takes the very top layer of performance away from the tyre. Are we talking about same age of tyres for those 2 Mercedes? Yes, 20 laps, which are some of the youngest tyres out there, actually. 2 laps younger compared to Loic Hartog's Porsche for Absolute Racing, the race leader, still nursing this 14-second lead. So dominant, but then again you would expect that for Loic Hartog, who's run at Le Mans for the first time earlier on this year. Tanart Satin-Terakul, who was going very nicely in the 3rd qualifying session yesterday, the Treble 9 Mercedes, has just a handful of seconds from Robert Renauer. So that's the one that could get very interesting over the next few laps in this closing point to the first stops. Robert Renauer surely targeting getting by the Climax Racing Mercedes before they appear on pit lane for the first time.
Repair still going on at Vortex, trying to figure out what's going on there. Of course, they're the only car in the GTX class, so they needn't be rushed, but of course all preparing for the big races got coming up the other side of Christmas as well in Abu Dhabi and Dubai 24. They will not be the only car in the GTX class for sure, so preparation is always important too.
No, entirely so. We've just had a change of position. 7th place is no longer Kei Nakanishi, because the number 69 Audi has made its way past. Alexander Bukansov started sort of from pit exit, but he hunted down the Ferrari. They caught up one of the 992 Cup Porsches. The Audi used its slipstream up the back straight. That's the run from turn 14 up to the final turn 15. 3 abreast with the Porsche in the middle, but the intent was there from Bukansov, and Kei Nakanishi and the LM Corsa Ferrari stayed on the outside line. Very gentlemanly, no point fighting it. You know, it's a 12-hour race. It wasn't a 10-lap sprint, but good tidy move from Bukansov. So he's been patient but worked his way forward. Having started stone last from the pit lane, he's now up into 7th place.
And driving well, isn't he? You know, with the 2024 Asian Le Mans Series LMP3 champion, so knows this region very well. And Sepang, of course, got the opening round of the Asian Le Mans Series next week. So the circuit, I'm sure he knows inside and out, and making the full use of that.
So the work on the Vortex continues, and Ben's having a closer look at it. Any clues as to precisely what they're trying to fix?
Well, of course, Philippe Bonnell was in the car when the car ground to a halt between turns 3 and 4, and he knows this car incredibly well. It's his beast. He built it himself. So it seemed as though he was able to diagnose exactly the problem even before it was delivered back into the pits. By the way, it took them 20 minutes to get the car from there back into pit lane. Just a good reference for everybody else to understand the sort of mechanics of the circuit and how you can get cars back, because that is something that the Creventic series do so well, getting your car back to the garage so you can continue. It doesn't happen in all series, but the structure of the circuit matters, and so now we have a bit more of an idea. What has been fitted to the car is a couple of tie wraps. That's it. There's been no bolts being undone or being done up. There's been no changes of any parts. It does seem as though it was something to do with the hydraulics of the steering. Initially, they had a steering wheel ready to replace inside the car, but that's been put away. And as I say, Philippe Bonnell pointed to what looks to be the hydraulic pumps. They seem fine, so what they've done is they've wrapped them so that they're not wobbling around so much. And now Victor is going to get into the car. He struggled yesterday. There's a few spins from the new driver in that team. And I will get a chance to chat to Philippe and find out exactly what the problem was. But tie wraps have been the solution.
Thanks, Ben. I mean, they are the solution to many, many things, but the structure there clearly loose. And if you look at the Vortex, go, I haven't seen one of those on the road. This is made for purpose. For years, the Vortex Group had, developments of cars. And what was it, 2 years ago, it was launched at Barcelona at the final round. That's right. 24H series. But sounds fantastic, looks brilliant, but does still have its problems from time to time, but it's part of the rich mix of what we have here in the 24H series.
I mean, remembering back to their touring car themed Vortex, I think they were still called Vortex, or
GC Automobile.
GC Automobile is the BMW lookalike, which I was trying to recall. But yeah, that was a Vortex team car, but they were called GC Automobile. There were a lot of tie wraps on those, I seem to remember. Whereas this is much more cleverly designed technology. But that's the nature of a endurance race, is that you've got to fix things very quickly indeed. Thankfully, repairing a rear wing on a Lamborghini didn't quite come to tie wraps, because that would have been a tough ask of a couple of plastic straps. But clearly that quick fix on the Vortex might be a temporary measure before they can attack it with more fulsomeness later on in the race. These two Mercedes, Peter Mackay, are definitely getting closer to one another now. Identical machinery, and Ayrton Radont superseding his own AM Plus rating. He was impressive when he was defending from Robert Renauer at the start of the race, and he's hauling in Dominic Ang.
Yeah, and Dominic Ang is one of the stronger drivers in that Viper Niza crew. He's had success in the Asian Le Mans series and multiple wins in the Malaysian Endurance Series as well in an AMG, so knows AMGs well. So for Ayrton, this is good track time, I would say, because you're following someone who knows the circuit absolutely inside out and back to front. The thing I would maybe be slightly concerned about here, and particularly that in the context of one of the Mercedes AMGs, a lot of the drivers talk about how the front tyres can sometimes get worn quite a lot. So with the kind of the dirty air and the heat coming off the car in front might be wearing the tyre out a little bit more, but he's probably got less than 10 minutes until he comes back into the pits to put new fresh tyres on. Luckily though, the Vortex is back going again. It's back out on track.
It is, but it's not up to race speed, which is a concern for Victor Moutinho, who now takes that over. That was a 6 minute and 50 second stop. The one thing I've just noticed is how low slung the rear wing is on that Vortex. It almost looked a little bit like a Peugeot hypercar before they put a rear wing on that car. So sometimes the high wing is the way to go. Whether that is track specific, I'm not quite sure, but I did wonder for a moment whether it had lost its rear wing. It is there, but just at kind of level with the very back of the car.
It is, and it's incredibly low because the car goes up over the cockpit, but then the tail away and the massive vortices on either side of the car going through. It really is super aero strong. In fact, you almost suggest it may not need a rear wing, because unlike the GT3 cars, which are ostensibly, you know, road car shaped and road car derived, I just want to pick out one thing though. Robert Renauer absolutely flying in third place. He's just a second and a bit, 1.8 seconds off the tail of Tanat Sati and Tirakul. And closing all the time, third place, chasing down second. Luke Hartog, though, 16.5 seconds clear. Every lap he's pulled further clear in his Porsche from the Climax Racing Mercedes of the Thai driver. But certainly Robert Renauer is on the move. But yeah, the clock is counting round. We've got 52 minutes already completed on this clock. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to come in and charge down to get a new tank of fuel?
In the 992s, as the tyres have worn, the advantage has gone in the favour of Rick Breukers, and we know how good Rick is in the wet when things get a little bit loose and slippy, and I wonder if that same theory applies, because he's about 6 seconds ahead now of Paul Meyer, when in the early part of the stint they were really closely matched, only a second or two at the most between them. But Meyer now, a few laps ago, he was having big oversteery moments, and seems like the tyre is not quite staying underneath him as well as it is for Rick Breukers.
Oh dear, the vortex has pulled to the side of the circuit. Very unfortunately, it looks as though that is just on the exit of turn 13 before the cars go through to turn 14 and up the back straight. And the vortex, it was very slow on its outlap for Victor Moutinho. Oh dear, 13 is an unlucky number.
Code 60 within 20 seconds. So now, well, that's kind of right on cue for the GT3 cars. Perfect timing to get code 60. But we must say, under a code 60, where a whole field is neutralised at 60 kilometres an hour to allow marshals to deal with an on-track incident like we have right now, is Red Ant Racing in, as are Viper Niza Racing. But you only get 25% of your fuel allocation, unless you're an AM class car, then you get 40%. So, but usually when it's code 60, teams like to just do a little bit of a top up.
Ayrton Redon finally breaking the stranglehold that Dominic Ang had on those positions. They both pitted together, actually, but that was the change for fifth place that put Redon ahead of Dominic Ang. And now the Mercedes, well, the first of them, having done its more regular pit stop, i.e. out the front of the garage, now goes into the 20 km/h speed limited fueling area to the smart pumps. The next question is, at which point, this doesn't matter for this argument, because the Mercedes were in pit lane after the code 60 had been put out. But what I don't know is, when do those reduced amounts actually kick in? When the code 60 is announced, i.e. prepare for code 60, or when the code 60 starts? Because in the World Endurance Championship, prepare for full course yellow is the moment that the pits close.
So what happens is if you start fueling when it's green, you're getting your green flag allowance. The second the code 60 is thrown, it goes down to the code 60 rules.
Or if you come at, but if you're coming through 15 and you get a message on the screen, code 60 in 20 seconds, you're in the pit lane straight away, because you'll get a green flag pit stop.
Well, but the problem is,
it's 20 seconds. It takes shorter than 20 seconds to come off the track and into the pit lane.
Yeah. So
I wonder whether the rule is actually when it's announced rather than when it officially kicks in.
It's when it kicks in.
Is it?
So,
yeah.
But
it's a big old loophole there.
It's called a bonus, isn't it?
Well, no, but the smart pump knows when the code 60 comes out.
Yeah, but you know there's a code 60 coming out in 20 seconds.
Yes.
You're at turn 15.
Yes.
Get in the pits. It'll still be green when you get to the pit lane entry.
That's my understanding.
So where's the advantage?
The advantage is
you get a full
it's
tank
going code 60.
No, you don't.
Why not? No, during code 60 you get 25%, but if you've already entered the pit lane, this is the query we're raising.
No, the pump knows as soon as. So if imagine you're at the fuel pump and you're filling up under green. As soon as it goes code 60, it immediately goes to, if you've got over 25%, the fuel pump will stop at that point.
Where's the fun in that?
It's designed to not make it too much of a lottery.
Right, so
yeah,
the fuel nozzle is connected, the fuel's going in, it's green. 10 seconds into the fuel fill, the code 60 comes out, and that's the point the fuel flow cuts to 20%.
If you've gone over the 25% allowance, yeah.
If you've gone over the 25% allowance, right. So
or if you're below the 25%.
Let's use round figures. You get 100 litres, let's say, of fill. I don't think that anything is echoed by that in the regulations.
Yeah.
Let's say 100 litres. So you're then allowed 25.
So say if you were on 17 and the code 60 comes out, it will keep going until 25.
Okay.
But if, say, you've put in 31, you're already over it, and as soon as code 60 comes up, the pump will shut off.
It just stops.
The smart pump's so clever, yeah. So the pump knows exactly what car it is, what the allowance is. Now, if it's an AM class car, you get 40%. So, but it knows that. It knows that it's filling up an AM class car because the refueling team tap the pump with a little RFID card, I think it is, and that tells the pump what it's allowed. So driver change going on for the Red Camel Jordan's team. Rick Breukers jumping out, Adrian Flack jumping in. What was interesting for me, though, was Red Ant Racing did not take any tyres.
Right.
Maybe they weren't ready. Maybe it was because it just happened and in they came. That they did take fuel, though, but no tyres.
I still need to read those regulations to make sure that I fully understand them, because there's a massive disparity between when the code 60 hits. You might already be up to full fuel allocation.
Well, then you've lucked out. But that's more luck of the draw, really. And that's why you have to almost anticipate, is there going to be a code 60? Because remember when the Vortex first ground to a halt, you've then got to make a call as a team, is the code 60 going to come out? Because if it is, and your car's just about at the right point on the circuit, I mean, it's a 2-minute lap. Yeah. So you've got to think, is it the right call to come in? I mean, most teams generally they seem to think that code 60 you want to come in as a general rule.
Yeah, absolutely. But also when the first time the Vortex ground to a bit of a halt, that was way before you'd want to be refueling. When it stopped the second time, that was almost in the zone. Did I hear the voice of Ben down in the pit lane? Ben, what have you got for us?
Across Europe, and then those that are sort of guesting maybe for the first time, because they have to get their heads around these regulations that are unique to the Creventic series. And it feels to me, for instance, Absolute have ignored this code 60. They've not come in, and only now are we seeing the Origin Porsche into the pits. They've waited 1 or maybe even 2 laps to let Herbert come in, to let all the other normal Creventic teams come in, and almost a copying and going, okay, well, if they're doing it, then we might do it as well. Because it takes a while, as we've just heard from you guys trying to work it out, a while to understand what's best in each individual situation. And that's why teams rely so heavily upon the likes of Paul Troswell. By the way, not here this weekend for Red Camels, Jordan, but that strategy is so complex, and I feel as though some of our Chinese teams, our Asian teams, sort of copying what's going on initially.
The advantage now, in my mind, is actually at the end of a code 60, because if the nozzle is attached when you're in the final 5 seconds of a code 60 and it clears, you're then allowed full complement of fuel, I assume.
Yes.
So you come in at the tail end of a car being recovered, you might have hit the pit lane as the code 60 is out, and then it clears just as you're fueling. That's a huge advantage.
And this might work for, at the moment, Origin are in fuel and the code 60 is ending within the next minute. So they probably, in fact, yes, they will, because it takes about 2 minutes to fill the tank up from empty to full. So Origin may actually get a real advantage here, actually, by getting their full over to, well, they're on the move, though, so they may well not have, no, they've just only got they're just the wrong side of it, actually.
You know, different regulations across different championships. I'm quite a fan of something in which you can gain a lucky break.
Yeah.
I'm not one for everything being equalised and having a waved round to stay on the lead lap and all of that. But if the dice can just roll your way, as we thought, erroneously it seems, about if you've just got in across the white line to start the pit lane, you've poo-pooed that, PMAC. No fun. You're no fun whatsoever.
I'm fun police.
But it's just the fact that, you know, if it's a 12-hour race, a 24-hour race, a little bit of luck at one point, you know, it can mix things up. Unfortunately, the team without luck is Vortex V8, because their car is now pushed back into the garage.
But there is still luck involved, because if you get a really short code 60 and you've just missed the pit entry, well, that would be bad luck, because you're probably not going to get a chance to pit under code 60. So back to green flag racing we go then.
And the crucial thing here is the treble 6 car of Cao Chi Quan is still in the fueling area. The nozzle, well, he's left now. Why didn't they not fuel it for a little bit longer than that? Because they could have taken quite a bit more allocation as it turned green. That's our reading of the regulations, at least. Here's Ben.
Yeah, they left just as we went back to green, so presumably the nozzle was already out. The team that benefited massively from that is Simpson Motorsport. They are still in there with their Continental Racing Audi, and there was a big celebration in the garage because they know that what you've been talking about has just fallen their way.
Even though the fuel wasn't flowing, I would have kept the nozzle in, waited for the green flag, and then given it another big old blast.
Lose a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
But Ben's spot on. Continental Racing by Audi, the fact that their nozzle was in as we went to green, they then get a full slop up, and so that means now that Audi, which is a quick car, you know, the balance of performance is fairly similar to what we had in Barcelona, and Audi was a rocket ship in Barcelona. So they could well be bringing back into the mix here. And Alexander Bukansov has put in a really strong stint, starting from the pit lane. Keep an eye on that car. But you mentioned it, Bruce, going into code 60. What was it? It was 18 seconds. Now only 14 seconds. And race leading Absolute Racing number 10 Porsche to the Climax AMG 999.
Alexander Bukansov and Kei Nakanishi are in the fueling area, mind you. That's the 69 Audi from Continental Racing and the Ferrari, the lone Ferrari in the entry for LM Corsa. So they will be some of the longest stops that we've had in this bout of them in GT3.
And our two leading cars did not pit
at all.
So they may well have been just on the wrong side of it, because the Red Ant car and the the Viper Niza Mercedes, they were in 5th and 6th, and it just came out at the time when they went into the pit lane. So that would have meant that Luke Hartog in the lead in the Climax Racing car of Tanat Sati and Tirakul in sector 1 at that point, the code 60 came out, and it takes a long time, you know, over 5 minutes to go around on a code 60 lap.
Yeah.
So they must have missed their opportunity to get into the pit. So now Absolute Racing in the lead and Climax AMG are now behind the 8 ball a little bit on strategy.
There's the 87 car, which is running in 5th position for Leo Hung Chung for Origin Motorsport. As we head back to the pit lane, here's Ben.
Thank you very much, guys. As you said, the GT3 category not really completely understandable at the second, with some cars staying out and others pitting. But in 992, two leading cars coming in on the same lap, getting tyres and going back out. Paul Meyer was in the Moulin Motorsport. Paul, you've cooled off, but when you came out of the car, you were very, very red.
Yeah, it's quite, the humidity is high, the temperature is high, quite hard working in the car, especially with the low grip conditions on track. So, yeah, well done on the organization bringing us here in Sepang, really, really cool track. But I never worked so hard in the car with the low grip, so it's challenging.
Is it a circuit that you've known from before?
No, it was the first time driving here, and I do like the layout of the track, but the tarmac surface is so slippery, also on the new tires already, that it's working quite hard in the car. But yeah, I was catching up in the beginning a little bit with Rick, and then I need to let him go because the oversteer in the car came so much. So
it must have been a lot of fun having someone like Rick in front of you as a target.
Yeah, it's always good to have a target, but sometimes you overshoot. He overshoots on braking, so it was back and forward a little bit. But in the end, yeah, we have a similar pace for the race, which makes it interesting, I think.
And the lineups of the drivers you've got in the Moulin Motorsport car?
Yeah, I think we have all silver drivers. Breukers have two bronze through two AM drivers. So we should have a small advantage there. But I will tell you after 11.5 hours, I think.
And presumably just single stints all the way through because of this heat?
Yeah, we stopped actually too early. Normally you want to finish the stint also with the tires. But in this case, the 60, we had 30 liters left in the car. Yeah, you should do the stop. Otherwise, on green, it costs you more time, of course.
Yeah, these preventing rules are difficult to get your head around. You've really had a resurgence after that victory in the 992 race at Spa.
Yeah, I mean, this season was amazing, to be honest. I did all 24-hour series races, the 992 Endurance Cup as well. We trained pole position there. So this season has been amazing for me. 18, 19 race weekends for old men, just turned 40 this year. Yeah, I'm really happy to join Mühlner for the Winter Middle East Series, and really be happy to be here.
And you've got a pretty cool prize for that 992 Endurance Cup. Have you done that yet, or is that still to come?
The watch.
The SIS.
Yeah. I got the test in the new GT3R of Porsche. We did the test at Red Bull Ring. which was pretty cool with the new GT3 of course. And yeah, I mean, thankful for all the opportunities I get.
Thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Some of the latest pit stops. That's Paul Meyer, by the way, talking to Ben Constanduras. But some of the latest pit stops see a driver change for the number 60 Ferrari of LM Corsa. So Dominic Schwager took that over. The big standout figure for me, though, was that he spent 2 minutes and 47 seconds in the fueling area. Also a car that spent a long time there was the 69 Audi, which Damien Shosek now drives. 2.5 minutes for that car. Compare it to the 921 Mulner Motorsport Porsche in the 992 class. Just a minute's worth of fuel there, compromised by the Code 60. Ralph Bone's Herbert car, 50 seconds in the fuel. It tended to be in the past of the old rules that Herbert Motorsport never turned down an opportunity to put fuel in the car, particularly if it was a long Code 60. They would often pit in back-to-back laps, come into the pits, do half the fuel, when it used to be 50%, do half the fuel on one lap, and if the Code 60 was out for long enough, they'd top up the rest of the fuel the next time around.
You can't do that now.
No.
That was basically a Herbert rule that they've had to bring in to stop that happening.
When you say you can't do it, does that mean that you can only pit once during any one Code 60?
Unless I think it's either half an hour or an hour now.
Yeah, it's an hour. So if you have a
yeah.
Code 60, gosh, let's hope we don't, for more than an hour, you can get a second batch of 25%.
Because they've worked out that 25% of your fuel allocation is enough
at
to do it at Code 60 speeds to do an hour. All right. Well, I didn't do the calculation. Somebody else far cleverer than I has done, and we reliably informed that's enough fuel.
But they're in the game now because they took their 25% that they could put in the fuel. They've also put new tyres on, and they've just installed Ralph Bone, who's they've just taken their pro out and they put their AM driver in, and I say that in big inverted commas because Ralph Bone, as we were discussing, Bruce and I, before we came on air, is one of the best bronze drivers in the world in my opinion, and he's just put in a 205.6, so he's making full use of those new Michelin tyres and really getting the best out of them. Way quicker than the leaders, who are still on the old tyres, though, of course.
Yeah, worth pointing out the first two cars, Luke Hartog leading by 18 seconds from Tanat Sati and Tiracle, so Absolute Racing Porsche from Climax Racing Mercedes have yet to pit. But the real battle out on track is the Ajit Red Ant Racing Mercedes being harried by the car that was running third in the opening stages of the race. Now Liu Hong Chung at the wheel of car number 87, which is the Origin Motorsport Porsche. So that's a flipping around of the positions. But really, I'm waiting to see how it's going to pan out for the first two. Luke Hartog has walked on water, but let's not talk about walking on water. That might be later in the race, as it becomes a little bit grayer looking out of the window of our commentary box here on the Sepang International Circuit. We're facing across the start-finish straight to the giant canopied grandstand beyond, but the sun that was here when we were on the grid has disappeared for the moment. Does that mean rain's on the way? No, not necessarily.
And the fight for fourth place between the white and red Mercedes AMG number 93 of Ayrton Redon and Liu Hong Chung in the 87 Origin Porsche is a little bit skewed because fuel-wise they're going to be fairly similar, but tyre age they're totally different because Red Ant did not put tyres on that Mercedes when they came in for that pit stop. I think because the Code 60 came out just as they were hitting the pit entry. I don't think they had tyres ready, actually. That would be the only explanation, because you'd think you want to put them on if you can. But Liu Hong Chung is now going to try and hook it all the way around the outside now of Ayrton Redon, and now is on the inside. Redon is toughing it out, really doing a great job on these old tyres. 30 laps in this heat on this type of character of circuit. Paul Meyer mentioned how slippy and slidey it is. That, of course, wears the tyre as well, puts more temperature through them. Redon doing a great job to hold them at bay.
So through the second of the quick right-handers there, 7 and 8, the second of those known as the KLIA, or Clear Curve, named after the airport, which is just down the road. Perfect for those flying from distance, as we have done, to then find the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, just a short distance away. The downside of that is you miss out on a visit to Kuala Lumpur city centre, but I think we're factoring that in for tomorrow.
Most certainly.
Through the left-hander at 12 and venturing towards the Sunway Lagoon corner. There's quite a bit more cloud cover, though, now over the start-finish straight, the pit lane. A little bit wide there from Redont, whereas squaring off the corner in behind was Liu Hong Chung in Origin Motorsports Porsche. So different approach to turn 14, but actually the net result is it's about the same exit speed for both cars. Very late on the brakes indeed from Leo, and he got the Porsche stopped just about, but there was a fear, I'm sure, briefly in his mind that he might clatter into the back of the Mercedes. all is fine. They shoot past our commentary position, and this is still the fight for 4th and 5th places.
Of course, Leo Hung Chung in that Origin car, that is an AM class car, so they would have got 40% fuel at that code 60, of course. So they're a little bit better on the fuel than Red On are, but they're doing a great job there to keep them at bay. Ayrton Red On parking the Mercedes on the apex to make it very, very difficult to try and make any kind of move.
Yeah, every lap he can do like this, he's got the pain. He's got to go through the pain, not drop it. And Liu Han Cheng is not taking no for an answer, up into turn 4. Yep, job done. But at that point, Ayrton Red On would have got, I'm hanging on as much as I can. Ben, what's the news from the pit lane?
Yeah, into the pits for the Be Quick Absolute Racing machine. Now, I thought, is that a regular pit stop? Is there them just being forced to come in under green flag conditions because of fuel? No, not fuel. Flat spotted tyres. All 4 Michelins that came off the car with a big flat spot from Henk Hicks. So they've now got Andy Deng, or Deng Yi, in the car. He's a pretty decent hotshot silver out here in Asia, so should be fast, but that's really compromised them having to do a green flag pit stop thanks to a flat spotted 4 tyres.
In for a penny, in for a pound, Ben, I think. But yeah, not helping the Be Quick passage in these early stages of the race, but we've crested that first hour. Got another 10 minutes under our belt. So.
But they do that Be Quick car that's run by Absolute Racing has been strong all week, and they've got a not-so-secret weapon lingering in the back of the garage in Alessandro Gueretti, one of the most promising young drivers in the Porsche, full reigning Super Cup and Carrera Cup Deutschland champion, just been signed actually to Porsche as a contracted driver. And yeah, that car, the pace will be there for later in the race for sure, make no mistake about that. Now we're an hour and 14 minutes into the race, albeit with just under 10 minutes of code 60 in there, and still the 2 leading cars, Absolute Porsche of Luke Hartog and Tanat Satir Tirakul for Climax AMG, they're still going on that original tank of fuel, so it's a long stint you can get here.
Well, especially as I've just learned, that you can do an hour's worth of code 60 on just a quarter of your fuel. I mean, code 60 is a third of the speed that you would normally do in the race, and yet you can eke out a quarter of your tank and make that work. So, I mean, how long did we, I'm sure somewhere on the timing, I'll be able to tell you precisely how long that code 60 was, and therefore how much of the fuel mileage you're going to get back again. But it could be pivotal, that, and you need to have done your calculations correctly. It was a 7.5 minute code 60, so not that significant. What's that, an eighth of an hour? Work that out on a 25% fuel amount, but you'll buy back some of it. Clearly Absolute Racing and Climax Racing are confident that there's still enough fuel in that car. Dominic Schwager in his LM Corsa Ferrari is just about the best placed, I would wager, for the next stint, though, because of the amount of fuel that LM Corsa were able to get into this car. So even though it's in 10th position, it's likely to be able to stay out probably longer than everybody else and could well lead the race as a result of that, assuming we don't get another code 60 within the next segment. So that car number 60 is down in 10th position, but this is a good opportunity if you're watching the race, enjoying it in both sound and vision as part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, to witness the full lap with Dominic Schwager as the pilot. And heading then uphill into Langkawi corner. We've already labelled this as a good overtaking opportunity, but got to be cautious on the exit because of track limits. This feels like a really rewarding corner now, the nameless turn 5, which is high speed. Heading then to Genting curve, turn 6, and moments after you exit this corner, it's the end of the first sector. Lining up for a quick approach through 7, and the harder stop into KLIA curve. A high bank on the left, popular with spectators. Short, sharp straight heading to Berjaya Tioman corner, which is the downhill approach into turn 9. Then the uphill exit. Viper-Nizza Mercedes just up ahead of Dominic Schwager. But that's not for position, because Viper-Nizza's Mercedes is a further lap on with Dominic Coe driving the number 65. However, Schwager's actually looking a little quicker than this Mercedes and might be able to get one of those lost laps back again. But the tricky thing is maybe around the outside. No, it will be the inside of the Sunway Lagoon corner into turn 14, and that is one lap gathered back again by Dominic Schwager. So not only does he have a bit of speed in this car, but he's also got plenty of fuel on board.
So it'll unwind back to him for sure. Dominic, a hugely experienced racer with a lot of wins in Japan in the 2000s. Actually won in German F3 in the 90s as well, so super experienced. And coming through the final corner at the moment, a really weird off-camber corner is into the pits now. Their leaders are now taking their chance. The second place car of Climax Racing Mercedes AMG comes right underneath our feet here on the start-finish straight to pit. New tyres going on and the driver change, but the Porsche of Luke Hartog carrying on. A stint of an hour and 17 minutes, albeit with around 7 minutes of code 60 in there. That is, well, that is quite a stint there, and shows how long you can be out there and how long you've got to get the tyre to last for.
Well, having heard earlier from Paul Meyer saying how hot it was out there working away, the humidity will be rising all the time because we've got the thick grey clouds hanging above the start-finish straight right now. But for Luke Hartog, I mean, he's slim, he's athletic, but even he will feel really pretty hot under the collar when he comes in. I would reckon probably next time around. Climax with their Mercedes pit stop completed in terms of the car, but in terms of refueling, coming in at 20 kph. The pit lane speed limit itself in the fast lane is only 40 kph. But at a standstill, mechanics already there. Hello, yep, fuel gun in.
Get filled up there. Now, just around, and it's incredibly localized, between turn 14 and 15, there is a almost cartoon dark cloud appearing on just that part of the racetrack, and it's dark and it's also low. So are we going to get a bit of localized rain?
Well, possibly. I still think that might be all right. But what you can't see from the commentary position at Sepang is what's over the first part of the circuit around turn 4, because a lot of that's the direction the rain comes in from.
Here's the race leader, so driving on fumes by this point, but enough to get Luke Hartog to the pit lane. And the key thing is pitting under green. We can stay green for the time being, at least. So this is looking suspiciously like a full fuel allocation for Absolute Racing Porsche number 10. And in ahead of this car, Tatin Terikul pitted a lap previously, and the tyre driver, if they didn't do a driver change, is still in that Climax Racing Mercedes. That to be confirmed, but that car is in the fueling area as well. So pitting a lap apart, therefore leading by a full lap was Loic Hartog as he pitted, and sneaking up to second place, Ralph Bone for Herbert Motorsport. But we know that their pit stop was compromised. They weren't able to get a full amount of fuel into the Herbert Motorsport car. Because of that, though, it will get a good position in the race, however, need to pit ahead of one or two of the other cars, including the Ferrari that we've been talking a lot about, Dominic Schwager's LM Corsa 296. And here's Ben Constanduras.
Noting that Loic has stayed in the car. I think that's the first driver I've seen going for a full double. We saw a few drivers stay in during the code 60 stop, but they would get like a stint and a half if we go full green. But Loic under green flag conditions, and as I say, I want to talk to him because of course he's got 24-hour 24H series experience, and he can bring that to Absolute, and he can sort of educate Absolute in the ways of pit stops and these code 60 regulations. Just 15% fuel under code 60 brought in for this race and beyond. A slight change from the 25, but there were teams up and down the pit lane that said it's still worth pitting under code 60, and so many did, but Absolute chose not to, and they are now going to be really punished by dropping right down to the field. But the tyres that came off, definitely used. I'm not sure we're going to see them again. Used tyres went on to Loic's car as well.
What Loic Hartog will need to be, and the team will need to be careful of, is there is a maximum driving time in one stint, in one go, of 2.5 hours. So he's done an hour and 20 of stint length. The time in the pit doesn't count. So he cannot then do as long a stint if there's a bit of code 60 or whatever in the next hour and a bit. He can't do it because he'll then go over the 2 hours and 30 driving time. But it may, but then if we stay green, it's probably going to work out absolutely perfectly. So they're deciding to use as much of their Luke. Well, that's the thing is also to remember, because Luke Hartog is a semi-pro, which he will be basically until the end of this year when he gets moved from a FIA Silver to an FIA Gold. But for now, he's classed as a semi-pro or a silver. He has no minimum or maximum driving time. All they need to be careful of is that they can't have him in for more than 4 hours in any 6. So they're going to try and make as much of a use. Patrick Niederhauser, his teammate, they can put him in for a maximum of 6 hours, and Antares Audi Am a minimum of 2 hours. So they've got to put all that together, but I'm sure they have that well planned out.
That is interesting from a driver rating point of view. As you say, the FIA grading changes at the end of the calendar year. Is that correct?
Yes.
However, Alessandro Giretti, who is still strictly speaking a silver and becomes gold next year, is a pro on this entry list already. So that's a bit of, again, Creventic rating coming in, kind of overtaking a little bit what the FIA have said. They've probably gone, do you know what, Giretti's just too fast. We need him in the pro category, because to run him as semi-pro is just a bit too much for everybody else from a competitive point of view.
Yeah, well, I mean, Alessandro Giretti has won Carrera Cup Deutschland and the Super Cup in the same year. And when you watch
that will only be reflected moving into the new year, won't it, for his rating?
In terms of FIA, yes, exactly. But then he won Carrera Cup France and Carrera Cup Asia. So you could, if you look at if you take the driver rating out of it and you looked at just the pure results, you'd say that Giretti, certainly in the last 24 months, has put more on the board, if you like.
Yeah.
But in qualifying, when you look at just this weekend, this car, whatever, in qualifying yesterday, new tyres, same team preparing the car, as close a test as you can get, really. Niederhauser, Hartog and Giretti were all separated by 1/10 of a second, all three of them.
Yeah.
They were within that, so almost nothing. So Hartog now back out. He's, what is he now, into his driving time? It's so it's increased his. That's very helpful. The stint length in terms of driving time has not reset, which is very helpful, because he's in the car for an hour and 90 minutes of driving time. So he has theoretically an hour and 10 minutes or so left, and then he has to be pulled out of the car.
Yep. So that is a time that is minus any time spent in the pit lane and indeed the fueling area. So the clock, the drive time clock, stops as you enter pit road and go down to 40 kilometers per hour, and it restarts again if the same driver is retained as the car comes back out onto the racetrack. That's not the case for Ralph Bone, this car, number 91, because Ralph was put into the Herbert Motorsport Porsche at the last pit stop to take over from Robert Renauer, and likewise Leo Hung Chung took over from his co-driver, number 87. That was Bob Yuan, who started in the Origin Motorsport car. So Leo taking over, and he is the AM Plus in that entry. We still have Leo Yer, who is the semi-pro in the lineup for car number 87, to come a little later on, but 24 seconds, therefore, for Leo, number 87, to this point. And as Ben was making the point, one of the few drivers who stays on for a double stint is Luke Hartog, the other one being Ayrton Redont in number 93 Mercedes. And they, we know, had a shorter pit stop than it would have been under green. So Ayrton Redont may be retained as the race driver there, knowing that we're going to have to pit sooner rather than later, purely on a fuel mileage basis.
I think it was because it had to be such an immediate call, because the code 60 came out. They had to go pit ahead of where they were anticipating. I don't think they had the tyres ready, and perhaps they didn't have a driver ready.
Yeah.
To swap over. Perhaps that's one that Ben Constantouris can follow up for us with Ajith Racing. What was the story there? Because you'd think under code 60, if you've got the tyres ready, you put them on. Because right now he's going to be punished severely. I mean, nearly a 2:10 last time by for Ayrton Redon. And that's pure tyre age. The tyres are nearly 40 laps old now, and the heat's just continuing to build as the day goes on.
Yeah, and you wonder what the immediacy was to get them into the pit lane, because there's not really an advantage to pit under a code 60. It was a kind of a case of, right, we're going to have a code 60 in a minute, just get in. And clearly Vibenita Racing thought the same, but they did do a driver change. Douglas Coe took over half an hour ago. Maybe the thinking from Ajith Red Ant Racing is that if they could do a double slightly earlier than planned for Ayrton Radon, then they can neatly get the 2.5 hours done from Ayrton. Bearing in mind, well, it's got to do a total of 6, haven't they? So
with Ajith Kumar, so yeah, he's probably going to need a lot of driving time to do.
But 2 maximum in one fell swoop drive times, 2.5 hours and 2.5 hours. That still doesn't get you to the 6.
No.
So,
but that still doesn't explain why they wouldn't put new tyres on. I mean, the tyres. They've been talking about it all weekend. This is a high-load circuit, high temperature, slippy. It's, you know, there's a huge advantage to put the new tyres on.
Unless it's an RFID error.
No, there wasn't. He didn't come in. We caught that on our footage.
So just drove straight past.
Straight to fuel. Yeah.
I don't understand the advantage there.
There isn't. There isn't an advantage.
It used to be on the old.
Didn't have one ready. Yeah. But that's definitely one for Ben to follow up for us, for sure. So Ralph Bowen leads the race by 53 seconds from Lu Hongcheng for Origin Motorsport. So Herbert Canny as always playing the strategy well right now, but it's gonna unwind the stagger because the Absolute Racing number 10 Porsche of Luke Hartog was really strong on pace, as was that when we were maybe underestimating just how quick Taner Satintiriko was in the AMG in running in strong second place before that code 60.
Yeah, he was, and Taner knows his circuit very, very well indeed. That's definitely a helping hand. And also, if you do the majority of your racing in a series like GT World Challenge Asia or the Thai Racing Series, you're accustomed to racing on circuits with very, very high, not just cockpit temperatures, but more importantly, tyre temperatures, track temperatures. So, you know, it is going to be a masterclass for some of the other drivers watching how they handle, but nothing can take away from that initial pace of Luke Hartog. He was metronomic, stretching that advantage with every lap. But of course, they've tumbled down the order, but they've got a full tank of fuel. Just remember that. Let's put that in your mind for now.
In 992, Adrian Flack making his debut with the Red Camel Jordan's team. A driver well known in the Carrera Cup Australia, won the Pro-Am Championship in 2024, so knows this technical package well. But he's being closed down right now by the really impressive Latvian driver Valters Zivaridis in the Milner Motorsport car. Valters has been in that car throughout the year, driving beautifully at the moment. A couple of seconds a lap quicker than Adrian Flack and closing the gap down.
Have we mentioned the penalty that's been issued to the Dominic Schwager Ferrari? We're talking about that car being in a great position. Well, 6 minutes or so ago, it was given a penalty for not respecting the minimum sector time during code 60. That means that you have a set time that you cannot go quicker than. Otherwise, you're breaching the 60 km/h speed limit, I assume, and therefore it's going to be a 12-second time penalty, which will have to be served in the penalty box very close to our commentary position.
And I would think that was before Dominic took it over. I think it was still Kei Nakanishi, unless it was still code 60. No, because the Ferrari got a full load of fuel.
Yeah, it did. So afterwards.
So it's definitely Kei Nakanishi, because that was he was out there. So on these small elements, the pendulum can swing away from you. So unfortunately, certainly as we saw, we had some onboard footage. Dominic Schwager is making very good progress in that car. So it's a little bit of a setback for them.
Yeah, that can be served at the same time as a normal pit stop, mind you. So it's not as if it's a 12-second stop and go and you can't do anything else to the car. The car will stop for 12 seconds in the penalty box. Then it will go down to the garage and get new tyres if they see that is needed. A new driver potentially as well, and the fuel. It could all be done in the same visit to the pit lane. We had another half an hour of the race, by the way. So an hour and a half in now. And Ralph Bowen, who's only been driving for about 30 minutes, just slightly more than that, cycled to the front in the all-black with the gold piping number 91 Porsche from Herbert Motorsport, and he leads Leo Hongcheng for Origin Motorsport. Here's the Ferrari we're talking about. So the next time the number 60 LM Corsa 296 appears on pit road, it will have to first of all call to the penalty box for 12 seconds.
We're going to talk about tyres all day, I think. I mean, tyres are so critical in any kind of category of motorsport. To give an idea of just how big an offset there is at the moment, Luke Hartog, a 206.2 last time by For Dong Yi in the Absolute Porsche, the Be Quick Absolute Porsche, also a 206. Zhou Bei Huang in the 999 Mercedes, 206.6. They are on relatively new tyres and a full fuel load. You look at Ayrton Redon, 210 on the last lap, 211 for Douglas Coe, 215 for Lo Hung Chung as well in the Origin Porsche, which has come in. That seems a little bit off sequence for me, for Origin Porsche to come in now into the pits, but that may well be back timing with driver time. But there's got to be a 3 or 4 second offset in terms of new to old tyres right now. Let's go down to Ben for some more in the pits.
Yeah, Origin drove past me in the middle of pit lane. I thought, are they doing a drive-through penalty? No, that's not something that Creventic do. Did not visit the team, but went straight to refueling to get himself a full tank of fuel. So if that is reflective of what is needed for the cars that came in and did their code 60 pit stop, that they're now running low on fuel, you then have to look at what Absolute did by just doing that single green flag pit stop and think, actually, it doesn't look too bad at all at this stage. Of course, we're early into the race, but yeah, they've gone straight to refueling. No new tyres on that car, no driver change, but they will finally get a full tank of fuel.
Half an hour ago, Ben, that car spent 1 minute in the pit lane, and because there was a code 60 out, I don't think it could have stayed in the pit bay getting more fuel. As we've established, it's a significantly lower allocation. It'll be interesting to compare how long that car stays in the fueling area at this time. It might be as much as 2 3/4 minutes.
There might have been a bit of a blunder though for Origin, because they're an AM car, so they do have an allocation of 40% under a code 60.
Yeah, but what we don't know is, because we were comparing that to a non-AM car, and they both spent about a minute in the pit lane, in the fueling area, I should say. We don't know which one was the erroneous time. You would have thought we would have seen a penalty for the other car had it spent too long. So yes, that's the bizarre thing, is why did it spend only 63 seconds in the fueling area when it could have done a little bit more than that to get its 40%?
Into the pits now from second position comes Ayrton Redon on 40-year-old Michelin, 40 lap old, they'll feel 40 years old, 40 lap old Michelin tyres coming in to the pits now. Of course, they only took a top up of 25% of the code 60. Adrian Flack still being run down by Valter Severidis, so we could well see Milner lead the race for the first time in 992. And I tell you what, Johnny, with the heat that we're going to experience today, with the nature of the circuit, I don't think it's out the question to see a 992 car potentially sneak onto the podium.
Yeah.
Because the Red Camel car and the Milner car are, I would say, the two strongest teams in 992 racing that we have in Creventic competition.
And it's difficult because there was a code 60 providing an opportunity to make a cheaper stop, you might say, but I don't know what a 992 can do in green flag conditions on a full tank of fuel.
Hour
and a half, you think? Well,
yeah,
again, that's hugely more than a GT3 car. You're not doing as many miles, kilometres on a single stint, but we've seen many times at the Nürburgring as well, particularly in the early stages of a Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race, that often you can have a 992 class car leading at the end of the first hour because they can stay out a little bit longer.
Well, we got, I mean, albeit with 7.5 minutes of code 60, we had an hour and 20 minutes for the leading GT3 Porsche for Absolute Racing. So I'd say at least an hour and a half is possible for a Porsche 992 Cup car, which then, of course, that length of stint really helps. Their bigger problem might be there is making a tyre last that long. they might be really screaming for tyres by that stage. So that strategical element is going to play a factor today for sure. Little bit of traffic, the Asbest Cupra holding up Adrian Flack a touch there, as now Valtteri Zviridis, the Latvian, trying to line up his move and take Müllner to the front of the race. He's been quicker, much quicker this last laps, basically since he got into the car. And yeah, car moving around a little bit on the curb, but for Valtteri, if you grew up in Latvia, you're used to driving on loose surface. Yeah. The main roads in Latvia, yeah, you get beautifully tarmac, but as soon as you turn off onto a side road, it's perfectly graded gravel, very smooth gravel. And so you, even driving at normal road speed, you're used to a car just moving ever so slightly. So, and then of course in the winter, driving on ice and snow a lot too.
So Valtteri is semi-pro, did you say?
Yeah.
Compared to Adrian Flack, who is chasing down, who is the one of the AM elements in the Brukers family car. Ivo Brukers, who's the dad of Rick and Luke, Rick the older of the two brothers, both semi-pro. Ivo, the dad, is AM, and Adrian Flack of Australia is also AM. So that's part of the reason why this gap has come down a little bit as well. Just down to driver experience and being more comfortable at the wheel of a 992 car, potentially. And as you say, Valtteri Zviridis is mightily experienced, not necessarily in this part of the world, but with a car moving beneath them. The 909 car, I thought, was going a tad wide, maybe to go into the pit lane, but they're both going to stay out. This is the lead battle in 992.
Herbert Motorsport into the pits from the lead. So, of course, at the last code 60, 25% of fuel. That's obviously run out now. And into the pits, they come with Ralph Bowen on board. Of course, they put new tyres on during the code 60, so they've not got to then do that under green flag. So Herbert, as they do, playing it so canny, they'll now get to fill that car right up with fuel, and Ralph Bowen can get going with a full stint. But in that sort of mini stint, if you like, putting in some good pace, as we're so used to seeing. I mean, Herbert this year have been less present in the European season of the Michelin 12H series, having been so dominant in 2024, doing other bits and pieces. It's great to have them back. It's almost not 24-hour series racing without Herbert, with the Renault brothers, with Ralph Bowen. They're a great reference point. If you can come to any race and beat them, you've really had to get out of bed early to do that.
Yep. Yeah, it's a similar situation with an ACO rules race, in that we joked for a long time that you can't officially run one of those without an AF Corsa Ferrari in it. And that's certainly the case over the years for the 24H series. Of course, you can have events, but there's something missing when Herbert Motorsport aren't on the entry list, and great to have the 91 car here. We've had several entries from Herbert Motorsport in one race in the past, as well as many as, I think, 3 Porsches before now. By the way, the green flag pit stop for the 87 Porsche, which Leo Hangchang remained at the wheel of, spent 3 minutes and 11 seconds in fueling alone, as now Valtteri Zviridis trying the unconventional route through 13, 14, and then tucking tightly on the inside of Adrian Flack to try and draw level. He couldn't quite do that, but he is in the wheel tracks of the Australian and carrying a bit more speed down this back straight, which almost runs exactly parallel with the Kuala Lumpur straight. The start-finish line down the inside will go the Austrian, and should be able to keep or gain the place by actually giving Adrian Flack a fair bit of racing room on the outside. He could have done the ungentlemanly thing and elbowed the orange and black car towards the curb and beyond as well, but actually Flack on the straight line speed is still right there with the Austrian racer.
Latvian, thank you. Don't know why I thought it was Austrian.
Similar flag colours, but in a different order. And down the inside then will go the Latvian, the 921, to take the race lead. Finally it's done, but it took about 4 corners to establish it.
Had to set it up. Classic Sepang. That's why we love coming here. That's why this is such a good circuit for racing.
So, yeah, this all began, well, back at turn 14 in actual fact, but it was finished off with Zviridis around the outside line and giving Flack plenty of racing room again. But Flack just wasn't going to give it to Valtteri as easily as he wanted to take it, and they draw door mirror to door mirror through turn 2 as well. And now on the loose, PMAX already mentioned those loose roads in Latvia, and Valter Svidris is showing his car control. Not for the first time, the Milner Motorsport car a little bit oversteery, and that was the case not with this driver, but when Paul Meyer was at the wheel. And yeah, it seemed to be on older tyres, a real loose handling car. That might be the way that it's been instructed to Milner Motorsports mechanics to set it up, however.
It's going to make it tough over the course of the day. I mean, when the darkness hours, it might not be so bad, but yeah, big slide going on. Valter's, oh, fantastic. Gets it right up over the curb and paints a Michelin rubber onto the overrun there. Fantastic stuff. It's interesting when the Breukers family with Red Camel Racing, excuse me, they have run the Porsche 992 for so many seasons now, but they did one race at Barcelona last year with an Audi GT3, and we were all so excited going, oh guys, like, you know, how cool was that, driving the GT3? And they were actually like, we missed our Porsche, we missed our Cup car, which is a little bit more raw, it's a little bit more hard-edged to drive, and they loved that element of it. So into the penalty box.
Yeah, 38 seconds this car's going to have to serve, exceeding the speed limit in the refueling area. And that, I assume, was on the previous pit stop. The penalty was issued only 5 minutes ago, and the car had only had one pit stop prior to that. So that was after Adrian Flack took it over from Rick Breukers, and it was clearly detected at going higher than 20 kilometers per hour. I'm not sure whether 38 seconds is indicative of just how much faster it was, because in a World Endurance Championship meeting, for instance, every single kilometre is, I think, €100 of a penalty to pay.
Oh, dear.
Here is Ben Constanduris as the 921 Milner Motorsport car is in fueling now.
Yeah, so it's completely missed me again. Another car driving straight past its mechanics. And this is where the two cars now split strategy. On the first round of pit stops, both of our 992 leaders decided to do the same thing. But Red Camels are changing the tyres. They're putting on a slightly used set. So let's presume that's a set that it did qualifying earlier on. All four, and a driver change to Adrian Flack getting out, but Milner Motorsport keeping their driver in and crucially keeping those tyres on, so they've got to do a double stint. With this cloud cover though, it is definitely cooler than it was this morning, so that will help them out up until the cloud cover clears, and then it'll get boiling again.
Luke Breukers jumping in there, so Red Camels trying to cycle through their drivers quickly, keep nice short stints. I think that's the way to go. I mean, if you can get that driver change done while tyres are going on and not cost any more time, I think you want to cycle through as quick as you can, because that's the trust me, I'd much rather be here in the heat at Sepang than in the cold at home in Europe, but it's a challenge for the drivers, but that's why they come here, to put themselves to the test. Driver change also going on for Viper Nisa Racing, local Malaysian team who come all the way over to Europe to compete with us in the Michelin 24-hour series all year. This is very much their home event. Driver change still going on there, so this is what we're talking about now. Time is being wasted. If you can't get the driver change done before the tyre change is done, you're giving away time.
The fuel fill times will be interesting to compare now, even though clearly the Red Camel Jordans.nl car is going to be spending longer in the pit lane because of its 38 seconds that it had to serve in the penalty box. But it's my understanding that both of those cars, the 909 and the 921, will get the same fuel flow, even though on paper the Milner Motorsport driving talent is high, collectively is a better package or a higher package to have compared to the 909, which has two AMs in the driver lineup. One of the strongest on paper is Milner Motorsport with 4 semi-pros. So they are in the 992 Pro class, but there's, strictly speaking, no weak link there. So Valter Svidris, who we've been talking a lot about, Paul Meyer, who did the opening stint, Bailey Hall, who's the in his early 20s Australian racer, and then we've got Liang Jiatong, again with an English first nickname, if you like, and I wrote that down. It's Alex Liang, who is part of the 921 Mulner Motorsport crew. I'll work out precisely how long each of those Porsches spent in the fueling area. They're still there, actually. Svidris has not pulled away yet, and Adrian Flack will be 38 seconds later departing the fueling area, there or thereabouts. But here's the race leader, PMAC.
Driver change also, so a very, very short stint for Ralph Bowen, who normally we see him do his full allocation of 2 stints in a row, but different game here today at Sepang. So it's Alfred Renauer, twin brother of Robert, now at the wheel, as Modena Motorsport going to do their pit stop as well. Now, slight correction, it used to be that it was 25% that you're allowed to fill under a code 60 at the fuel pump, but it is changed for this race. It's only 15%, and that makes a lot more sense, that how much quicker the teams who did pit under code 60 and fuel up, why they were into the pit so soon after. So yeah, 15% is the change there.
So why did Ayrton Redon get the call box now when you get 15% of fuel and they didn't change tyres like you keep saying?
Yeah,
that's the worst of all worlds, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe not the right call.
Might just be an error. Might just be an error. And even if we do ask the question, you might not.
Or it's a habit, because if the Red Ant Racing are multiple champion in this series in the 992 class, and generally in the past, as soon as the code 60 came out, you go, right, let's go, let's get into the pits, let's get some work done for cheap, if you like. But it's actually not necessarily the case now. Certainly, that is quite a big change to have that 15% rather than 25. Luke Breukers now on board. So Red Camel circling through, starting with Rick Breukers, then to Adrian Flack, and now to Luke. Now the time, Ben very cleverly spotted that it wasn't brand new tyres, it was slightly used. Indeed, they're 4 laps old, so they are qualifying tyres going on the Red Camel Jordan's car.
But the Red Camel's car, compared to Mulner Motorsport's machine, because of that penalty, the net deficit ends up being about a minute. So 909 spent 5 minutes in pit lane total, whereas it was just under 4 minutes, roughly speaking. I think there is a little bit of a sliding scale as far as these pit stop times in total are concerned. Timeservice.nl will have them down to the absolute 1,000th of a second in and out times. Ben Constanduras, meantime, has a question for us.
Yeah, I know this is maybe slightly dangerous, but debate amongst yourselves. If you've done a qualifying stint on a set of tyres, so you've set the pressures to come up early to get good performance, 4 or 5 laps out of a tyre, and then you've put them in the garage and you have to use them in the race, I wonder how much life that takes out of the tyre versus if you are bolting on a tyre specifically for race conditions. So you'll set the cambers and the pressures differently for race conditions than you will do for qualifying. And I wonder how much more you can get out of the Michelin tyre if you do that versus having to use these qualifying tyres. Because I'm thinking Mulner Motorsport are about to do a whole second stint on those tyres they've got on their car. Red Camels have been going through their qualifying tyres. All 3 of their pit stops so far have been with qualifying tyres. So I wonder how much difference you can get between the two. I'll find an answer. I'm asking you. You guys debate, and I'll find an answer for you.
The other answer I wouldn't mind
well.
from you, Ben, if one of the teams will tell you, can you split your qualifying sets, or do they have to be used as a full set when they used in the race? Or could you just change, I don't know, front 2 tyres and get through them in half, double the time, so therefore you're actually interrupting your race stints more so because you're only using half of your qualifying tyres in each stint. But again, it's something to think about when you're not necessarily compromising all of the car. But I don't know whether that's stipulated in the regulations. I haven't seen it, whether they have to be kept as a stint, as a set of tyres all the way through the race. PMAC, what were you going to say?
Well, that's something that you'll see in rallying in particular, where you put certain tyres on certain parts of the car and mixing them up. So that could well be a point of the. I mean, this
can only be one car and one driver, and this is Ajith Kumar. In some respects, I'm actually going to have to just dive in and see if the boss is about. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Let's have a run in here. My goodness, Ajith, how are you, sir?
Doing well, thank you, sir.
great to see you again. Thank you very much for coming to race with us again here. You always bring such impassioned fans. Tell me a little bit about this circuit and tell me about racing with Red Ant.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Reliance Consumer Products Limited with their brand Campa Energy and Nova Lifespace. I hope this is a new beginning for Indian motorsports, and happy to have them on board. Big thanks to the fans, for coming all the way to support motorsports. And yeah, the last time I was here in Sepang was in 2003, driving the Formula BMW cars. So it's been a while now, 23 odd years. It's always nice to be here.
And this will be a very different proposition for you. How easy or difficult do you find it? You were lost in your own thoughts there for a moment. Let me apologise for interrupting your preparation. How difficult or easy is it for you to be able to get yourself concentrated as a racing driver? Because that's what you are here, regardless of what you do in the rest of your life, when you've got so much attention and the spotlight shining on you.
It's the same like a film location, right? We have a lot of fans around, so we need to learn to switch on, switch off. So probably been doing it for the last 33 years, and we have the best people, professionals guiding us, mental coach, driving coach, to ensure that I'm able to focus and do what I'm supposed to do. So big thanks to all of them.
Ajith, it's great to have you here. I don't know if you can see this, but on Ajith's race suit and his underwear, the fireproofs, Indian cinema, and it says lights, camera, action. And that's exactly where we are now. We've got the lights, we've got the camera, and these guys are going to bring the action. And it's all going to be live for you here on YouTube and around the world on the Creventic Motorsport channel.
Location is always so important in the film industry as well. We've got a brand new location to be... it's the Mercedes that we're trying to keep a keen eye on, because Mike Joe in the Climax racing car being caught now by Alfred Renauer. As we enjoy this, let's head back to the pit lane and Ben.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about Ralph Byrne, how usually he'd do a double stint out there and maximise driver time. So I thought I'd go and find him in his very nicely air-conditioned cool room. That's why you're looking so fresh. But Ralph, when you got out of the car, you'd done a workout.
Well, look out, it's around 30 degrees, and in the car it's comparable high temperature. And so let's say one stint is good here, and I had a short one. This is why I'm maybe looking fresh.
And how have you found being here in Malaysia? You've been here before?
No, never. It's my first time being here, and it's an amazing nature, amazing track, and good to be here.
How are the tyres working out? I heard from Paul Meyer that he was saying very, very low grip. Is that your experience?
Well, on the first day it was really, really less grip on the whole track, very slippery, getting better. So the track is developing, but every time the rain comes, the track is falling back a little bit. Today it's okay, I would say.
You guys had a problem in testing. Are you feeling that this race is sort of catching your tail a little bit?
Well, it's always bad to lose practice time, especially for the bronze, and so also losing the qualifying wasn't our plan.
This is the Creventic series in Europe versus these Asian teams coming in for the first time.
Well, there's no difference if it is a team from Asia or from Europe or from elsewhere of the world. So I would say they are very competitive, so the ones you are looking at. And let's see, it's just starting with the 12 hours, and it's a long way to go.
I'm going to ask you a question that's not necessarily related to you, but I know you're a very bright man, so you'll be able to tell us. When you do a qualifying stint, you'll set your tyres for one pressure, one camber. Having to use those qualifying tyres now in the race, how much performance are you losing in that stint versus a fresh set of tyres for a whole stint, or maybe two?
Well, sure. Every time you're using a fresh set of tyres, a new set of tyres, you're losing the peak. For sure, this is if you do it in qualify or in the race. And you're losing for sure this peak over the whole stint. So I think it's no big difference. Well.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
So Ralph Byrne chatting to Ben Constanduras. They're in the luxurious position whereby they don't need to worry about any tyres used yesterday. That's the one upside of not doing qualifying, is that they have fresh sets of tyres every single stint now. And as Ralph said, I feel relatively fresh because he actually only did 37 minutes in the wheel of that car. dictated by the amount of fuel that they could put in during the Code 60, but an interesting strategy to just try and get each of their drivers through the car as quickly as possible, perhaps. And we'll know for sure if Alfred Renauer gets out of the car at the end of this stint and hands over to Konstantin Dresler. But that would mean that the full complement were used in the opening first few hours of the 91 run. So down the inside, we were talking to Ralph Bone as this happened at how many numbers did you hold up? Turn 9, thank you. You might as well just say it. So that's the uphill approach to turn 9. Looks a little similar to turn 4, except that turn 4 is, well, that's uphill as well, but the downhill approach to turn 9 is the giveaway. And the Mercedes that had just been overtaken by Alfred Renauer of Mike Joe then fell behind Andy Dung in the 26 car. So Andy's carrying some good speed as well, even though he's not on the same lap as the car in front and the car behind him.
So, of course, Herbert have got to put their plan, like every team does, to put their plan together of driver times. I mean, Robert Renauer, who is their star driver, you know, pro-graded driver, he has a maximum of 4 hours that he can do throughout the race. Interestingly, Alfred, his twin brother, no minimum or maximum. So Alfred, who's in the car right now, they can use him as much as they want, as long as they don't break 4 hours of driving time in every 6. And Alfred driving superbly today, to the surprise of nobody, but a real secret weapon, much like Luke Hartog in the Absolute Racing car. Again, no minimum maximum drive time for him. I had a good chat with him yesterday, and Luke was saying, I actually bumped into him at breakfast in our hotel, and I said, you know, huge congratulations on winning the Porsche Cup, which is a hugely prestigious award that was founded by Ferry Porsche over 50 years ago for the best independent Porsche driver. Comes with a big cash prize, and he said it was always the plan to do that, to aim at that. He says, because I knew I was going to have one more year as a silver graded driver, and I had to make the most of it, and he absolutely has. He'll be moved up to a gold next year, and you think, oh, that sounds good. Well, actually then you have kind of some allowances taken away, but he's at that step of his career where, you know, he's definitely stepping up to the gold level, and on pace he's there already. So he's just in that switchover point now where he's a very attractive commodity to a team like Absolute, and right now leading the race by 32 seconds.
Yeah, very impressive opening stint, and the fact that he was also able to fuel save, it seems, because that Code 60 shouldn't have got him that far into the opening stint, and we wondered quite how much fuel was still on board the dark blue Porsche, but he got it to the end, and they were able to put fuel into that car. Very deep indeed for the 610 racing car of Lu Jiwei, and the treble 6 numbered car in 10th position. The other car that's going rather nicely at this stage is the Mercedes of Viper-Nizza Racing, because Melvin Moe, quickest of the 3 drivers that have been in that so far, another team that have cycled through their drivers rather quickly. So Dominic Ang did the opening stint, Douglas Coe the second stint, and Melvin Moe now in 3rd. Even though they're all AM drivers, Melvin is the quickest of the day.
Lu Jiwei seeming to really struggle with understeer in that 666 machine. And that's, yeah, again, high track temperature, low grip can be an issue. Viper-Nizza Racing making a move. Car number 65, Melvin Moe, making a move on track past the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini of Thomas Carlson, but not for position, of course, because that Leipert car lost nearly 3 laps early on with a rear wing that detached, sheared bolts, and had to be reattached, which cost a lot of time. Certainly kept Marcus Ericsson guessing, I'm sure, in those opening laps.
Yeah, well, how long was he feeling that before it properly failed? There would have been certainly some unusual behaviour from the tail end of that car. GT3 is heavily reliant on that huge rear wing, on whether it be a Lamborghini or this car, the Mercedes of Melvin Moe, the Porsche as well. It's an integral part of a modern-day GT3 car, and I bet you can feel it starting to snap before it finally does give way. Melvin Moe, the quickest in 65 to this point. That's rather throwing down the gauntlet, though, to his teammates Douglas Coe and Dom Ang. And they make a brilliant combination, considering none of them are higher than an AM grading, but you could be forgiven for thinking that was not the case in qualifying yesterday. They do have local knowledge, however. They'll know this place very well, being a Malaysian flag team, and all 3 drivers from this country too.
And what better driver to take on a lap is coming up to turn 4 now, braking from 230 kilometres an hour, luckily uphill, and then 85 kilometres at the apex before opening it back up again, and then into the latter part of the lap. Driver change going on then for the 666 machine in Porsche 992 class. That is the 610 racing car, and they did look to be really struggling with understeer and with tyre grip, so definitely they'll be glad to get some new Michelin tyres on there.
There has been a tweak to their driver lineup, i.e. actually condensing the driver lineup. We were due to have Zhang Yaqi in that car to make it a 5 Chinese driver talent. However, Yang not, well, he may be here, but he's not scheduled to drive the car. Liu Jiawei getting out, and we'll wait to see who is the ingoing driver. And the first job for that particular driver will be to head down towards the fueling area for 3 minutes or so to get some fuel into the 666, the 610 racing car, as we can hear more from Ben.
Inside shoulder of the front left tyre is down to canvas, and that is why we saw huge understeer from the driver coming into the pits. How long? I think they'd only done about 35 laps, so it wasn't excessive, but I noticed when he came out the pits he was quite an aggressive driver, and I think he has just absolutely gone. The front tyres are done. They need to be put in the bin. Even the Michelin tyre man here shook his head when he saw the state.
Liu Jiawei had already had a bit of an understeery moment that you noted going deep into, was that turn 15?
So many, but yeah, every corner the front was just going 32 laps on those tyres. So bear that in mind though for the what will now be back to the lead of the race, Milner Motorsport. They're on 26 laps on those tyres, and they've still got quite a bit to go. So yeah, it's definitely something to keep an eye on. Of course, in the way that you can set up the Porsche 992 Cup cars, if you get that wrong, then it can wear the tyre out very, very quickly. Michelin with a huge team of engineers here who keep an watchful eye and will advise the teams on what cambers, pressures, etc. to run. And yeah, Michelin taking a very close look there at those tyres. Now, interesting, Ben says the tyres go in the bin. They actually don't go in the bin. Michelin, or for every tyre manufacturer, be the same in racing. The tyres are always returned eventually. You can keep them for a certain amount of time, but no Michelin racing tyre ever goes basically out into the effectively the open market as such, because inside of those tyres is so much, you know, compromised, confidential information.
Right.
It only once did a motorbike tyre go missing, effectively, a World Superbike tyre, and it is still a bone of contention that even after over 20 years at Michelin that tyre went missing, and where it went, who knows.
Are they still looking for it?
Probably, yes, probably. But yeah, the data and the construction and the information that lives within that tyre is very, very closely guarded.
Oh yeah, I mean, so competitive is building a race tyre these days, and even more so in those few championships that remain where tyre battles are the order of the day. However, in a championship like this, actually better to have it fair for all. So it's the same compound regardless of tyre size and class, is it?
Yeah, H2, so it's a pretty hard tyre as far as...
H standing for hard.
Yeah, and generally, certainly in the rallying tyres, the softer you go, the lower the number is. So an S11 is the soft tyre for rallying, M21, and then it's H41, I think.
41.
Yeah. That's just what the rallying tyres are. So it's generally, if you go up the numbers, it's harder. So an H2 would be harder than an H1.
Yes, but an H2 in racing is not the same as an H2 in rally.
No, totally different.
Of course not.
Totally different. No, but they're in the European Rally Championship finale this year, the driver who eventually won the championship, Miko Marcek, on the penultimate day of the season in Rally Croatia, and it was dry on Saturday, afternoon, and I think the pressure of trying to close off the championship was really affecting Miko, and his pace just disappeared from what we'd seen all year. But then the rain came on Sunday, and he all of a sudden was over 10 seconds a stage faster than his rivals who were on a different manufacturer. And I asked him at the end of the stage, where's the big change? What's working today that wasn't yesterday? And he just said, it's a Michelin tyre.
Wow.
And I said, well, what is it that works so well? He just sort of shrugs and went, it's just Michelin tyres. And that day, in those conditions, the Michelin wet was the difference between winning and losing the championship compared to his rival that was running a different manufacturer.
Bit of a moment for Damien Chotek, I noticed there, heading into turn 15, where again he was struggling to arrest the speed on the car, and that might be down to some rather second-hand tyres now on the front of the 69 Audi, a team known as Continental Racing, which has got nothing to do with tyres, incidentally. It runs on Michelin's as well. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, that Audi that started from the pit lane. And here's the Be Quick car, 8th position. I know that courtesy of the Lumirang digital numbers, which are very nifty indeed. They cycle between its class position, but also what should be 3 letters as a short form of the driver. But I think at least 2 of those letters are a bit funky at this stage.
Be Quick car with that black and yellow livery with the kind of checkered pattern on it as well. It's got a bit of a kind of New York taxi look about it.
I was thinking, see that, yes.
Maybe it's the Crazy Taxi. That was a great game. I loved playing that when I was younger.
So the 26 car heading out of the Sunway Lagoon corner and down the Penang Straight now, which is between 14 and 15. And the Be Quick car, where in the order? 26 is 8th position for Andy Dung. And having done 54 laps, compare that to the race leader, Loic Hartog, in the Absolute Racing Porsche on lap 57 currently. So 56 completed, 57 being worked, as we welcome back to the pit lane John Hindhaugh.
Hello. Overcast, black clouds, and I mean proper black cloud, right above the pit lane at the moment, which is sort of good because there's less sunshine, but as soon as the cloud cover does come over, it's a bit like pulling a duvet over your head. It keeps all the warmth in, as it were. I'm sure there's a more meteorological term for that than the way I've just described it. Don't have to have the camera for this one, but I've just been digging into this tyre issue for 610 Racing that Ben was reporting on at the end of his last stint. I've spoken to Terry, who's a very, very experienced race engineer. She's worked with Herbert and Huber in the past. Just a couple of things to add to that. So that was a used set of tyres. They had 7 qualifying laps on them when that Porsche went out, and then they did about another 20 odd laps on top of that, an hour's worth of racing. And what they think is that they did exactly the same on the previous set of tyres, and they had no problems at all. What they think was that perhaps the driver was just a little bit over ambitious on certainly the first lap out. They are cooled, of course, no tyre warmers, and putting that second heat cycle through the tyre, you have to be uber careful. Of course, the opening laps are always important, but with the second heat cycle, it seems, with these hot temperatures on the circuit, you do have to bring those tyres in if they've been used previously in the weekend. And remember that each team that did qualifying have 3 sets of the Michelin tyres that they're used in qualifying that they must use in the race. So not a car setup problem, not a curb problem, not even a tyre problem, basically just understanding that second heat cycle and these new regulations that we have for this weekend.
An issue that might strike in the first attempt to run qualifying tyres, but you can learn quite a bit then about doing that later on in the race. It might not necessarily be the same driver, of course, so that's when it's very important to pass on the information, assuming the driver that needs it is not in the car. Because if it's done on the team radio, it needs to be quick and sharp, and a driver's not necessarily in a point where they can take on board lots of information, having to hustle a car at great speed around this fabulous track.
A great job at the front of the field at the moment from Absolute Racing Porsche's Loic Hartog, because his age of tyres now is up to 28 laps, whereas Alfred Renauer, who's chasing him and is nibbling time out a couple of tenths a lap at the moment in second place, but Alfred Renauer's tyres are 14 laps old. So Hartog really making good use of those older tyres and getting the best out of it. Right now, he's got 23 minutes of theoretical stint time left before he has to pit. So we have stayed green throughout his second stint, so he should be into the pit lane. Well, he has to be into the pit lane within the next 23 minutes. Now, Vortex have had a troubled day so far, but drivers getting helmeted up, and we've got more update from John Hindhaugh in their garage.
Yeah, I'm not sure the drivers need to be here quite so soon. Still work going on at the back of the engine and the front of the gearbox of this tremendously lovely little machine. You know, the team behind this, they want to do things their own way. Full carbon fibre now, this Vortex 2.0. They're working around the gearbox actuator, and what is that? It's got a spanner on underneath. It looks like they're going to have to take the floor off, is what they're doing. Maybe they're tightening the floor up. Oh, no, they're tightening the floor up because bodywork is coming back. Peter, I think you might have been right. So they are tightening the floor up after that issue that they had. The car's been off the circuit a couple of times, but the rear bodywork, which goes on in 2 cycle wings over the back of the rear wheels and hubs, that's going back on. This is a subtle difference in shade for this car. It's still the typical Vortex orange, but it's a satin finish with a sort of a Asian look to it in terms of the pattern on that. And then there's all the carbon fibre as well going on. Engine cover just about to go on, and you are right, we have a driver. He's getting his cool suit plugged in, and the little team that does is almost ready to rejoin the Michelin 12H of Malaysia.
Victor Moutinho, the Portuguese driver, on his certainly first event for a while with Vortex, getting strapped into the car at the moment with open face helmet. Quite a cool car, the Vortex, with that carbon fibre space frame chassis, carbon fibre composite bodywork as well, and a team that just does not quit ever, no matter what's thrown their way, and they should be back out on track fairly soon. Now, one other stalwart of the 24-hour series is ARFA Racing, who always bring their Cupra along. Unfortunately, it's got a black and orange flag, a technical flag, to be coming to the pit lane. But from the pictures that we've seen in the Global Broadcast Centre so far, I can't quite tell exactly why. It is now starting to go a little bit steadier, but there's nothing that immediately strikes bring that car in now. Maybe there's something. It's maybe leaking something, maybe.
I was going to say, is it trailing a bit of smoke, maybe? Or they've spotted, something down on the track, although with no other cars spinning off, then it's not a significant oil spill or problem. But something clearly has been spotted on that car that it will need to come in or respond to that mechanical warning flag within, normally it's 3 laps. The other thing I've just been looking at is how many laps Loic Hartog did on his first set of tyres. Even though it was a 7.5 minute code 60, it was just 1 code 60, and actually numbers of laps completed under the code 60 by the race leader was 1. I thought it was at least a 2-lap code 60, but according to timeservice.nl and other services as well, just the 1 lap. That means
1 and a bit, maybe.
1 and a, yeah, okay. Yes, because if he didn't complete the other one whilst the code 60 was out, he could well have done 1 8/10, let's say. So let's take 2 off the 35 that he did. He still did 33 green flag laps on a single set of tyres, and this stint, it's 30 laps, so still capable of doing a little more before needing to come into fuel. Might take him, or should take him, north of 60 laps in total. And he's got about 20 more minutes to play with in terms of the drive time, as now the ARFA Racing Cupra heads towards the team, but then didn't stop, I don't think, and is now going down towards, oh, okay, so got past something through the window. The driver's, or the passenger window is open. So something got past to the crew, and it's not going to stop for fuel either. So a short moment ago, just heading towards a crew member. It briefly stopped something got passed to the team member. Ben
Data stick.
Ben
Does it
wasn't
have one
there.
of
It
those?
was like, I thought it was Ben Constantinos, and I thought, no, he's sitting next to me. That's impossible. And then the Cupra continues on. What are you thinking, Peach Mackay?
Or transponder, maybe.
Maybe. So it's all being explained now to the Asbest crew by one of the officials from Creventic. Maybe just to check up on something, but that is mysterious. And Asbest Racing and Lutz Obermann, who handed that piece of equipment over, thinks that that was sufficient. Of course, the official knows precisely why the car was getting the black and orange mechanical warning flag. Sometimes it is referred to, but it might be an electrical issue as well, or something that the telemetry is not being communicated quite correctly to the timekeepers.
Maybe a tracker or something, like a GPS tracker. That's one for John to follow up for us. But okay, he's on it. John Hindhaugh, what's the story?
I think this is a new one on me, and I thought I'd heard most of it. The officials had noticed that the driver who'd got into the car had a camera on his helmet. That is not allowed. Camera in the car that's hardwired, yes, but camera on the helmet, there's safety implications about it being there and potentially falling off, but also in an incident, what could happen there. So that's what they were called in for. It was passed on to the team. The team told the driver came in, and that was done. And I've spoken to the Creventic official, and they're very happy with him now to carry on. I do not believe there'll be any further penalty.
Okay, that is a new one, but that is a great spot by race control, because as John's absolutely right. It's the helmets, both in two-wheeled and four-wheeled racing, are not designed to have a camera mounted to them. So when they're put through the rigorous testing, they're not designed for that. And there have been incidents, fairly high-profile incidents, where a helmet had a camera on it and there was an impact and the camera mounting broke the helmet.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
So it's something that's FIM banned it quite a long time ago for that. A lot of motocross riders were wearing them, and they banned that.
The material used to make something like a helmet bracket has not been homologated, has it? So, and it could be tougher than parts of the helmet. So yes, you're running a huge risk there. So that was either spotted by an official as Lutz Obermann was going into the car, or it's somebody keen-eyed who's spotted it as it's going through, or maybe they've got some sort of onboard ability to peer into the car, maybe down the pit lane that was caught. But how long has Lutz been in the car? It's only 8 minutes now that he's rejoined. So in the first 5 minutes of his stint, that's been clocked and registered as illegal and solved. And in fairness to Lutz Obermann, he probably didn't know that. The team didn't know that. They've all been told. And they go, right, fair cop, we'll take it off. Let's hope there are no further penalties. And Loic Hartog, speaking of drive time, has only now got 15 more minutes in order to make a pit stop. There were others that were in that kind of ballpark as well earlier on, but they've all now done relevant driver changes. So it's only Loic who is running the risk of breaching that. I'm sure they are totally on top of it down at Absolute Racing, and will want to use the young Dutchman's speed for as long as possible. He only needs to arrive in the pit lane before that 2.5 hours is up. He doesn't have to be physically out of the car by that point, because his stint length ends as he reaches the 40km/h speed limit.
So the last stint was an hour and 17 minutes. You can hear me shuffling my notes here. An hour and 20 was the fuel stint. So in terms of actual driving time, what is he now? What does that mean? 55 minutes of driving. So there's still plenty of fuel in that car. In fact, there's going to be more fuel than he has driving time, if you like, for Loic Hartog, with 15 minutes, just actually 14 minutes left in terms of his driver stint time that he can go up to. Let's go to the pits for a little bit more of a catch-up with John.
Right, I'm still down. Yeah, I'm still down at Asbest. Come here. I need a help here. Can you come here? Here is a legal helmet. As you can see, lovely RI, same as the one that I have. But this is the offending item here. Now, I can tell you that's quite heavy. It has a magnetic mount on the bottom of it, and it was placed, I've got to do this one-handed, placed on the helmet. And that is the point. That then becomes, effectively, as Peter rightly said, that then becomes a potential projectile inside the car if it comes loose, but it's also putting pressure onto whichever part of the helmet that it's mounting is put onto. And that's a cricket ball, maybe even a little bit more than a cricket ball. It's actually quite a heavy little unit. It actually is still recording, so when the driver comes back and downloads that, he's going to wonder what I've been doing with this inside the helmet and roundabout like that. So that is exactly underlining why Creventic and the stewards of the meeting realised that that is something that can't be allowed to continue. It actually is written into the regulations. The guys are pretty sanguine about it. They knew that. They've shaken their head and said, we should have spotted that, but that's why. But no other penalty being applied to the driver for that one. So the offending item.
All's well that ends well, as they say. You can now get sunglasses that have cameras in them. So maybe that's the way around it. You wear your sunglasses that have.
I mean, you did that in the karting yesterday, but you also wore a kind of smart going to work shirt and a watch. And there's a wonderful photograph of you as if you're just driving around the M25 on a car,
like?
just off to work. So yeah, maybe you should go down there at the end of your broadcasting stint and offer them the alternative. I'm sure there's something in regulations about sunglasses though as well. That's potentially a projectile too.
We see drivers wearing sunglasses all the time.
Spectacles, prescription spectacles are permitted, aren't they? So yeah, sunglasses.
And I think you can get. I mean, I'm not going to say the brand, but most people will know what I'm talking about. There's a brand, very well known glasses brand that have the camera and they're smart. They have speakers in them and everything, and you wear them just like normal spectacles. So, and I think you can get them as prescription spectacles as well. So maybe that's what it is. So 9 hours 37 minutes to go here at Sepang with the number 93 Ajith Racing car of Kobe de Bruyker in 6th position at the moment, 21 laps into the stint on these tyres. But one team, a stalwart BMW team, certainly with 318i Racing in Germany, is Czerny Motorsport, and they have come in for a pit stop.
Yeah, just getting ready to go, bringing out the Michelin tyres. It's Alex Udell. Alex Udell is going to be jumping into kind of very tidy, very quickly. This is the cleanest suit I have ever seen in the history of racing. You ready to go?
Yeah, ready to go. It arrived this morning, so it's perfect.
Right, you're in the pit lane. You go and do some work. This is the anatomy of a pit stop in Creventic Michelin 12 hours of Malaysia racing. So the driver's gone to the far side of the slow lane. Here comes the car, stops on its marks, looking exceedingly tidy considering it was in the barriers. As the engine stops, the mechanics put in the air bottle to raise the car on 4 jacks for this one. Some only have 3. Still vestiges of some damage on the right-hand side. And already the driver is bolted in. Alex getting himself comfy. He's got an air hose on the helmet there. These are 5 stud fastening wheels. So done with an electric drill, effectively, a battery-powered drill, and then torqued up with a torque wrench. Each of those, a torque wrench, particularly a brake, you set it to the absolute tightness or torque that you wanted in pounds, feet, and it will brake and not allow you to tighten it beyond that once that is reached. And that's just to check to make sure that everything's gone on correctly. The used Michelin tyres are stacked up. Front right just going on, torque wrench going on to that one as well. So 2 rattle guns, 2 people on the torque wrenches, down go car. Alex Udell bolted in, just trying to fire it up. There it goes. There was a little moment of worry. Selects the gear, and out he goes in the GT4 Czerny Motorsport BMW. He'll turn hard right and go down to 20 kilometres an hour and go and see another one of the team down there who drew the short straw because they're in full fireproof gear in the hot part of the pit, as the Americans would call it, that being the fueling
So
station.
Alec Udell getting in. Spencer Proper brought the car in. Spencer is a great name to say in John's northeastern accent, I find. Spencer Proper. He is American, though, just like Udell is, and I think those two have been driving together for a little while now. Maybe John can sneak in for a quick word once Spencer's done the debrief. And the race leader has been in just over an hour now, taking the car over at 11:22 local time. We're at now 12:25, and Loic Hartog has 8 more minutes before that car will appear on pit lane. 69 Audi is in as well. That's for Damian Szosek, the Polish racer in the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, in from 5th position. And speaking of the race leader, he does indeed arrive on pit lane now. So, John, you're going to have Loic Hartog having to get out of this car for Absolute Racing because he's right up against the new maximum driving stint, which is 2 hours and 30 minutes for season 2026, we'll say in brackets, because that's kind of already started in December 2025. And it's actually very, very busy in pit lane up and down the order now, with several cars all coming into the pits at once.
Wow, that was sharp.
Which was the pit stop for the race leader was sharp, according to John.
Yes, very, very sharp.
So Loic Hartog getting out. What we don't know yet is who got in. It's going to be either Antares Au or Patrick Niederhauser. I'm going to guess it's going to be the AM Hong Kong racer to get into Absolute Racing's car, who have a base here. And it is Antares I'm hearing. I first spotted, having been here for a number of days now, but almost like a mini Moispat out the back here, with several different garages for local teams. And Absolute Racing have bases in China, but also here at Sepang and other places too.
So that will filter Herbert Motorsport back to the front of the field, with Alfred Renauer on board, but of course a little bit off stagger with strategy. Absolute Racing haven't actually put any fuel in under a code 60 when they have come into the pits, which is now twice, including this stop. They've put a full load of fuel in. So Loic Hartog handing over to Antares Au. Antares Au can now get going on getting some of his driving time done. And of course they've still got Patrick Niederhauser waiting in the mix. I mean, over a single lap, their car has been the strongest car over the week. But then it's about putting it all together on race day. No penalties, no mistakes, etc. But right now, it's looking pretty good for Absolute Racing. But Herbert Motorsport, like we say so many times, never ever write them off. Now, Loic Hartog has had nearly 2.5 hours of driving time. You would think he'd be exhausted, but he's a pro and he's caught up with John Hindhaugh.
How fit Loic Hartog must be, because he's looking better after a double stint in the car and all the build-up to the race than I feel right now, and I've just come off an hour and a half's break. Ironman stint at the start of the race there, Luke, how did it go?
Very good. So we took the lead in the first corner, and from there on it was managing. Because we have differences in classes, I was fuel saving the entire stint, so that was a fun experiment. Of course, we had to see how the tire would behave over the course of a stint, and it did pretty well. I mean, the last stint, apparently the tire was giving up slowly, so we had to box a bit precautiously, but so far we're running on schedule.
And were those two brand new sets of tyres, or were you using some of the qualifying tyres?
Yeah, in one of the stints we used the qualifying tyre, so we got that out of the way soon. So yeah, from now on it's only new tyres for me.
I like that one. I'm being told up and down the pit lane that using that tyre for the second time, that second heat cycle, the first couple or 3 laps, really, really important.
Yeah, it does. It's very different. You really have to take care of this tyre. I mean, this track is very renowned for its tire degradation, and that makes it very fun also to experiment a new tire, because everything is kind of multiplied or more severe. So no, it's been very good actually. We have a very good car, so I'm really thankful for the guys did a wonderful job, and yeah, it's been a pleasure to drive so far.
I think it's probably the hottest that we've had, both in air temperature and certainly track temperature. Has that affected the balance of the Porsche?
Yeah, it's quite noticeable, but only kind of with a delay. So sometimes you try to stay quite consistent, and then on the Delta you kind of get an idea of what the track is doing and how it's developing. It's very hard to stay consistent on this track. If you're staying consistent, you're doing something wrong because the degradation is so tough at this track. No, so far we nursed everything quite well.
And it was Antares that got in the car?
No, it was Patrick.
Oh, it was Patrick?
Yeah, so we're trying to extend the lead even a bit more, and then we get Antares in, so he had optimal rest, and he's doing the middle part of the race.
Take some time out. I think I might just have a little rest and stay here. If I could order a gin and tonic, or, you know, something like that, something with an umbrella and some fruit and water. Thanks a lot. Hey, well, they're doing all right at the moment, still leading the race. Antares out, still to join the race so far here at the Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia.
And it seems very likely that actually that gap's going to increase now with Patrick Niederhauser taking over, but Loic Hartog, yeah, able to tell us quite a lot about what we were second-guessing throughout the course of that. Interesting that he used the qualifying tyres quite early on, and then he says, well, from now on, for my stints, I get fresh rubber every time. So that rather suggests he was given his qualifying tyres back because he knew how they wore during that 50-minute segment yesterday, and then each driver gets their qualifying tyres for one stint, which you're going to have to kind of grin and bear. But he was in fuel-save mode anyway, Bruce Jones, so you tie the two in together, and then the other stints can be a lot easier.
Yeah, it is. I think particularly for drivers who are racing in these sort of temperatures, track temperatures for the first time, they have to go and get the experience of how they go through a longer stint. But actually, you know, if you're going to give anyone in this field a hard challenge like that, Luke Hartog, on the form he's been in the last 2 years, is going to be your man for that. I mean, he was remarkable in that opening stint, just stretching that advantage. But yeah, you take the pain early on. The only time that doesn't work is if your car has a problem later on when it's on the fresh tyres. I don't want to be a sort of portent of doom. Just having come back from an hour away from the booth, I mentioned before I left that the weather tends to come from turn 3, turn 4, from the west of the circuit and come across. The flags are still fluttering a little bit. The cloud base is higher than it was an hour ago, but it's always worth looking at. The humidity, though, it's actually... We're in a commentary box, it's got aircon. We're not in the pit garages, but actually everyone's saying the humidity is quite low, which actually is good news, because A, it's more comfortable, B, that means rain's going to stay away a little longer, but it can sweep in really quickly.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of warning, and interestingly, speaking to one or two people in the press room yesterday, they, I think, spoke to different people using different weather apps, and they were all saying completely different things.
Gosh, it's like being at the Nürburgring or Spa, isn't it?
Yeah, precisely that. And a lot of people said, oh, it was going to rain in night practice, which I don't think it did. Even though night practice was extended by an extra 16 minutes because of the crash involving actually this car, the 445 BMW, but that more so doing significant damage to the car, did damage to the barriers, so the red flag had to be shown in order to repair that. Having said that, those here for Cherney Motorsport did still have a 4:30 a.m. finish fixing this car, and it's showing one or two scars, but otherwise it is totally straight. And that's what Spencer Propper, I think, was saying to John Hindhaugh at the start of the race. Alex Udell with a brand new race suit that only arrived at the racetrack this morning, he was telling John, moments before he got on board. So his appearance is second to none, and he's looking to try and get into the groove as early as possible as well. I'm trying to remember whether Alec was part of qualifying yesterday, and therefore whether he's going to have a segment of his race compromised a touch. Damien Hamilton did the AM stint, I seem to remember, in quali. Bryce Fullwood certainly was involved as well. So, yes, they probably did use Alec Udell too. And therefore, one of his stints, you would think, will be a qualifying tyre stint where the peak performance is taken away, but actually the foundation beneath that is very consistent. So shouldn't penalise them too much.
No, certainly not. But, you know, it's great for drivers to have to stretch their capabilities, learn new things. You should never just keep on doing the same thing. So for a lot of drivers here this weekend, it is something else that's a challenge for them.
Yeah.
But the fact they've got 12 hours to do it, well, plus we had lots of track time on Thursday, Friday, going to the Apogee to qualifying.
Spencer Propper just got out of that BMW that we're talking about and is now with John.
Yeah, just before I talk to Spencer, I just want to talk you through some of the things that's going on in the pit lane. Just because we haven't got the guys out on the pit lane, probably just as well actually in this heat, they've got their whole pit set up within the garage area, so all the data of the car, we probably don't want to see too much of that, all the timing, onboard cameras, and of course the race feed, a little bit behind because they've got that on the internet. But Spencer has indeed got out of the car a few minutes ago. First of all, what a phenomenal effort by the guys. Bizarre incident yesterday with the footbox moving, but the car's back together. How did it feel?
Car feels great. The Kearney team did an amazing job getting the car put back together, getting us out to this amazing circuit so that we can run some laps. Creventic puts on a fantastic event, and really happy to be here. It's a hot day, but it's a gorgeous day here, and it's fantastic to see such a big crowd too. That's great.
How does the car change throughout the stint? Because it's an hour plus that you were driving on one tank of fuel, and quite clearly that is going to make a difference to tyre performance and possibly even to the balance of the car.
Yeah, the car does change quite a bit, but the Michelin tire is quite robust. It does a fantastic job throughout a whole stint, so we're having a good time throughout the session.
Do you have to change any of the settings? You've got TC, you've got ABS. Do you have to change your driving style?
Oh, absolutely. Some adjustment to driving styles as the stint goes on, particularly with how hot it is today. A bit of tire deg for sure throughout the session.
Now, you haven't got a massive amount of competitors in your class, so what are you aiming for by the time we get to 10 o'clock tonight?
What we're doing today is really practicing. We're aiming for a championship overall, so this is fantastic opportunity for us as a team to come together and make sure that we've got pit stops dialed in, that the team's dialed in, and we're looking forward to Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi, probably somewhere over 50 cars on the Yas Marina circuit. My goodness, that's going to be a whole different mental attitude.
Absolutely. Bigger fields, more competition. It should be a lot of fun.
You look exceedingly fresh for having worked out in that GT4 car. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, GT4 car is probably harder to drive around here than GT3. Spencer Propper, thank you very much for talking to us. Go well.
Thank you.
So Alec Udell taking that BMW over from fellow American Spencer Propper for Cherney Motorsports BMW, and they are 15th in the overall standings after a fairly long fuel stop for that car, but all seemed to go well. It wasn't a problem as such, and that car, let's just have a look, spending nearly 2 minutes in the fueling area. It also was getting that technical flag. Still is, in fact. There's the message at the bottom of the screen for that. So perhaps more news to follow on car 445, but clearly it's not affecting the performance of that car, because Alex Udell has just done its fastest lap of the race so far. The Herbert Motorsport Porsche cycled back to the front of the order, and Alfred Renauer is still at the wheel of that car. Did we have... Yeah, Ralph Bone got back into it. So we had... Oh, no, it's... No, so beg pardon. So Alfred Renauer took it over an hour or so ago. We are verging towards the end of this fuel stint, potentially, for Alfred. And then we might get another driver change, Bruce, because it looks like they're just wanting to get each driver in as quickly as possible just to test those conditions.
Yeah, they've Konstantin Dressler waiting to go. I think that's a really sensible thing to do at this point in the race, and just in these temperatures as well, why not just cycle through your drivers? If you want to do double stints, you can do them later. Just give everyone a chance. And of course, we're going to be excuse me, running into 3 hours of darkness, probably between 7 and 10 at the end of this race, so get everyone fully conversant. But again, I'll just point out the fact that drivers are really raving about how much light there is around the circuit when it's full darkness. You know, plenty of lighting. So, but it's the conditions are changing. Different. Origin Motorsport, their Porsche number 87 into the pits. That's been running well with Lu Hongchen. But Origin Motorsport, it's great to have these teams from China and the Far East coming to play in the 24H series. And I'm sure, you know, they're learning as they go. We've talked all the way through about how the rules are different. You have to adapt to them. But Origin started life as R&B Racing a few years ago. They really do know how to run a Porsche.
Well, that was a fuel stoppage just over an hour ago for 3 minutes and change for Leo Hongcheng, and Does he need to get out of that car now, or can he do potentially another stint? But whilst the car is in the pit lane, I can't tell you the driver stint to this point, but he's only done, and he has done a stint and a half. It was half an hour from 11 o'clock, so he's now done 1 hour 40, so could potentially stay on board for another stint, but it might have to be clipped very slightly so that he doesn't breach the 2 hours and 30 minutes, which is the new maximum drive time. Therefore, I wouldn't be surprised if they did do a driver change there in car number 87. Originally entered with 5 drivers, but it's 4 now. And Bob Yuan doing the opening stint. We haven't yet seen Leo Ye at the wheel of that car, who's the semi-pro, and theoretically should go quickest when he is at the wheel. So an exciting stint to look forward to when he takes charge. Alfred Renauer, an hour done, so we're probably not that far away from seeing the new race leader come into pit lane. We're in that great scenario now where a lot of people are not occupying or dictating the same strategy so far because of the code 60 that we had and the shorter fuel stops because of that. Others choosing not to use the code 60 at all for fuel. 9 hours and 18 minutes to go, and here's another update from John.
Well, I'm stayed down by Cheney because they're going to have to come back into the pit lane. And I'm kind of going to do a bit of a public information call for everybody up and down the pit lane. We talked earlier on about that camera affixed to a helmet, and the issue with that is the mount and the camera itself. So drivers, if you have got cameras or camera mounts on your helmets, you are going to have to take them off, even the camera mount. And Alec Udell, who spoke to me very briefly before he got in the BMW, has got a camera mount both above and below the visor on his helmet. So that isn't homologated. You're not allowed to have anything on the outside of your helmet. So the team are talking to him now, and the Creventic officials have shown him the footage from the feed from when just before he jumped into the car. So I'm going to say it again, I'm going to say it many times, and I hope you guys will remind people as well. Drivers, if you've got anything affixed to the outside of your helmet that is not approved, that is not homologated, camera mounts in particular, then please don't get in the car with them on. Otherwise, you will be brought back into the pit lane to take them off. It's going to cost you time.
And what I don't know is whether any of these drivers tried to use these cameras, did use these cameras in earlier sessions, because that's something that needs to be stamped upon quite early on in the weekend. But maybe now that we've reached the race stints, that's the most attractive to put on your social media, but it doesn't make it okay. And those that have been watching the stream are slowly getting that message, but it's there in black and white in the regulations, and that's precisely why the 445 BMW is going to have to come down pit lane, maybe on this occasion, yes, for, unfortunately, Alec Udell to make an unscheduled stop to remove whatever he's got on his helmet.
No, entirely so, Johnny, but I suppose one thing we just heard from Spencer Proper, his teammate, they're using this event really just to get the team running smoothly ahead of the next 2 rounds that will complete the Middle East series in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. But of course, if they're only doing Abu Dhabi and Dubai, they would have probably stumbled over it at the first of those. So this is their one to see how the team can operate. But yeah, do not think when you come to one championship it's got the same rules as another. You may get a little tired reading through the rule book, but it's just something like this. If this is in the heat of battle, this would be absolutely gutting. But for them as a Solus car in the GT4 class, it's not the end of the world.
And here's the offending item. Here's the offending item. This is just... Let me see if I can get my cameraman here. And just swing round. So this is the part that was stuck to the helmet, to the chin strap under here. You would then affix this bit onto it like that, and then the camera goes in there. This is the same camera mount as we saw earlier on when I had the camera in my hand. But even just that little bit on there, it compromises the integrity of the helmet. So a little bit of a plastic bar underneath it, it's been taken off, and now Alec can continue with his stint. So if you've got these on your helmets, drivers, this bit, even just that bit, and certainly that bit as well, whether it's up here or on there, Get them off your helmet, please.
If it didn't come with the helmet, attached to the helmet when it was first bought or delivered, then it's not permitted, is the bottom line.
Yeah, and just to explain, it's a small rectangular plastic plate protruding no more than half a centimetre. However, as John pointed out, it could structurally affect the rigidity of that helmet, so off it comes. So it wasn't, if you were just trying to, you're listening and not watching, a great big protruding prong on which to mount the camera. It was a very flat plastic plate. However, as they say, Dempsey rules.
And an excellent spot by whoever did actually see that. I mean, helped possibly by John's brief interview with Alec Udell, remarking on his resplendent race suit. But kind of gave the game away at the same time. This is a good dice for position, by the way. So Melvin Moe, who's been really motoring on nicely in the Viper Nizza racing Mercedes, he's being steadily caught by Patrick Niederhauser, who took over the number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche from Loic Hartog in its second pit stop. Hartog very, very fresh after a long time in the car of nearly 2.5 hours. And Patrick Niederhauser setting some of the best times in qualifying yesterday, glued to the back of the Mercedes. It was a little bit off track though there, and I noted that was where the advantage was gained by running all 4 wheels off. So the overtake itself is fine, but the forward momentum was only gleaned because the car was slightly off the road. And I'm not sure whether that was on the track limits list at the start of the weekend. It was the run into turn 9, I think. And yes, exit of the KLIA curve. So that's turn 7, the nameless turn 7. And then Patrick Niederhauser right behind into, there's 7, I beg your pardon, and then turn 8. So it ducked out of the Mercedes. Oh, might have marginally been on the curb, actually.
Nah.
You don't think so, Bruce?
No, the white line, then there was a coloured area beyond, and the left-hand, sorry, the right-hand wheels of the Porsche were all beyond that to my eye. Turn 8. 7 is a wonderful corner. Unfortunately for most drivers, it's followed by turn 8. I know that's a numerical uptick, but it's the fact 8 comes very soon afterwards, and it's a tighter corner than turn 7. But if you wanted to get into really good position into the tight left-hander at turn 9, you want to be going well through there. But I would suggest, sorry, Patrick, no offence, mate.
We're big fans,
mate. I think you're out beyond.
Yeah. Well, the track limits was certainly a highlighted area coming out of turn 8, along with exit at turn 4, Langkawi curve. The cheer in the background, by the way. Well, you don't necessarily get any prizes for guessing who that is for, John Hindhaugh.
Well, it isn't for me. I'll tell you that. I wish I had a 1/100th of the star power of the driver who was about to jump in to the Ajith Red Hand AMG. It's in the right colours, mind you. Red, white and black pulls up right in front of me. And listen to this. I thought that coming over the pit, mate. It's incredible. They have been cheering every time the car came past, even without Ajith in it, as he's been bolted in. That was Luke Hartog. He said, have they been doing that every lap? Yeah. Second 00 on the top of the screen. Listen, there it goes. And listen to that crowd. He'll go straight in for fuel. It's a straight shot into the fuel from the penultimate pit, open pit in the pit lane. So Ajith gets the opportunity to get himself comfortable. I do like the fact that the fueling area is after the fuel stop. So the new person in the car gets themselves comfortable whilst that fuel's going in. So next time around, Ajith Kumar will complete a racing lap in the Michelin 12H Malaysia. And what will the cheer be like then? Huge.
And every single lap, no doubt, as well. I'm sure they were going crazy when you had a quick word with Ajith as well on the grid. And he was saying, actually, it's very similar to his movie career as well, in that, you know, having to deal with this amount of interest, but you have to get within the zone and focus entirely on the job that you are here to do. So in that sense, he's conditioned well to try and put that aside and focus on the job in hand. But this is a big task for him now. He was not involved in qualifying yesterday, because in the end, the job of the AM was to his co-driver, Ayrton Radon, who's already done a stint. And perhaps one of those stints was done on the qualifying tyres that Ayrton had to compete on as well. But that's one good thing about Ajith Kumar's race stints now. They should all be on fresh Michelin rubber.
Yeah, and the good thing is, I mean, Ajith came in, sort of reinvigorated his racing career in 2025, came into the 24H series, gained experience all the way through, but he did have a bedrock of single-seater experience a very long time ago. He started in, let's have a look back, 2003 in Asian Formula BMW. Then he did a bit of British F3, Fleet India, then Formula 2, not current Formula 2, it was a different, lesser championship back in 2010. But all along his racing career, his acting career was blossoming. But at least he has that. He hasn't come in from no experience, so that would be helpful. But I guess in many ways, Johnny, is when he gets in the car, that's when he can really finally focus on the racing. I know it's really hard to block out the noise, but it's something very special here at Sepang. He's got a couple of sections of the grandstand opposite his pit garage, and the amount of noise they make every time he gets in the car. So that's wonderful, but, you know, he's now doing his second job. But right now, it's his first job, driving.
Vasily Vladikin in the Continental Racing Audi number 69 has a car to overtake, but not on the same lap, because that's the recovering 63 Lamborghini for Lippert Motorsport, now in the hands of Thomas Carlson, recovering because they had a pretty major rear wing failure on that car whilst Marcus Ericsson was on his opening stint. So that's put them out of stride of their fellow GT3 runners, and the Lamborghini is down in 14th position overall.
I'd be really interested. We saw the rear wing having already come loose, but I wonder which corner it was in when it suddenly fell down to one side. Right now, good battling out on circuit. You were just picking up on it, Johnny. Vasily Vladikin getting very close to the LM Corsa Ferrari. And that has got Shigekaku Wakisaka at the wheel. So it's Audi that started on the back foot, started from pit exit, and therefore 17th, worked his way slowly up the order with Alexander Bukentov, and Vladikin now building on that work. But the LM Corsa Ferrari just hasn't really had all the form you'd have expected of it, because it's a car that runs frequently in the GT World Challenge Asia and other events in Japan. Oh dear, not quite loop the loop, but looping round. The 610 Racing Porsche sitting sideways in the track. That's car 666 with Lee Lin on board, but it's going nowhere at the moment, Johnny.
Yeah, so an awkward situation. Now, was there another car involved? It looks like that is not the case, and Lee Lin took a little bit of curb there through the fast approach to Sunway Lagoon corner, and just a bit too much right foot for Lee Lin coming out of turn 14, which easily rotates the car. Those cars are dependent on a lot of downforce, so you need to carry good speed through, but also not have as much turning perhaps as Lee Lin had, and very easy mistake to make that. Not the first time that that's happened this weekend either, but Lee Lin back into the race as we can go to the pit lane and to John.
Yeah, very quickly, gentlemen, just an update on Herbert, who were in and out just as everyone was looking at Ajith Kumar. That was kind of clever, wasn't it? Because everybody's attention was down on the red, white and black AMG, and the very dark-coloured Herbert Porsche came in. Copy booth pit stop, driver change, 4 new Michelin tyres. It looked like I came down because I thought there was concern about the Michelins that had come off the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. I got here, and frankly, they looked like they could have done another stint. The wear marks on them were probably only about halfway down, maybe a little bit more than that. Good wear across all of the faces of the tyres, and the Michelin engineers taking surface temperatures across the tyres as well, all well within margins. The Michelin technician gave me a look and sort of nodded his head as much as to say, I'm very happy with that, and so the guys at Herbert. So leaders in, out, and quite clearly managing their Michelin tyres to their, and more importantly, to the Michelin technicians' utter pleasure at the moment.
I knew that the red and white Mercedes was about to appear in front of our commentary position, because the cheer began through John's pit reporting mic there. The cheer began from the grandstand as Ajith Kumar headed through and to tick off another lap. So the car in total has done 75 laps now, and it is Lu Wei who is ultimately trying to close in upon, but he's got about 30-odd seconds to do that, and the Origin Motorsport Porsche for Lu Wei, number 87. something flapping around inside the LM Corsa Ferrari.
Yeah, it's a square. It might be a camera. It's a square thing, but the mount is on the windscreen, equally square, but with nothing in it. And that's going to be a little bit distracting, because if you think of the way the Sepang circuit, you've got lots of lateral movements at various points, and it's up high in the cockpit, but it's going to be in Shigekatsu's eye line. That'll be really a little bit unfortunate. I think it's a case of you can just slot it back in when you get to the next pit stop. But yeah, just these little things can be very, very annoying.
Yeah, it is tethered, so even though it's fallen out of his mount, it's not gone into the footwell straight away, but it's now swinging away, which is, if anything, more distracting. Should be easy to sort out during the pit stop, but it'll need an extra pair of hands just poking their way through the door window to refix that.
And that won't have been very helpful at all, because just a couple of laps ago, he was being pressed by Vasily Vladikin. It was probably loose then, just a distraction. And, you know, when he's wanted to look in his rear view mirror to see where Vladikin's Audi was, that can't have been helpful. Let's hope that can be fixed.
By the way, two side-by-side 992 class Porsches, but that wasn't a move for position. That was Bailey Hall getting a lap back on Luke Breukers. So Bailey Hall is third now in the Müllner Motorsport Porsche. That means that there's a 992 AM car leading its subcategory, but higher up than the Müllner Motorsport car. Müllner had to... Was that one of the cars that needed to serve a penalty, which may well have put it back as well? Valters Zvidris took the car over from Paul Meyer in the early stages, and then Bailey Hall now drives it.
Only warnings thus far.
OK. I don't remember what else I had seen about that car. Yes, warning. There was a cancelled warning, in fact, for a third offence on track limits. But as you say, they've all been track limits offences, but not to the extent of, unless you go very far back, and there was a 10-second penalty issued, but that was only half an hour into the race and hasn't really affected where it is now. I just wonder whether that was one of the cars that pitted at the wrong time. So came in when Valters, the Latvian driver, took it over, Valters Zvidris. It had only taken fuel for a minute. So that would have been a code 60 pit stop. And maybe now that everything is unwinding slowly, or unfolding, that has only now put the Müllner Motorsport car further back compared to the Red Camel Jordans.nl car, driven by the younger of the two Breukers brothers, Luke, in 909. Benny Simonson in the 216 Porsche is going very nicely, and you would expect that to be the case with Benny driving it. But they will have to cherish these moments where the semi-pro is at the wheel, because their other combination of drivers are all AMs for Francis Tyre and John Shen and Christian Kia, the latter two of Canada, Canadian flagged. In a couple more minutes, we're going to have another race hour under our belts and be at 1/4 distance, in fact. So rattling through these opening hours, only been affected by the 7 minutes and 30 seconds of code 60. There was at least one local yellow, but didn't need to be increased by any point. Still a big question mark as to whether we do get any rain, but actually the ominous cloud above us about an hour or so ago has disappeared to bright blue sky now.
Yeah, in the space of the last half hour since I returned to the commentary box and thought, oh, that's grey ahead. I know it's worse behind, but it's actually opened out very nicely. Live at Motorsport Lamborghini into the pit lane, and it's never dignified, is it, getting out of a car from down low? When you come out, you're fired backwards. Next driver goes, thank you very much, out of my way, if you will. That's Thomas Carlson getting out. I think it's probably Axel Bengten who's going to get in next, because we started with Marcus Ericsson. Remember, he hung on in there with that rear wing flapping around, and that got sorted. They're still down in 14th position, but they'll just have to keep chipping away. There's nothing more you can do, but to have a problem at any stage in the race, it's just very dispiriting if it's right at the start, because I think they'd be top 6 or so. But the Lamborghini hasn't shown ultimate pace this weekend relative to the Porsches and the Mercedes that look most comfortable around here. Anyhow, with a wonderful roar, and hopefully staying down below the 40km/h pit limit, goes the Lamborghini back down towards the far end of the pit lane, and of course a splash of refueling. Well, a full tank, please, if you will.
Should be, with this pit stop held under green. We're at minute to 1 o'clock, and nice to have a couple of V10s in the entry. It's pretty much the same engine that powers the Audi R8 of Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, so 5.2 litre V10. for Audi and Lamborghinis still in GT3. V8s courtesy of the Mercedes AMGs, 3 of those in the entry, and quite a lot of Porsches this weekend, sold really just in GT3, not even including the 992 class, which is, he said, which has to be a Porsche, of course. But it's a Porsche that leads with its rear engine flat 6. Patrick Niederhauser, so Absolute Racing burning through their quicker drivers than the opening hours, and focusing, by the sounds of what Loic Hartog said, focusing the Antares hour racing hours in the middle of the race, so prior to darkness is the suggestion.
One thing I absolutely love is the visceral element of being at a circuit and getting the engine notes coming past you. You can pick it up on television, but once you're sitting in a grandstand or standing on a spectator bank, it comes out. Ferrari, possibly the least exciting sound of the field. I mean, the car looks fabulous. Porsche fans have that, they love that hard engine note, but to me, the V8 rumble of the Mercedes coming past stands out. V10 Audis and Lamborghini, very good sound too, but you know, for me, the Vortex V8, when it's going around, love that. There's a bit of a theme here, and the V8 engine Mercedes, it's just such a wonderful grumble, and certainly for the Ajith Kumar fans, that's their new favourite engine note, because that's what's propelling their man out around the circuit. Ajith is running in 8th place overall. Let's take a little look at his lap times at the moment. 2 minutes and 13. He's starting to pick up the pace, but he's just settling in. He'll have an hour or so in the car. I presume he'll do a single stint, because that's, apart from the superstars so far, that tends to be what people...
A hot race car, particularly those where the engine is directly in front or directly behind you, in a mid-engine Ferrari, for instance, you can certainly know that you're in that closed greenhouse environment where temperatures will be being closely observed by the runners of this race, that the officials, because cockpit temperature, as we know, is so important, being exposed to that for hours on end. That's where I suppose the individual maximum drive time is an important kind of byproduct of that. You're not going to be exposed to it any more than 2.5 hours in one go, and any more than 4 hours in any 6. But the latter of those rules is more difficult, because you have to have this sliding scale on a spreadsheet to make sure that you don't breach that important regulation.
Yeah, it's all well and good having your race tactics and your cycle of drivers planned in advance, but if you've got a code 60, that suddenly makes things really rather difficult. Unusual element here. I know you shouldn't look at flags between 2 large buildings, be it the pit building and the grandstand opposite, but it's very rare you get the flags here at Sepang running with the wind blowing from turn 15, the final corner, down the start-finish straight. And they've been blowing quite busily in front of Ajith Kumar's fans, all the way down, all the national flags. But the enormous Malaysian flag over in the tower at the end of the back straight, turn 14.
Draft of a car coming from 14 to 15 is that much more of a performance gain, because the wind in your face is suddenly stopped by, for instance, that Porsche number 87 that just pulled off a great overtake. Liu Wei on the Ferrari of Shigekazu Wakisaka, and the LM Corsa Ferrari couldn't do a great deal about that. Clench the teeth and allow the Porsche through. Slight advantage maybe then in the wheel tracks of the Porsche. And coming out of turns 1 and 2. And now through the right-hander. That move done and dusted. Langkawi curve to repay the inside of the Japanese race, and that a change for 6.
One important element in that is the Liu Wei's tyres were 10 does tell its own tale.
Yep. Yeah, Wakisaka was trying to turn in at the usual point, but as all the weight is on the front tyres as the car's sort of grip to prevent the car from under into turn 15. And I seem to remember that opening the door and
when there is more than likely going to be fantastic racing here. One, and I can't remember which year it was, where they torrential conditions to start. Race started again, and other races hit other. And people, you know, that awful moment where you put pit crews, they couldn't go, yeah, we've done the pit stop.
Well, by Ben Constanduras that last weekend's one constant rain and storms. Far, we've done okay. It's really been done and dusted within about the scope for something to strike than 9 hours, but we've done. Kenny Simonson currently for modern.
Shag Shadow he used to drive. That was dark blue, so slightly darker than the metallic blue on the flank of the modern Motorsports Porsche, but with a lion as it's made all the way up the from nose up to the cockpit.
Okay.
So it is a big stretch, but anyhow, for my mind, at these temperatures, that is what it echoes. It doesn't look anything like it at all, by the way.
It's rekindling something, clearly, and whether that was inspiration or a long way away from it, but certainly not going to miss that car. I keep thinking there's an extra car in the race, though, when I see it from
either side, left or right. Yeah, I know.
So maybe there's scope to have 2 cars moving forward for Modern Motorsports and a complete livery for one and the dark blue for the other.
Rather cleverly, and I'm sure you can get this on the 24H website, they've got a spotter guide and they show one flank of each of the cars, but at least for Modern Motorsport they have a smaller version showing the other flank, because otherwise a quick glance, oh yeah, it's a dark blue one, quite like the dark blue number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche that's leading the way, but no, very different indeed. So another good job by the Creventic crew to get that so well represented. Oh, 3 abreast, yes please, 3 GT3 cars, Mercedes, Porsche and Audi. What a fantastic mix, and side by side they go, and the Be Quick Absolute Racing car with Vincenzo Sospiri, what am I thinking, Vincenzo Ricci, who's actually Chinese driver, not Italian. Sort of the meat in the sandwich, if you will. The Audi was trying to go past, hasn't made its past yet, but for the 999, the Climax Racing entry, Li Chao, yep, he made the move nicely, but just for a moment there was that little vignette, 3 abreast, oh yes.
Yes, the Mercedes of Li Chao now up to 3rd position, having overtaken Vasily Vladikin in the Continental Racing Audi. 999 now 3rd, 4th position for the 69 Audi. And as you say, complicating matters a little bit because it's not on the same lap, but Vincenzo Ricci still going well in 9th position and chasing Dominic Ang, who's now on an out lap. So a couple of moments ago, okay, so Vincenzo Ricci did have a part in it because they're both also trying to overtake to lap the orange Porsche. And using the slipstream was the Audi to the outside line, but in the meantime the 999 Mercedes of Li Chao was perfectly placed. Then though, its progress was compromised a tad by the Porsche. Through goes the Mercedes on the Audi. That was the key overtake. then they both have to go pretty wide. Well, certainly the Mercedes goes wide, one side of the Porsche. The Audi nearly made it 3 abreast then as well. This is great racing.
Yeah, it was sort of into the dip at turn 2, but coming out of 15, Paul Vasily-Vredikin, he thought, I'll go the grandstand side, and I think the Porsche's going to stay in the middle. And it looks like it was, and it kept coming. Every time he thought I'll go past, he couldn't. So he definitely would have had to lift a little bit, and that was all the Climax Racing Mercedes needed. But it still needed to work all the way through 1, 2, and only into really effectively almost in turn 3 did the Climax Racing Mercedes get ahead. And Vincenzo Ricci, sometimes you go, yeah, you've got to be able to put your car somewhere, but he managed to frustrate both of them, unfortunately. But hey-ho, shared it out.
Yeah, and well, that's just the nature of sports car racing and catching cars that are in your same class but have not had as clean a run to this point. So a lap down, no, it's more than that, isn't it, for the orange Porsche? 2 laps down compared to the race leader. Just a lap, though, separates the 26 Porsche from Li Chao's Mercedes. I'm not quite sure why the Mercedes, the 999 and the 69 Audi have lost so much ground on Patrick Niederhauser and Konstantin Dresler. That might just be testament to how hard in the early stages Robert Renaud was pushing in the 91 Porsche, and Loic Hartog was pushing in the number 10 car, not least Patrick Niederhauser. Now he's taken over as well. So it's just the cut above that some of those drivers have compared to the rest of the field, perhaps.
Yeah, it is. And also the Herbeth Motorsport car, remember, it started 9th in class, having not done it. It got put to the back of the GT3 field because it didn't do any qualifying. And the early, almost first dozen laps of the race, Robert Renaud was constantly trying to get past other people, but you know, not all the progress was easy, so he'd have been losing ground that he probably certainly wouldn't have lost if they'd gone out in qualifying. However, they did mean they had 3 fresh sets of Michelin rubber to go racing with, which he used one set very well indeed, but again, it's where you find the traffic when you're coming forward. But he had to work hard, but he was very clean, very tidy. And right now, Konstantin Dresler, who's the, let's do the numbers on this, he's the 4th driver into that car. Yeah, he's the 4th in the cycle after Alfred Renaud and Ralph Bone, or Ralph Bone and Alfred Renaud, to get them in that order, who took on after Robert Renaud. But for the Herbeth Motorsport car, it's in a pretty good position, all things considered.
Especially because Dresler is one of the bronze drivers to be driving the 91
He's
Porsche.
lapping well.
He is, because, you know, of kind of high-level motorsport, I reckon he didn't do a great deal in 2024. He's barely done any racing in 2025. I think he's new to the Herbert camp. Well, they might have done some racing in the European campaign. Do you remember the Dresler name from earlier on in the year?
No, I tend to remember him from about 20 years ago.
Right.
I'm just double-checking, yeah. VW Polo champion in 2007, but you know, he basically had a hiatus after he raced in the SEAT Championship in 2008 in Germany until about 2021. Probably went home, had family life, business life, and back racing. But yeah, he's really, really impressed me. I've been looking at his last few laps, clean, tidy, and quick.
And only 22 seconds away from Patrick Niederhauser, and at certain times, including the previous lap.
Yeah, he's closed in.
Quicker than Niederhauser, yeah, who may be dealing with some traffic here and there. He might also be in fuel save mode, because Loic Hartog from the same car said he was conserving fuel pretty much from the off in his double stint to open things up.
Yeah, and again, just checking this fantastic graphic tells us how many laps they've done on the tyre. The chasing Herbeth Motorsport car, Konstantin Dresler, 9 laps on his tyres, 21 laps for the race-leading Patrick Niederhauser, and it does make a difference.
So there's Niederhauser, and he does have company in the form of Lu Wei, who is lapping at a decent pace, but probably not as quick as Patrick would be in clear air. So that's the other difficulty for Niederhauser. He's got to try and fashion an opportunity to get by, even though he's the race leader. There should, I suppose, be some blue flags being waved here and there. The framework on the cars is so tight that it's not allowing us to see the marshal posts, but I'm sure some blue flags are being waved, and if they're not, then Absolute Racing are now saying to Creventic, please, to the race director, please make sure that those drivers that Patrick needs to get by, as it's very close indeed, just ahead of them. Yeah. And that's the fight for 3rd and 4th again.
Yeah, it is. And Li Chao has just lost out to a very forceful but very direct and positive Audi driver, Vasily Vredikin. So he was the one that lost out in the Audi on this very stretch of track about 2-3 laps ago, getting past the Be Quick Racing Porsche. I'm trying to guess it and guess it right. But so third and 4th, very close. It's the Audi. number 69, then the 999 Mercedes of Climax. Then the it should have been the Origin car, but Patrick Niederhauser, a lap ahead, is coming on through.
Yeah, so Niederhauser's now cleared Lu Wei, but Lu Wei's on the same lap as the two cars ahead of Niederhauser, so he doesn't want to waste any time either. Audi and Mercedes side by side. That was Vladikin trying to get the place back again then from Li Chao. Did eventually do that, but it was down the inside, so the two cars in the foreground, the ones to focus on, even though at the same point, the number 10 car of Patrick Niederhauser is putting the lap on Lu Wei in 87. So all things happening at once there, and that does go some way to explain why Patrick Niederhauser's lap times are suffering compared to Konstantin Dresler, who again eats just a little bit further away, a little bit more into that distance by only half a second. Lu Wei now down the inside of the treble 9 of Li Chao, and Lu Wei was ahead at turn 9, the Bajaya Tioman corner, through the double right-hander at 10 and 11 for Kenya Lake corner, and some curb being taken there as well as they head to the really fast sweepers now that approach turn 14 at Sunway Lagoon. But the third position is still in the hands of the Audi, but in behind, fourth and fifth switch around again, with Origin now ahead of Climax Racing. Shame this isn't actually on the lead lap, but that's testament to the speed of Absolute Racing Porsche and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Far from decided, and nothing's decided really this far out from the race finish at 10 o'clock tonight, but third, fourth and fifth could be a fight that just goes on and on for many hours yet.
Yeah, it could, but just in the last lap and a half, not only has he lost 2 positions, but Li Chao is actually, you know, he isn't on the pace of the others. That's why they've been able to come past. Sometimes when you're in an overtaking manoeuvre and you're losing out, you lose a little bit of momentum. But he has fallen back, and certainly Lu Wei able to catch him, go past. But maybe it'll settle down again. Again, we keep talking about the different amount of tyre life they have. In fact, the 3 cars fighting over third place, very similar number of laps on their rubber, so nobody's got a clear benefit. But the one who does appear to have the benefit and doesn't even seem to need it is our race leader, Patrick Niederhauser. He's just lapping metronomically. A few cars behind, maybe slightly faster, but his tyres are rather older, so he's just the Swiss driver doing just a stormingly good job. But right now, he's bottled up behind a car he's about to lap, Vlasily Vladikin, but Vlasily's not making it at all easy. John, down to you.
We've got a couple of cars in the fueling area at the moment, but other than that, the pit lane is mercifully clear. A couple of points I want to make about the weather conditions here. It's clouded over again, and again it's quite dark and very threatening, but the last time I said that, it blew straight over. The wind is now blowing all the way down from behind the cars going down the front straight. So behind the cars into the first corner, onto the nose of the car in turn 15. So that's 180 degrees opposite to what we had on Friday, just around about and through qualifying. But the other thing that's, I think, really important for the teams now is at 18 minutes past 1 local time, the sun has gone over its zenith. We've had solar noon about 2 or 3 minutes ago. About 15 minutes past the hour, the sun was absolutely overhead. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get really cold really quickly, but what it does mean is that the pit lane now gradually is getting it more and more into shadow as the sun goes over the top, because the front straight basically is west to east. So the sun's going to now go down behind the pit lane. It's good news for you guys as well, because that means that the sun isn't shining straight in through the untinted part of the top of your commentary box. It should be getting slightly less like a greenhouse.
Very comfortable indeed. We are in no position to complain at all. A great place to view some of the cars going past us as well, particularly when they're embroiled in pretty stout fights. Third, fourth and fifth has drawn our attention. Now Patrick Niederhauser trying not to hemorrhage any time at all behind the rapid Vlasily Vladikin Audi, and he has now finally cleared the Cypriot, but it's taken him quite a number of laps in order to do that. And Patrick Niederhauser finally into some clear air on lap 89. Gap to Konstantin Dresler has dropped to 20 seconds, but that should open back up again now, with the greatest of respect to Konstantin, because you've got a pro driver, one of 4 pro drivers listed so on the entry list, and Niederhauser showed how quick he can be in qualifying yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it was quite robust defence, wasn't it, for quite a while for Verdeecken, but bear in mind he was about to be lapped. You know, again, I was looking for the flags, but you know what, Patrick Niederhauser almost doesn't need any extra assistance or normal assistance, because he's just, I've watched his career for years, he's just super smooth, and he's metronomic in reading out his laps. And certainly your comments, or the comments that Luke Hartog produced when he came out of the car about what he was trying to do to save tyre life and save fuel as well, because of course we had that initial adjustment. When you have a code 60 during the open hour, it always throws people out of their race strategy. They know at some point it's going to happen, but of course we had 2 cars that didn't come in for a very long time. They didn't bother coming in during code 60, and that set them clear. And one of them, what's it doing now? It's leading the race. It's Absolute Racing. And the other one that was out there has just fallen back with Wei Lu into 4th place, but actually running very close to the pace of Vasily Verdeecken, who's holding down 3rd in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. But right now, nobody has got an answer to the pace of the number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche. Again, a little bit of traffic here or there, but even though he's on slightly older tyres than his rivals, but by about 3 or 4 laps, Patrick Niederhauser just doing what you need to do in a long-distance race. Keep it as smooth as you can, clear as you can, and he's doing that very well indeed.
Yeah, so treble 9, as you've mentioned, was one that didn't make use of the code 60. The Ferrari as well was able to stay out for a little bit longer and was therefore able to make a stop of almost 3 minutes of fuel going in. We did mention at the time that the 60 Ferrari of Kei Nakanishi might be in a good position, but then they got smacked with a penalty, and that meant that the next time Dominic Schwager came in, even though it wasn't his error, he had to serve the penalty for his teammate, and that's put them a little further back as well. They're 5th in GT3 Pro-Am. They are 10th when you combine everybody into one entry. Sport Porsche that now leads the 992 class has cleared a couple of GT3 cars as well, and Bailey Hall up as high as 9th overall. A fair bit clear of the Red Camel Jordans.nl car of Ivo Broikers now in 909.
One thing I really like about the Mulner Motorsport car, 921, being treated to images at the moment, Bailey Hall, Australian driver, pressing around in that, is the fact they've kept that livery for a very long time. You know, I like extravagant, glamorous liveries, striking liveries, but I'm also a big fan of traditional liveries that it's not just because I'm I'm a commentator, I'm confused, oh, I know that team. It's more than that. I think it lays down a lovely historical layer, and bear in mind a lot of the entries that Mulner Motorsport would have had in multi-class racing over the years. You're bringing in lots of different drivers, bringing in different money, but
go. Peter Mackay was suggesting that these Cup cars might be able to last an hour and a half during green flag running. Their fuel tank is roughly the same size, but they don't burn as readily as a GT3 car.
Well, look, you think about it, over the years when we've watched them at a race like Dubai 24 Hours, almost on the stroke of the opening hour, in come the GT3 runners, and cars that were leading the Porsche Cup class. It's their moment of glory. They go to the top and they would come in 10-15 minutes later, and all it takes is a code 60 to stretch it out to an hour and a half. But you know, good backbone of racing, the 992 class.
Entirely so, and not really designed as an endurance car initially, but they have certainly been turned into that. You get big numbers around the Nürburgring for an NLS race, and certainly for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring there every year. And like you say, the Dubai turnout for the 992 class is always very impressive as well. But great to have them here this far east, if you like, for the first ever Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia. And the first of a few. We have the feeling, although that's still to be confirmed, for a 12 months' time or thereabouts.
But you know, we often focus on what immediately is happening on the track, as our colleague Peter Mackay brings us in. Oh, coffee, how wonderful. Thank you, kind sir. But it's the fact you have other teams and drivers who are coming to see how this is running and going, you know, who may not be accustomed to the 992 cut class. Local teams from Japan, from China, they'll be looking at this, and I'm sure the numbers are going to go up because there are many, many different ways you can go endurance racing. And certainly with such a strong Asian Porsche series, of which Peter Mackay has long been a commentator, there's a lot of brand loyalty too. So it's not just the drivers up and down the pit lane, it's a lot of team chiefs looking at this and going, you know what, I think I could get a gang together for this one going forward.
Yeah, the fan base for Porsche particularly is huge in this part of the world. So those spectators that are here will be very happy to see so many GT3 Porsches on the entry list. But you've got the dedicated Porsche class as well in the 992 format, and Mulner Motorsports Bailey Hall continuing to lead that. Liu Wei looking to try and settle things down a touch. It was Li Li Chao in the Mercedes that we reckon was struggling. And yes, indeed, there's now 11 seconds that separate those two Chinese drivers, but in different types of car. And the rear engine Porsche heading out of turn 14 now down this long back straight.
You know, one thing that's really good, Johnny, I was just looking at the nations involved in this. At the moment, we've got a Swiss driver leading a German. From a driver who's racing under the Cypriot flag, we've got two Chinese drivers, we've got an Indian driver. So we go down through the top six. Top Malaysian home team, Dominic Ang in 8th place overall. So it really, really is cosmopolitan. But then again, you get also teams entered, you know, under different flags from different countries as well. And it really is super, super cosmopolitan.
Yeah, a good mixture of teams based in this part of the world meets Western and Central Europe, I suppose. But also there's the aspect from North America as well, with the two guys in the BMW from Cherney Motorsport. Let's go back to John in the pit lane.
Yeah, just a quick audio update for you. A little bit of movement has caught my eye, so I've walked down to 610 Racing, and the 666 car is due on the lane any second now. It's a brand new set of Michelin Cup GT H2s. I think everybody has cycled through their used, the roaded tyres. It's Zhou Yang. He's going to get into the car when it comes to a halt. At least that's what it says on the helmet, so I can only presume that unless he's nicked someone else's helmet, that is Zhou getting ready to go. New drinks bottle to go in. Race engineer Terry, extremely experienced on Porsches. Huber and Herbeth is on her CV. And here is that creme anglaise coloured car, as Bruce was describing it this morning. Late turn in, slow down, spot on the marks. And there's the rattle guns. Right front, somewhat recalcitrant, but there's time to get this done. It's not going to be a Formula One style pit stop. So it's going to be the right front, slow them down a bit, so the left front will be the one that goes on last, I reckon. Single wheel nut for the GT3 cars, clean of the windscreen. Tyres are on, just have to make sure that we don't trip anybody up with the air hoses. And the driver is still being bolted into the car, so they've lost no time at all with that tyre change. You might think that, you know, they're taking too much time with these drivers getting in, but you have to be comfortable. If the belts aren't in the right place and are rubbing the wrong place, if you haven't got them on your hands device, then it's going to be another call back into the pit lane. Far better to take 5 seconds longer there as Joe goes out with a nice roar of that raucous flat six that Bruce was talking about a few moments ago, and he'll head into the pit stop bay. So 610 Racing, another pit stop down, and that's about time for me to hand back to Ben Constanduros, so he'll be the next voice that you hear from down here in the
so
pit lane.
that sounds like, John, that Yang Hao Jie, or Zhou Yang, as he has on his suit or his helmet, taking that car over, and it will head to fuel, as you say. Patrick Niederhauser crossing the line for the 93rd time. At least the car does. Patrick taking that car over a couple of stints ago from Loic Hartog, and he continues to lead by about 20 seconds. It's crept out to 21.3, but I'm still impressed by Konstantin Dresler's speed in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche to be keeping someone of the calibre of Patrick Niederhauser fairly honest, actually, out front. And Niederhauser would have been pressurised by the timing screen pressure to not waste too much time at all through traffic, considering they were the 3 strongest cars that he would have encountered in traffic, i.e. 3rd and 4th and 5th, who were all nose to tail in battle, which is a terrific scrap. Unfortunately now, Peter Mackay's fallen off the lead lap, but Vasily Vladikin and Liu Wei and Li Li Chao look to be very evenly matched.
Yeah, and it's still wide open. A long way to go in this race with just under 8.5 hours to go. But Konstantin Dressler, is maybe a little bit of his pace is coming from the fact that it's his 37th birthday today. So he can't hear us right now, of course.
I wasn't quick on my 37th birthday.
I don't think I will be when I get to it. I'll be just as slow as I am now, maybe even slower. Konstantin Dressler, happy birthday. Well, we might need to get him a cake sent down to Herbert, maybe slow him down a bit, because he's driving beautifully today, the 2007 ADAC Polo Cup champion.
Indeed, we were just commentating on that earlier, but yeah, so his birthday, send the cake up to us, actually, I think, up in the commentary booth.
We can always do with more cake.
Can we ever?
Ajith Kumar, a couple of laps ago, he must have had a spin or something, because in the middle sector lost about 14 seconds on his usual time, but luckily no harm, no foul, and back now into his rhythm, and seems to be gelling more with this GT3 Mercedes than he was with the Porsche Cup car. And of course, as he gets more and more miles under his belt, it seems to be really starting to click, and he's on a par with a lot of his fellow AM drivers, and that's the main thing he's got to do, get that driving time out of the way, no mistakes, and clearly the driver aids and the ABS and all those kind of things, the car seems to be a little bit more kind to drive than the Porsche Cup car, which has a bit of a reputation of being a bit more hard-edged and a bit more raw. Yeah, well, again, this is part of the sort of knitted-in reason as why GT3 has become a sort of global category. But what I've been impressed, it's not just his speed, it's just how consistent Konstantin Dressler is. So he's learnt, I mean, he has the basis of a long-standing racing career, albeit with about a 13-year gap in the middle, but to learn from anybody, the Renault brothers, what can't they tell you about racing a 911 at the top level in GT3? So good work. Very strong work also from Vasily Vladikin in that Continental Racing Audi. Penalty being served at the moment for the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche, which has just been brought into the pits by Vincenzo Ricci. Okay, there was a 10-second penalty to serve. This was issued quite a while ago for not respecting event rules of contact. It's not contact, conduct, I beg your pardon. This coffee's stronger than I realised. 10-second, that's about all it was at a standstill for, because other than that, they've picked up another warning, but no, an offence, but not a warning. Remember, you get 3 offences for track limits, and then you start to get the warning, and then after that, you go 3 strikes at a corner, a warning, and then the next one you get a 10-second penalty. So you're not going to get many in the opening hour unless you're unlucky, but they will build up through the course of the race. Very interesting. Okay, well, it's served now. It's out the way, so served it on the way in to the pits. Tyres were 35 laps old, so he'd be definitely looking to get those new Michelin tyres on, and because we've talked about it all day about how much of a drop-off in lap time there is compared to the brand new tyre and a tyre towards the end of the stint. You're talking several seconds, 3 to 4 seconds maybe. Yep, absolutely so. Right, Vasily Vladikin into slightly brighter entrance to turn 1. He's gone past the red Camel Jordan's Cup class Porsche, but tucked in behind. 3rd in that battle is driver running in 4th at the moment, but it's Origin Motorsport Liu Wei getting closer and closer. Vasily Vladikin's driven hard constantly, but remember at the start of his stint he was fighting with Climax Racing's Li Li Chao. That silver livery car has dropped right back, and now Liu Wei has got his way past the red Camels Jordan Porsche Cup class car, now got clean line of sight. So his pink and white
almost pastel pink and white Porsche has now got a clear run at Vasily Vladikin in the sort of largely blue and white Audi up ahead with the red nose. And in terms of pace, but what we've seen here, there are various points around the lap where you can have a little feint up the inside, look to the outside, but in terms of overtaking, the turn 1 and 2 combination, fantastic place to try it. Also, of course, if you're trying to keep it easy, get a good exit from turn 14, get the drag going up to the final corner of the lap and turn 15. There are other places, but there's not much point taking too much of a risk at the moment.
Vladikin starting to pull away. Vladikin is still graded as an AM+ driver, which does open up a lot of advantages for the team. But he's driving, I would say, at the grade above. He's driving at semi-pro pace right now, and very, very racy indeed in that big V10 Audi. They had a great season actually at Continental Racing by Simpson, several class wins and some really good overall results as well over the course of the year.
I thought you about driving suits, their overalls, very good overall results. I do remember one of our colleagues, Diana Binks, went into their garage at Abu Dhabi at the 6 Hours and said, I've never come out of a more fragrant smelling garage. So clearly a bit of aftershave and perfume wafted around. So
they keep themselves right, don't they?
Yeah,
definitely. That almost sounds like a detergent advert. Great overall results. As in, if you're washing your overalls, they will look sparklier and whiter than ever.
Well, all good, but the Audi is being hunted now, and the gap is coming down and down, and actually just looking at the behaviour of the Audi at the moment under Vasily Vladikin, you feel the tyres are starting to go, please, what are you doing to me? But his tyres are only 1 lap older, but of course what we don't know, was it a U set? You know, one that had been used in qualifying that's been put onto him, so the very nose taken out.
They'll still count it though.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
Count it. Yeah. So if it says 31, that's what it's done. Even if it's some of those were qualifying laps.
So they're on equal tyres. So at the moment, in that case, Lu Wei is the faster of the drivers on merit, one would suggest at this point. But they're quite deep into their. Didn't come in under the code 60, so they sort of pitted a little bit later, but you could almost ignore all that if you choose. What's absolutely clear is that he is the hunter, and the hunted is Vasily Vladikin in his Audi, just about a second up the track in front of him.
So Vladikin leading then in GT3 AM, just gone past the Origin Porsche, opening the gap up to a second, but it can't be long before they will need to come into the pits. Vladikin is an hour and 7 minutes into his stint. We saw about an hour and 15 was the kind of maximum you could get from a GT3 car earlier on, so it won't be long before he needs to come in, and I think he'll be delighted to get some new boots on there. At the front, Patrick Niederhauser just taking a couple of tenths of a second out of Konstantin Dressler last time by. I mean, Dressler doing an amazing job, but it's worth mentioning that Niederhauser is on 12 lap older tyres.
Yeah, what I would comment at this stage, the Audi's looking very loose. And there, turn 14, Sunway Lagoon, and the chasing Porsche in 4th place with Lu Wei is pushing harder, but he has more performance in that car at the moment because the Audi's looking looser and looser. It could be just the tyres are gone. It could be the driver is getting tired. Why not in these temperatures? You've gone more than an hour in this, or it could be a combination of the two, or just a loss of concentration. Again, we just reiterate, and it'll be the same in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. These are hot cockpits to be in, and you can forgive a driver from maybe slightly missing their braking point, the turning point, as they get hot and tired. Now it seems to settle down. And in fact, Lu Wei trying his best not to go anywhere near the edge of the circuit. Doesn't want to pick up track limit warnings, and plenty of those. Up into turn 4 they go. Wonderful little climb. 90-degree right-hander, but you can't see the track as you come up the hill. It's a bit like, what's it called now? The corner at the top, the highest point of Donington Park, when I used to make a dreadful fist of trying to race Formula 4 cars around there. You got the slope, and all you see is sky, grey sky normally, because it's the Midlands, and then the track, you have to have faith where the track is after, when you've taken the corner, when you've come past the turning point.
Sheen curve is a bit like that as well at Brands Hatch Grand Prix track. Is it right-hander before the left at Stirling's, I think it is, or Moss?
Well, so many newer names, but certainly, and I'll tell you what, another one, if you go to the highest point of the Algarve International Circuit, there's a point, if you go around learning the track in your road car, you cannot see the track. It drops away so steeply, I think it's turn 10. Then you go into the compression, rise up the other side, and you see a lot of sky.
Going over the chicane at Knock Hill's a bit like that as well. You're taking a bit of a leap of faith, so to speak, sometimes literally. That's where that muscle memory comes in. But right now we're into the real heat of the day. It's just coming up to 20 to 2 local time here at Sepang, and yeah, the cloud cover that was sort of threatening earlier on is starting to clear a little bit. I just stepped outside of the commentary building, and the air is warm outside, but it's thick. It's
okay, because it
really
wasn't
heavy.
that hot earlier. But the important thing is you came in having snaffled some lunch, we hope. You can see the area behind the pit building. That's the direction the weather normally comes from. It's actually swung round about 45 degrees, but how dark was the sky? Because when looking across the pit straight, it's brightening. There's still cloud, but it seems to be higher level than it was.
Crystal clear the other side at the moment.
Okay, we'll go with that.
So we're looking good for
Look at it, 71% humidity, air temperature 31 degrees. And I must say, this is the coolest I've ever felt this circuit. I've been here at other times in the year, and it's been, you know, crank on another 5 degrees air temperature, and it's a different ball game. So if you're going to race at Sepang, January, I would reckon. December to January, absolutely spot on.
It's always tough. Always tough. They have the MotoGP is normally around the beginning of November, late October, beginning of November, and the riders there, they work for their corn that day.
Yeah, I know, for sure.
MotoGP bike round here.
And if you think about when this first had a Grand Prix, Formula 1 Grand Prix, in 1999, the race for the first couple of years was held in October, and then they swung it round to largely being about the second or third round of the year in March. And both of those seasons, interchangeable seasons in many ways, the threat of rain was enormous. Effectively, their spring and autumn seasons start off.
Ajith Kumar Racing under a bit of pressure now. Now, this isn't for position because Ajith Red Ant Racing at the moment are sitting in 6th, 1 lap behind Continental Racing by Simpson. Audi, how it has, and they just go through. But in terms of fuel on board, there cannot be much fuel left on board of that Audi at the moment for Continental Racing by Simpson.
Yeah, well, the little battle we've been watching a while ago, I thought Vasily Vadikin's time in 3rd place was numbered. He's just moved ahead, put a lap on Ajith Kumar, but Louvet, having got to within a second of him, has sort of slightly fallen back. Not by a lot, maybe by another half second, but certainly I thought Vasily Vladikin was starting to struggle. A man who's not struggling, his name is Ben Constantiouris.
Well, you guys were totally right. Simpson Motorsport by Continental Racing getting themselves ready to welcome Vasily into pit lane. And I sort of thought I queued that up perfectly for him to arrive at my feet. I've just walked out the garage. He isn't coming in. He's obviously very happy with where he is right now. There are brand new slicks waiting for him. The team have got their helmets on waiting for him. And he just drove past the pit. So if we could do that in another minute and a half, that would work perfectly. But it didn't work
Thanks,
well
Ben.
this
I think
time.
it was simply that he just got a bit of overtaking done and just, you know, the wrong side of a car you're trying to lap, and he wanted to get past, but you never know. But really, it's all eyes on a driver called Alessandro Giretti. Get used to his name. He's just popped in to the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche. It's yellow and it's black and it's car 26. And he is starting to absolutely move around. He just set the fastest first sector of the lap that anyone has managed in the course of the race this far. The car is, you know, not where they wanted. It's down in 10th place overall. It's had that 1 penalty as well. But right now, he's going to be closing in on everyone else. But they're some way back, and all he can do is show that sort of form that's led to Porsche Carrera Cup success for him around the world.
And lots of it, yeah. He was the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion this year and Carrera Cup Deutschland champion, won the Carrera Cup Asia last year and the Carrera Cup France. So yeah, that's a lot of silverware to pick up, and he's been picked up as a Porsche contracted driver for 2026. A fantastic signing, you have to say. But what Alessandro Giretti is proving here is what the difference on the new tyre is, because he's only on the 3rd lap of these Michelin tyres, and he's lapping consistently, and that's the thing, consistently in the mid to low 205s. The rest of the field, I mean, even Patrick Niederhauser, who's just coming into the pits right now, he was lapping consistently in the 207s on 35-lap old tyres. So that gives us a very good light-for-light comparison. So you're talking a Well, in that case, only sort of 2-second drop-off for that.
Yeah, I think, P-Mac, the most interesting thing as Patrick Niederhauser comes to a stop is how many laps it can be before the pace starts to fall away for Giretti's tyres. But 2:05s, he'll certainly be gaining a couple of seconds over the fastest drivers in the field, but a handful of seconds over everyone else.
Patrick Niederhauser staying on board then for the Porsche contractor driver, the Swiss.
They're very kindly letting Antares Au have a full lunch with coffee and biscuits and everything.
Quite right. Maybe some ice cream as well. Cool off. So Niederhauser, yeah, new tyres on and then now into fuel. So this is where we will see what is the number 10 Absolute Porsche capable of with new tyres on at this point in the race. We mentioned it's a little bit hotter than when the race started at 10 o'clock. It's now 1:45. And in qualifying yesterday, Alessandro Giretti, Patrick Niederhauser and Luke Hartog all in identically prepared machinery, same team, same car, same everything, new tyres on the run, and they were all three of them within a tenth. So who's got the pace in the heat of the day?
I mean, this is one of the elements, you know, it's hot but not hyper hot. That's in the cockpit, but it's what you can do on a track that's definitely on the hot side of warm and intriguing. And for a lot of the drivers, you know, Porsche Cup success around the world for Giretti and Super Cup, but it's very unusual to race on track temperatures that are at the high end. By doing the Asian series, he's got a big lead ahead of those who race largely in the British, the German and the Super Cup series.
Huge advantage there. That experience of racing in Carrera Cup Asia, and the standard in that championship was very, very high as well, because you know, Dylan Pereira, he won it again this year. He's actually here coaching Ajith Kumar. So he's a really strong driver. But yeah, that experience of how the tarmac works on these Asian circuits, how it can be really greasy and slippy at points. Giretti really pushing on. He's got a bit of work to do at the moment in time, because he's really a little bit further down the order. That car is a little bit further down the order. He's working hard at the moment to try and make up for lost time. Let's get down to Ben Constanduros in the pits.
Yeah, and as you may guess, I have Simpson Motorsport Continental Racing in front of me. Brand new set of Michelin Pilot Sport Cup H2 tyres, which were used over here and part of the mid-season onwards in Europe as well. That car has also had a driver change. We get to see James Winslow aboard that car for the first time during the race, I think. And he then sets off very, very good stint from Vladikin, who's got Alex Acker here training him this weekend. We do see Alex sometimes driving as part of the lineup in Barcelona last time, I think, but this weekend he's just here to train Vladikin, and right at the end with those really, really worn tyres, did a very, very good job.
So Absolute Racing number 10 Porsche still in the refueling area at the moment. It's a good couple of minutes to get the car filled up. The mechanic now giving that universal twirling sign, which means fire her up.
Yeah, one thing that's actually great if you're in the big grandstand here opposite the pits at Sepang is the fact that often our refueling area is tucked away around the corner, but this one, it's in the pit straight. You could see them in front with the little sort of canopies in front of the final few pit garages. So particularly for all the Ajith Kumar fans who are halfway down the straight opposite their man's garage, they can see exactly where the car is at all times when it's doing the refueling. And of course, it's not a case of just, as we've discussed earlier in the race, PMAC, just going down and having, a quick splash and dash will do. It's all incredibly orchestrated, but it's lovely for them to be able to see it. It just adds to the show. So of course, if we had about 50 cars in this race, there'd be far more pressure on making sure you got to the pumps at times, because certainly you can imagine over the years of various races when suddenly there's a desire for people to get all their fueling in. If someone else is in the pump when you want the pump, you can undo all the advantage you've gained by just squeaking a corner a little bit tighter many, many times over.
We see that at Dubai a lot with the big entry we get there, and you know, we often see queues at the pumps like you would see at your local supermarket. So Niederhauser back on the go then. So he's going to do the same stint plan, it would appear, as Luke Hartog did. So 2 full stints right up to the 2.5 hour maximum drive time, which pretty much nestles in nicely with 2 full green flag stints, it would appear, 1 hour and 15 or so for under green flag for a full fuel tank. So now it's up to Niederhauser to put in that pace, and we're going to watch the difference between him and Alessandro Gueretti, who's all the way down in 9th right now, but he is a real reference point in terms of pace now that he's on board that car, and already he's now on the 6th lap of those tyres, and he's now already straight into the mid 206s. So there's a second gone straight away. So it's like you get this initial peak, bit of a drop, and then it just gradually stays there, and then at that last maybe 5 laps or so, then you get a bit more of a tail off.
Yeah, not off the cliff. Do you remember a handful of years ago when they changed the Formula 1 regs in terms of tyres? They got it so comprehensively wrong that it was night and day, wasn't it? Going fine, going nowhere. But right now, again, for teams coming out to race in the warmer climates over the winter, the first thing they have to do in practice is just get a feel for the circuit, and then very much straight after that, how long do the tyres last? Where does it? What number of laps does it plateau? And we saw one set of tyres coming in really rather tired earlier today. Don't push too hard too soon. Seems to be something, particularly on a warmer circuit. It's the sort of thing you gain experience, particularly if you race in Asia. You understand that a little bit more. But keep it smooth. Do not strain your tyres. Do not stress your tyres. Riding on board now with Alessandro Gueretti. He's got no one else to see. Running up from Sunway Lagoon, that's turn 14, up to turn 15, the left-hand hairpin on the start-finish straight. I think he was all on his own at that point. Once he turns around turn 15, he may see a couple of cars just going down towards the first corner, down the start straight. But let's go around a full lap. 15 turns of glory with one of the drivers the driver who is at this point in the race fastest of all on a relatively fresh set of tyres. It's the Be Quick Racing Porsche run by Absolute Racing into turn 1. Looks quite a simple corner. Not so simple. Well, in fact, unfortunately, we've got the LM Corsa Ferrari sitting side on at turn 1, or just on the exit of turn 1, because we saw Gueretti going past. Oh, dearie me. So, luckily, doing a sort of rather lumpy 3-point turn, the Ferrari gets going again just as the Viper needs a Mercedes come through. I don't know. There were 2 cars that went through past us in the pit lane just as the Gueretti's car was going through the final corner. That may have been one of the pair, and maybe that led to the little rotation for the LM Corsa Ferrari. But no damage done. But those tyres might say, oh, I can't give you much performance now. You probably flat spotted me.
Probably, yeah. And for Kai Nakanishi, there doesn't appear to be any damage on the car, so it looks like it was on his own. But yeah, you're right, Bruce. Those tyres will be really badly damaged now after that screeching to a halt sideways and backwards.
Yeah, sideways and backwards. And again, we keep talking about track temperature. If you're doing it on a really hot track, there's even more reason for them to take pain. Sounds though a mic is open in the pit lane, so Ben.
Yeah, curious things happening down at Mulner Motorsport. It doesn't look as though this is a particularly panicked stop, but it's on its dollies and it's being wheeled into the garage. Now, I'm just wondering whether we are looking at a brake change here. Driver already in the car, so we've had that exchange, and it's Jiaitong Liang who is aboard the car, but it's now in the garage. Wheels are off. Now, I'm just going to see what they are doing. I can't see anything that's being prepared, so it's not as though, you know, sometimes you have the pads and discs ready to go. They are in the corner of the room. But, yeah, at the moment, nothing particularly happening. So once we get our cameraman back, you'll have a chance to see. But as I say, car is in the box. New driver is in the car. But for the moment, there isn't any obvious evidence as to what they are actually doing. Brakes maybe now being prepared. But, yeah, I was hoping to be able to give you a bit more information there, but I've come on too early again.
Fear not, because we might have one for you, a situation for you to investigate. We just talked about the number 60 LM Corsa Ferrari going for a spin. I wondered if it took 2 to tango, and the message on our screen says, incident involving car number 60 LM Corsa Ferrari and the number 93 Ajith Racing Mercedes. Ajith Kumar at the wheel at turn 1 under investigation. So did push turn to shove, or did the cars hit side by side? Anyhow, we'll keep an eye on that, but you may need to look up towards the penalty box at some point. That's all I'm saying. But I'll keep an eye on the messages screen so I can give you the tip of the nod on that one.
We'll keep a close watch to see. Yeah, that's it. Does seem unusual for Milner to push the car back in to do the brake change. That's unusual. Normally it's done on the pit apron.
You know what? They might just want to get out of it. Though it's slightly cloudy, it's still sunny down there. Any just slightly cooler, you get more mechanics working on the car when it's back in the garage. But I know what you're saying. I try to be the counterbalance.
How much time do you give away putting it in and out of the garage? 25 seconds, 30 seconds? Which makes it's a longer process than it maybe needs to be, as we're already approaching 1/3 race distance. 4 minutes to go until the top of the racing hour.
I would have thought that was quite early for a brake change, but
then
again, they take a lot of punishment in these in warmer weather.
We've seen a lot of rear brake changes required on the 992s this season, particularly in Misano, where it was pretty warm.
It was off the clock warm, let's be honest. About 40 degrees air temperature, wasn't it?
In Misano? No, not quite as bad as that, but it was warm enough, and they were going through a lot of rear brakes there. So there could be. Let's get Ben. You can put us out of our misery here and see what's going on.
So pads on the front of the car, but no discs, but discs on the rear. Discs and pads. So is this something that, you know, we've done so many hours already here through the days of testing on Thursday and Friday, and I wonder whether they didn't prepare the car for like a fresh set at the start, knowing that they'd have to do one change anyway, and it's just happened early. But as I say, the front pads definitely worn down, but I'm surprised to see discs as well as pads on the rear.
I'd be amazed if a team would go into the race without new brakes and pads and discs. I would. Into the garage. I just think that's unnecessary time lost.
They need to come and talk to you, B-Mac.
No, they don't.
get it running. But yeah, I'm surprised about the discs at this point. I think Ben's on it there. But anyhow, whether rightly or wrongly, those have been changed. And you know, but if you've done it after 4 hours of race, does that mean you have to do it after another 4 hours? Therefore, 2 in a race. I'm just trying to simply divide 12 by 4. And that could be the answer there. But anyhow, so Kei Nakanishi back on board with him at the moment. He was the one who had the spin. Was he helped? Did he jump? Was he pushed down at turn 1? That is still under investigation. Quick check on the penalty screen. Nothing to do with that yet. So it's still under investigation. Anyhow, the contact that led to the Ferrari having its spin.
Okay. So the reason as to why the rear disc has come off is because they've got an issue with the hub. So the disc had to come off to access the issue with the hub, and they've taken the opportunity to change the front pads at the same time. So they've actually got they're actually tightening up the rear left hub. So that is your main reason is why they're in the garage, and then the byproduct was, well, we might as well do the discs, do the pads whilst we can. Not a problem with the disc at all.
Thanks, Ben.
With the hub instead.
We thought that was way too early. So let's treat ourselves to some highlights, what's happened in the first 4 hours out of the 12. But first, we're going to take a look at where they're ranking, just as we get those 4 hours onto the clock.
So at the moment, you have Konstantin Dressler leading the way, a 2:08.512 last time by for him, setting very strong pace for Herbert Motorsport, leading the way right now, but will be due into the pit lane fairly soon, as will the second place car, the number 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche, sitting there on the podium. In third, it's Absolute Racing number 10, Patrick Niederhauser, who have just pitted. So you could argue they are our net race leader at the moment. In fourth place, it's Ajith Kumar for Ajith Red Ant Racing, 30 laps into that stint at the moment. In fifth place, it's Viper Niza Racing, the first of the Malaysian teams at their home race, number 65. They round out your top 5. Simpson Audi Continental Racing, they have just done a pit stop. They sit in 6th at the moment, so in running strongly right now. 7th overall is the number
999 of Taner Satin Turku for Climax Racing and their AMG Mercedes just out the pit as well. So again, they're in a stronger place than what they look on the order as things stand. Be Quick, Absolute Racing, Porsche sit in 8th with Alessandro Guerretti putting in strong pace at the moment. He's lapping in the low 206s as things stand. Then in 9th, it's the LM Corsa Ferrari with the Japanese driver of Kei Nakanishi on board right now. In the top 10 overall and leading in 992 is Ivo Breukers for Red Camel Jordans. It was Milner Motorsport, but at the moment they are in the pits dealing with a wheel hub issue. Modena Motorsports number 216, Christian Chab, one of the team owners, driving right now and sitting in a strong place in 992, second overall and leading the AM class. Axel Bengtsson for Leipert Motorsport sits in 12th overall and 10th in GT3. Then Milner Motorsport, unfortunately in the pits right now. They're being classified as third in class, but they're likely to drop back more time as that repair goes on. 8.5 minutes and counting, unfortunately. The 666 610 Racing sit fourth at 992, followed by Cherney Motorsport, the car in GT4 with Bryce Fullwood driving. Sebastian Schemann, it's driving for Aspesh Racing right now in the TCE class in 16th and 17th overall, back out on track after some earlier problems. It's the number 701 Vortex V8. So all excitement on the grid earlier on with a traditional Malaysian dance display for us to enjoy a little bit of atmosphere and culture as the drivers are strapped in, ready for action with Marcus Ericsson, the 2022 Indy 500 winner, taking the opening step for Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini. But it was Luke Hartog who made the moves early on to move on into the lead at turn 1 and start to pull away. Robert Renner for Herbert Motorsport making move forward, having to start at the back. Another issue for Be Quick Absolute Racing as well. A spin for Hank Teagues just delayed them for a moment. Unfortunately for the Vortex, mechanical issues required being towed back to the pit lane, but also issues for Leipert Motorsport with their Lamborghini, with the rear wing actually detaching on one of its mountings as Marcus Ericsson was at the wheel. Not really the way to welcome him to GT3 racing anyway, that is for sure. Red Camel Jordans leading the way right now for the 992 category, going through their driver lineup as they always do. It's always such a formidable force, but the action is fierce. It's tough out there, and the heat is only going to ramp up through the course of the afternoon. 8 hours to go here at Sepang, the Michelin 24-hour series, the first round of the 2025-2026 Middle East Trophy season. And we have all of the coverage here for you, live and free, completely uninterrupted, with Herbert Motorsport out top right now. So you're tuned in to Creventic Motorsport TV on YouTube, and if you're listening live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels on RS1, a warm welcome to you. Just after 2 o'clock local time, so in Central Europe, that makes... quick maths, that makes it...
The morning.
The morning, yes, quite early. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning in the UK. So if you've got up early to see the action, we will reward you with action, I can promise you that.
Yeah, winter sunshine for you, but 2 cars in the refueling area at the moment, and it's Herbert Motorsport, and keeping the Porsche theme going alongside Origin Motorsport, white and pink car. Of course, they'll be losing positions on the track, but Herbert Motorsport, such a strong stint there from Konstantin Dressler. Fans of Milner Motorsport, we heard from Ben Constantinos talking about a loose left hub, or certainly not as tight as they wanted it. And while that's being repaired, they decided to do a brake change, at least at the front end, because that would have been way early in a 12-hour race to be making a change. But Milner Motorsport, the next driver, is already strapped in, waiting until they'll be released. And that's Alex Liang Jiatong, just waiting to have his go. But the main thing is when you're working on the car, you already want the driver strapped in. If you know it's a fairly standard, if it's a standard brake change, you'd be doing it anyhow, putting the driver in. But this time they're still working on that rear hub.
Not the first time we've seen that. It's of course the engine, the flat 6 engine that's in these Porsche 992 Cup cars is
behind the rear axle, and of course that recipe of a racing Porsche 911 has been developed since the 1960s and it evolves every single time. But the sheer physics of where the engine is, you can't get around that, and they do seem to wear out the rear of the car more than, say, a front engine car would, for example.
You know, but that's the beauty of motor racing, particularly GT and sports car racing. You can go about things in different ways, and I like something where one car has an advantage at one point on a circuit and another has another at a different point. And with balance of performance, of course, they're all balanced, so they should theoretically produce an identical lap time. This is for all sorts of other championships as well. But then that doesn't mean they have to be the same pace at every corner around that single lap.
No, definitely not. And of course, that was the 992 GT3R in the GT3 class is exactly this. Is exactly that. It has that same attribute to it. But the Cup car also. But of course, if you're going to have a slight disadvantage, what's the advantage? And the advantage is there's nothing better than a 911 out of the corner in terms of traction, because the weight of the engine over the rear tyres gives it fantastic traction. That's why before four-wheel drive came into rallying, and 911 was such a good tarmac rally car, particularly because it had so much out the corner traction. Now, driver change going on. The Lippert Lamborghini, the delayed Lippert Lamborghini, that's just been brought in by Axel Bengtsson in 12th position. He hops out with the all-black carbon fibre helmet, and
I think it's Hampus Eriksson getting in, because blue and yellow helmet, and you know, Swedes do like them. But I noticed when he was changing places with brother Marcus Eriksson, the Indy 500 winner from just a handful of years ago, they do have slightly different helmets. But certainly Hampus Eriksson just won the Lamborghini World Finals we were talking about Misano, that's where it was a few weeks ago, but also winning the North American Lamborghini Championship this year with Danny Formal, so you don't feel he's going to be slowing the car.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Ralph Bohn now taking over the Herbert Motorsport Porsche from Konstantin Dressler after a superb stint for him. And now Bohn taking the wheel. Has only done 35 minutes or so of driving so far in this race. Had a fairly short stint, the way it worked out with tyres and fuel, etc. earlier on, but I think we'll maybe see more of a typical Ralph Bohn double stint now. He's an incredibly fit man, and you know, and very match fit as well. Does a lot of racing, and that makes all the difference.
It makes more difference than a lot of people realise. If you're an absolutely tip-top driver, you should be able to pretty much get yourself in anywhere and get dialed in within a couple of laps. Okay, a bit longer if you're having your first move from single-seaters to a GT car, and many people think getting a GT4 car up to pace is almost more physical and harder than a GT3. You've got far less downforce and so on and so forth. Right, who's taken over? Just waiting for the graphic to flick around on the screen. Is Ajith Kumar? Yeah, I didn't think it's Yannick Redon has taken over the Mercedes number 93 that Ajit had been driving, and that's the Ajit Redon car. It's coming out of the pits in 7th place overall, and Yannick Redon, well, the Redon brothers have been very good, but they have been given a time penalty now for causing a collision. 15 seconds is a penalty that has just been issued, so presumably they have to come round and serve that as soon as they possibly can, because they wouldn't have served that during the pit stop, would they?
They'll serve it at the next pit
stop. So it's only just been issued. So as Yannick goes out to the track, he'll report back, all's fine. They'll go, not quite as fine as you've been hoping. On your way in next round, could you see your way clear to stopping for an extra 15 seconds? And the penalty box, by the way, is at pit in, right opposite the gantry, the little tower from which the checkered flag is waved, just on the pit wall side of that is the penalty box. I had a few penalties, nothing too serious yet, but causing a collision. And the collision with what, you might ask? And it was the number 60 LM Corsa Ferrari that was turned around down at the first corner.
So Patrick Niederhauser leads the race then for Absolute Racing, the Asian-based team who have one of their bases here at the Sepang International Circuit. And heading towards halfway through this tyre stint then for Niederhauser, but he interestingly started this set of tyres that he's got on right now must be a set from qualifying, because they were a couple of laps old when they went on the car. So Absolute Racing deciding to get rid of those tyres now, try and get through those throughout the race. Of course, their AM driver has not Antarazao has not driven yet. So they're very much front-loading their hot drivers early, with Luke Hartog doing a double stint and Niederhauser also. He's 1 hour and 34 minutes into his driving time, so has theoretically about 55 minutes left on that. Let's go down to the pits for some more thoughts with Ben Constanduras, who's caught up with Lu Wei.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the very best drivers over here in Asia, Lu Wei, teaming up with the GT World Challenge Asia champions, who you fought so hard with this year. Great to be back here in Sepang, where it all starts the season, and you can end it now here.
Yeah, I really enjoy driving with my teammate in a endurance race like this. You know, we don't have to fight all the time head to head. So it's a good time to enjoy. Like, I'm really happy to be here. And I think this is a perfect way to end the year. And yeah, next one is Christmas. So Happy New Year, everyone.
Tell me about racing as part of the Creventic series, obviously a new promoter for this 12-hour race.
I hope you guys come back again. I really enjoy it. I think it's a new start. I'm hoping there's definitely more people join us next year, because it's relevant new to here. And it's like a new experience for this year. So it will be better in the future for sure. And I'm just so happy to be here with everyone. And yeah, so what a way to finish the season.
How has the team adapted to all of the regulations that are different to the things we're used to?
It's very different. It's like play a different video game. You need to remember all the different rules. And especially the driver change is tougher than any other series. Some of the other series. Because there's no base time for driver change. You need to go as quick as you can, like the pro cars in some of the other areas. So it's challenging. And the BOP here is really big. Like, everyone have a super fast car, so it's fun to drive.
And of course, I guess you're not used to the Michelin tyre either. That's very different to what you're used to.
Sorry?
The Michelin tyre?
Yes. Yes, it's a brand new set of tyre. It's my first time driving it. We're still learning on it. Even the setup, we're struggling the whole weekend, trying to find a perfect setup. But we are almost there. Yeah, we learned a lot.
And I'm sure you know the legendary status that someone like Herbert Motorsport have. So being out there on circuit, chasing down the Herbert Porsche, same car, that must have been good fun for you.
It was. Like, all the drivers on the track, they're super gentlemen, they're clean, they do their job perfectly. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Lu Wei there for the number 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche team. Their beautiful white and pink car almost looks a little bit like a strawberry cornetto when you're about halfway through it. So the strawberry cornetto starts off red and white, and then as you get it then goes more pink and white. I'll show you one day.
That's good, and it works on radio as well, doesn't it? You know, the colour breakdown of an ice cream. We can all imagine. I quite want an ice cream suddenly.
I really want an ice cream now. Yes, please. Yeah, and at the moment, Bob Yuan, well, he's earning an ice cream because he's just done 2 personal best laps of the race for this car, 2:06 flat, and now a 2:05.7. So he's by far the fastest driver on track right now, making full use of those new Michelin tyres. So the GT World Challenge Asia Class Champion of 2024, Bob Yuan, is doing a superb job right now.
But, you know, we just heard from Wei Lu talking about learning the rules and stuff. This car could be right at the sharp end come the end. You know, what have we got left? We've got 7 3/4 hours still to play with, but they're learning as they go. But I really picked up on the comments there about how clean everyone is out on the circuit. You know, there's a very different mindset for an endurance race versus, you know, a lot of these drivers are accustomed to 1 hour blasts. And, you know, with the driver change partway through, so you get maximum of half an hour pretty much. But here they've got time to stretch their legs, but also there isn't the need for every single corner to be a battleground. And I think that's a different mindset as well that you have to bring to this. And I think a lot of drivers really enjoy that. They might have done 10 years racing in sprint races, but suddenly, and you can just see the fields growing all around the world in endurance racing. There's a very good reason for that.
Totally different skill set required here in the Michelin 24-hour series. Avoid those penalties, keep it clean. As into the pits comes the Vortex, number 701. That's about on time. Just over an hour of driving time for Lionel Amrouche. preparing to jump in is, looks like Philippe Bonnell going to jump back in to the Vortex V8, that carbon fibre space frame machine with the big V8 engine in the middle.
I think it's Victor Moutinho who's about to jump in, actually, having a very quick look as the mechanics. Oh no, it is Philippe Bonnell. Okay, they both have a similar build. I just want to point out, we wondered how Hampus Eriksson would get on in the Lamborghini when he took it over. Okay, he normally races in the Super Trofeo, so it's not the same car, but he's very close to the car's fastest pace thus far. So he's early in the stint, but do expect him to go well. But he needs to, because they lost so much time with that rear wing being detached and rear-fixed and even just limping in. So they're down in 13th place out of 17 runners, but his pace, 2 minutes 6 seconds laps, that's just as fast as race leader Patrick Niederhauser.
Who's, yeah, a little bit of a tyre offset, but on this lap though, he's putting the personal best sector of the car. So again, he can boast to brother Marcus about that. But Marcus, of course, looked to be really struggling in the first couple of laps, and then as we discovered, as the wing popped off one of the brackets, we thought, that maybe makes more sense. And that's always, as a driver, if you've got the credentials behind you, must give so much more of a comfort when things do go wrong, that you go, actually, no, I know that this isn't me, this has got to be something else. What great story I heard from Andy Wallace. He was driving at St. Petersburg in the American Le Mans Series in a Porsche RS Spider, and the team were about to get their first podium on only the second race to beat the Penske factory cars. And they were behind a full course yellow, behind the safety car, and he said he was just warming the tyres up and trying to make sure he got rid of all the clag, the pickup of the tyres. And he said the rear of the car was just waving about all over the place, and he's thinking, it almost feels like you've got a puncture, or just feels like pickup. And he's like, it doesn't feel exactly like that. So he gets on the radio saying, I think something's wrong with the car, guys, I need to get in. And they're like, no, stay out, it's pickup, we're going to get a podium, it's just pickup. And it kept doing it, and it got worse. And he said, I don't know. Now, bear in mind, this was 20 years after he'd won Le Mans. He was a seriously experienced guy, Andy Wallace, to say the least. And he said, I had to then make a call. I had to go, because if I was wrong and I cost the team a podium, I was going to look really, really silly. But sure enough, into the pits he came, lost the podium. They took the cover off at the back. It turned out a bolt had come out the wishbone. so he was like, phew. Thankfully, but again, that experience, so my point is, Marcus earlier on, he's probably thinking, there's something not right here. I mean, I've not driven this car much before, but thinking, something not right. Sure enough, when the rear wing popped off, that certainly would have caught his attention.
Yeah, no, absolutely so. But Hampus Eriksson looking, really very comfortable as expected, just waiting for him to complete this lap, 2:06.809. He's lapping almost within a tenth of a second, lap after lap, so the pace is good, but he's got a long way to go to even catch the car sitting in 12th place overall, which is a 610 Racing Porsche Cup class car, 17 seconds behind. In fact, he should gain that in 2 laps. Last lap apparently was 14 seconds faster than the car that he was chasing. Different class of car, but Hampus, second year of racing Lamborghinis, has been a hit of those ever since he got into them, but don't know what his plans are for 2026. Maybe they'll continue into the 2026 season in the next 2 rounds, the remaining 2 rounds of the 24H Michelin Middle East Series in Abu Dhabi and Dubai in January. Pit action one feels because a microphone is open. Ben. Nope.
Hello, Bruce. Yes. Just give me 1 second. I need to be calm down.
It's a long race. It's a long race.
Yes, exactly, a 12-hour race, and I'm taking it like a sprint. Just waiting for the camera to fire up, because I'd like to introduce you to the star of the show, kinda, if you ignore Ajith Kumar, because we have an F1 and IndyCar driver in our midst. Marcus Ericsson, it is a pleasure to have you as part of Creventic. How are you enjoying being here in Malaysia?
I've loved it so far. It's been a lot of fun, and yeah, everything has been really well done, from the series, and from my team, Leipert Motorsports, has done a really good job. It's my first ever time in a GT3 car, believe it or not, so it's a lot for me to learn, but such a fun car to drive. Like, the car is amazing, and also this track, obviously I know that from back in Formula 1. Very different in a GT3 car, but still so much fun, so yeah, had a great time so far.
And how has this sort of transpired? Because obviously you're racing with your brother. Have you got most of the family here as well, it looks like?
Yeah, I got my wife here, and probably mom and dad is watching on TV back home. But no, it's always been a dream of mine and my brother to race together at some point, and it sort of worked out here. Hampus raced with Leipert a little bit in Super Trofeo this year, so we talked about it, and then this opportunity came up, and it fits very well into my schedule as well, since we're in the off-season in IndyCar. So I love racing race cars, and yeah, to get this opportunity to go here, it's yeah, it was a no-brainer, and definitely a dream come true to race with Hampus.
I imagine the exchange of information is a bit different to usual, because he almost has more experience of this type of car, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's driven this car a lot, but not the GT3 one, the Super Trofeo. So even though it's the same car, it's a very different spec with the Super Trofeo. So it's still been a learning curve for him, but he's been super fast. Like he was really fast in qualifying yesterday. Unfortunately, he was track limits, so he got a lap time delete, and otherwise he would have been super impressive. So I've learned a lot from younger brother, which has been fun. But we're pushing each other, and also Axel and Thomas, who is also in our car, has done a really good job. Actually, all of us have very, very limited GT3 experience, if any, before this week. So it's been a huge learning curve there, but it's been, like I said, it's been so much fun. The track is amazing, the car is amazing, so it's been a pleasure.
The team were a bit annoyed about what happened to you at the start of the race. Did you have much of a feeling of what was going on?
No, I went through turn, is it 13, the quick left-hander, and had like a massive oversteer, and thought, oh, that was strange. I usually have understeer here. And then like a lap later, they're on the radio screaming, rear wing is off, it's slow down, slow down. So then had to limp around and get to the pits, and of course frustrating, because I think we were looking pretty good. I was catching the sort of lead pack, so the pace was actually really, really strong. We've been, you know, struggling a little bit in practice, but car was coming to us in the race. So it was a shame to lose, what, 5-6 laps with that issue. But still, you know, we're here to learn, we're here to do the laps. So yeah, it would have been great to be on the lead lap, but we're still gonna race hard for 12 hours. We're still gonna learn a lot, and there's still so many battles out there. Even if we're a couple of laps down, we're gonna battle it out and have fun.
Have you done much endurance racing at all?
I've done Daytona twice, so but in a hypercar, so it's you know, quite a different experience this, but it's cool. You know, I was in the car for 1 hour 45 minutes. It was hot, sticky. I was, you know, super, super hot getting out of the car, and then, you know, get some food and drinks, and ready to go here again in an hour or so.
We're going to see much more of this from you into 2026?
I mean, I would like to. It's, like I said, first time in a GT3 car for me, but the way the IndyCar schedule is, it's very compact for 6 months. So, like, really February to September, it's super busy for me, but after that, I have quite a bit of an opportunity to do other stuff, and I've definitely got, you know, I really like doing this, so I definitely, I wouldn't be surprised to see me here again in the next winter or something like that. I would really like to do that.
We can see it on your face. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you so much.
Great to hear from Marcus Ericsson, their IndyCar superstar, Indy 500 winner in 2022. And of course, multiple years in Formula One. But great insight there to, even with that pedigree behind, how a new race car is always a discovery point. But yeah, turn 13, looking at nearly 200 kilometers an hour, right-hander there, and you get a big oversteer moment. I guess that's where the Indy experience becomes very valuable.
Right, this is where things can get busy. What we've had is James Winslow in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi being monstered by Bob Yuan, and Bob ran out of track but eventually got the move done. But turn 2, such an opportunity to overtake, and I'd expect now Bob Yuan's got in front of James that he ought to pull away, because in terms of the pace we've seen thus far from the Origin Motorsport Porsche, it seems to have a little bit more than the Audi. But James, fourth driver in the cycle there, just settling down. He's only about half a second down as they come down the start-finish straight. But the thing that's, as Bob Yuan goes across the line up into fourth place, James Winslow back down to fifth, but fairly tidy lap for the two of them, bearing in mind that both of them were off the track at some point there. One thing I have noticed is that car number 10, does it ring a bell? Is it leading the race or anything? Oh, yes, so it is. 10-second time penalty when they come in for the next pit stop, not respecting pit stop regulations. So there we are. We talked about the rules, having to learn them and not transgress, but at the moment sitting on a margin of 41 seconds. I think they can just take that without too much pain, but, you know, tell a racing driver he's got to lose 10 seconds, and I don't think they put their thumbs up to that one.
Well, I'd have to say, in a battle as close as it's been between them and Herberth, who are on two different strategies, so they're a lot closer than the time his screen gives credit for right now. And if your little penalties like that could make all the difference at the end of the day. Both, of course, with the same equipment. It appears from the practice form, the qualifying form, that the Porsche seems to be a very strong package, and we've got some good teams running them. They're both with that same equipment, so with the little penalties that are niggly, they're frustrating, very frustrating. So yeah, James Winslow, we mentioned there a moment, getting nudged aside by Bo Yuan. Different tyre strategy again, because Winslow 15 laps on his tyre, just 8 for Bo Yuan. A good example, a great kind of demonstration of just how much of a drop-off there is today here at Sepang, as the track temperature is really high, it's greasy, it's slippy. I mean, Alessandro Gueretti, who's been one of the fastest drivers all week, his tyres are now 22 laps old, and he's now nearly into the 208s. He's in the high 207s now. 2
seconds and more after
big drop off.
End of the stint. Right, the Red Camel Jordan's car just having a little bit of a tidying up at the front end. The front splitter clearly has either come loose or they've taken it off, might have got damaged, but that one's being put back on. But in terms of things you need to fix on a car, that's probably one of the easier one. You have access to all of that. Mechanic just lying underneath, getting the fixing done on the right-hand flank of the car. Looks like it's relatively square, but again, at this moment, if you have to have repairs on a car, you do other repairs at the same time, because any car, even if it stays on the track throughout, is going to get some scars of battle. So other mechanics tidying up the other extraneous elements of the car, but it's going to be back on terra firma shortly and pit stop completed. But in that 992 Cup class, they are the class leaders. Eva Broiker's brought it in. Modena Motorsports second in class, with Christian Cheer on board his, as the 909 gets going again, but I presume we'll run down to the pits, to the pit exit, and get some fuel on board before going out.
So Ivo Broiker staying in the car, looking like he'll crack on for a second stint, get his driver time done. Patrick Niederhauser now race leader, 22 laps on his tyres, now starting to just slip and slide around a little bit. His lap time's now, much like Alessandro Gueretti, heading into the higher 207s now. So tyre management, we've talked about it all day for good reason. It's going to be a big factor in who wins this Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia.
Now, just noticing there were no rivals immediately in front of Patrick Niederhauser, but he was flashing his lights furiously because the car that he saw go out the back straight he needed to pass was the Asbest Racing Cupra, running in its own in the TCE TCX class car. Just to let you know, that was on its out lap, but its normal fastest lap is what's that car managed in the race? 2 minutes 26. Sorry, best lap is wrong car there. So 2 minutes 24 is its best lap in the race. That's no disrespect to the driver, totally different class car, but at this moment, maybe having not long ago been given news that he'd have to serve a 10-second penalty coming in, Patrick Niederhauser is not in a driver in a mood to lose any more than a nanosecond. He's got the Vortex tucked across his nose, and the 666 entry from 610 Racing, the team from Shenzhen in China, with their Porsche just up in front, so he wants to keep it flowing. Chance to consider the TCE TCX entry. There were due to be 2 Asbest Cupras. They couldn't quite get the second one, get the driver line up, but so they're out on their own in a class of their own, but there'll be more cars in their class when they go to Abu Dhabi and Dubai. But people having to be very aware of this as they come up in their GT3 cars. They're coming in a lot faster, they've got more performance through the corners, but it's their job, not the drivers in the Cupra, to make sure that they get past without any damage.
You're talking 6 or 7 seconds a sector difference. So it's well over a second a corner, about 1.5 seconds per corner. So that gives you an idea just how different a closing speed there are between the GT3 and the TCE car. That last lap for Patrick Niederhauser with that big slide, it's actually pushing on 207 flat, so he's now actually got the pace a little bit back under control now, has race leader Patrick Niederhauser. Now, with that pit stop for Red Camel Jordan's a little bit of a delay in for the former 992 leader to sort out that front splitter, which is such an important part of the aerodynamic package of the car, but that means that Modern Motorsports now are up into the lead. They're an AM car, and they're the lead of all the 992 cars right now. Fantastic stuff with Christian Chia in that machine at the moment. Again, due to take a pit stop, though, probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. But they lead the racing category.
Yeah, a very, very good, clean run for them, Christian. Again, driver with a long history, sort of dabbled with single-seaters 20-plus years ago, running in Formula Renault in Asia. But so many of these drivers, they just found their form when they hit the Asian Porsche series and gained experience over a lot of tracks. And a lot of the tracks, as you've been covering the championship over the course of the past 2 years, PMAC, they're sort of quite new, a lot of them. You know, a lot of them you don't have a years of going to some of them, and they're opening up all the time. And certainly on the Chinese racing scene, circuits seem to be being built almost by the year.
But somewhere like here at Sepang, this is home ground. This is really, really familiar ground. I mean, you don't have to even be from Malaysia or live in Malaysia to come to Sepang a lot. If you know, this is one of the focal points of Asian motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's funny to think that Australian drivers like Daniel Ricciardo, they came from the west of Australia. It was closer for them to come and compete in the Asian series, particularly at Sepang, than it was to go to the east coast of Australia.
Well, but look at, I think El Bamber's the perfect example of where this circuit played such a pivotal point in his career, when his career had effectively come to a grinding halt, and was here working as an instructor and was working with a local driver called Adrian De Silva, and Adrian said, well, I've got he's asking his story, and he said, well, I've run out of money, I don't have any more opportunities, I think that's it. He said, well, I've got an older Cup car, Porsche Cup car, come and have a go in it. And Adrian said as soon as he got into it, he was so quick, straight away here at Sepang, and he said, okay, I need to help you. And Adrian did, and they put together a shoestring program to do Carrera Cup Asia. Earl won it, then the next year won it again, also won the Super Cup, and 6 months after that he
won a race in France.
He won a pretty big race in France, yes, with Nick Tandy and Nico Hülkenberg, won Le Mans overall, and then he's been on the stratospheric rise to stardom ever since. But that all happened here at Sepang.
Yeah. Incredible story. So perseverance pays. But yes, again, the role of driver coaching. You were hearing earlier that Alex Arca was here to help Vasily Vladikin. You mentioned, did you spot Dylan Pereira here as well?
I did. Yeah. Well, that was the thing. I was looking at our footage in the Global Broadcast Centre earlier, and I'm going, I think that's Dylan Pereira. I'm sure if it's not, it's just like him. Turns out it was Dylan Pereira. So my eyes did not deceive me. He's here coaching Ajith Kumar. So there we go. Current Carrera Cup Asia champion is Dylan Pereira, many times the driver in this championship, usually in Porsche 992 machinery. 992 machinery being driven at the moment by Zhao Chiquan, third in 992 at the moment in the number 666 610 racing machine. Meanwhile, Alessandro Gueretti up to 7th now. He's just bit by bit dragging that car back up into the conversation, doing his job, but he's now into the 208. So he was the low 205s at the start of the stint. He's got, how many laps has he got in his tyres? 26. So still probably another 10 to go. And he's now into the 208. So that's how much of a drop-off there is. Quite remarkable. Johnny Palmer rejoins us.
I can say we're back to the full complement now in the main commentary box, aren't we?
Don't worry, I'll leave shortly.
No, please don't, because, well, we're all fed and watered expertly by the catering crew here at the circuit, who've welcomed us again at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit for the first time as part of a Creventic Championship. And the first ever 12 Hours of Malaysia taking place here at this wonderful circuit. Patrick Niederhauser still charging hard. He's in the lead of the race by nearly 45 seconds now. He's not been out of that car and then back in it again since I've been away, has he? No,
but he has got that car has a 10-second penalty to serve when it comes in at its next pit stop. So that's why he's continuing to try and squeak every corner, find an advantage. But yeah, 40 seconds clear, 43 seconds clear now of the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche. But PMAC, they're running on different strategies, aren't they?
A little bit, yeah, because that all started at the beginning of the race, the one and only Code 60 we've had, we saw 2 cars not pitting under that, which was the number 10 Absolute Porsche, Patrick Niederhauser's car, and the 999 AMG, the Climax Racing machine. That happened around an hour into the race, whereas Herbert, they did take the opportunity to pit, or did have the opportunity to pit more accurately, and took a 15% load of fuel on. So that is why there's just a little stagger to play out over the course of the day, which could continue unwinding until we take the last pit stops before heading into the checkered flag at 10 o'clock tonight. So also, you've got to think there's a stagger involved with tyres as well, because Patrick Niederhauser, pro-graded gold driver, 26 laps on his tyre. He's now into the mid 208s, whereas Ralph Bowen, bronze-graded driver, but on 13 lap old tyres, he's in the low 207s. Meanwhile, Rick Broikers, who's just jumped in, so he took over from Father Evo. New tyres, bang, fastest lap of the race for that car, 2:10.2. So it's where you are in terms of the life of the tyre is critical to the pace that's been unleashed by the car at that moment.
Yeah, and that is why we kind of pushed, I suppose, as a commentary team and journalists as well, to get that extra column on our timing screen, which is new for me. I think, have you had it all year in the European Championship?
Yeah, but we've had it where it's only scanned the front left or the front right, and we were having times where they were mixing tyres.
Yes.
Now that is an all-4 scan.
But that's not an average number, though, is it? Is it the youngest tyre or the oldest tyre?
Johnny, you're getting greedy again.
I'm sorry. But the thing is, 27 laps old for one of the tyres on that car, but that doesn't necessarily tell us the whole story of all 4 corners. However, it's slightly easier in a championship like this because you get a new set every single time, apart from the qualifying tyres. And I have assumed up until this point that nobody has split those qualifying sets. So once you use one qualifying tyre, you're using all 4 of them. I think that's been the measure of the day. And generally, they're paired up with whoever used them yesterday as well. So at least you know.
Talking about a different class of car, and brand new sticky tyres makes a big difference.
If you step, Ralph Bowen is about to be caught by Bob Yuan. Yes, he is. Bob should go past. He's lapping 2.5. Well, last time around, in fact, he gained a little bit, but he's a lap down, so he's got to unlap himself. The driver in 3rd place, car number 87, Bob Yuan, the pale pink and white Porsche, is going to pass the black and gold one at some point. Ralph Bowen doesn't need to try and fight him. There's a lap advantage at the moment, but if you just happen to be looking at a screen or you wandered trackside and you see that, you go, oh, it's a battle for 2nd and 3rd place. It is, but it's got a lot further to go until track position really matters that much. But certainly Bob Yuan's been going very well. We saw him pick his way past James Winslow's Audi a while ago, and then since then has built the best part of 6 and a bit seconds advantage. So the writing was on the wall. We can see that, couldn't we, Peter, the way that Bob was going. But since then he's continued to fly.
Well, Ralph Bowen has been in this situation so many times before when he's got a quicker driver looking to try and unlap themselves, that he just knows not to get drawn into a scrap like that, because it's ultimately futile. You're going to lose way more time than you could potentially gain. Just allow that car through, because they're still in a great position in the 91 team, with a slight change to their driver lineup, welcoming Konstantin Dresler in, I think, for the first time. Has Dresler driven with Herbert before? I'm not sure. He has
a couple of times, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, this season he's mostly been driving with the Proton Huber competition crew.
Yes.
Throughout the European season. He also did one round where he was named in 2 different cars. He was named in the Proton Huber car. My memory serves, it was a Ferrari. I cannot remember which Ferrari it was, but has seemed to have settled on the Porsche. But yeah, Proton Huber have been doing a good job for them all year. But he's been brought into the fold, I think, at the behest of Ralph Bowen, not Herbert the team. So Ralph, of course, the kind of driving force behind that project, and he's It's so competitive, Ralph. He's gone, right, if we need to fit in the Pro-Am class, we need an AM-graded driver. Who's the best AM-graded driver that we've seen this season? And it's sort of the, if you can't beat them, join them kind of thing. Let's take him and put them in, take him from their crew and put him in our crew.
I'm going to attempt to answer my own question, because he was apparently in a Kessel Racing Ferrari at Spa.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
But he was also entered into the Proton Hooper competition Porsche at Spa, and raced both of them, because he finished 6th for Proton Hooper and 9th for Kessel.
That's the one, yeah.
And then the following time out, which was Misano, he was back with Proton Hooper, where they finished 2nd. Now, that was that in category or overall?
No,
Overall, okay. So a great effort from Dressler, who was joined by Manuel Lauck and Jörg Dreisler and Kraus Bachler, who will have helped them, no doubt, to 2nd position in it was GT3 Pro-Am. No, 2nd place overall and a win in the Pro-Am, I think that is.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So he's driven Porsches before. I'll still maintain he's not driven with Herbert, therefore, before.
Certainly not this year.
Okay.
But he's... did he do Ricard? I don't think he did Ricard, because...
Can't see it.
But no, so that was the race he couldn't do. And a driver who works as a World Rally Championship tyre technician, but is also a German rally champion, Mark Vollenwein, he stepped into the team for that one race and actually had to take the car to the finish, and they won the race overall as a Pro-Am car. So Mark, he was the super sub for that race, and he didn't have a radio for the last hour, because when I saw him at the next rally, I said, "Oh, so that was a great win, well done." And he said, "Well, I didn't really know where I was, because I didn't have a radio." I said, maybe better that way, that you don't know what was going on.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
That's generally our strategy, isn't it, Bruce?
Absolutely so. It's a lifelong policy. But another driver who scored a famous win at Spa-Francorchamps, didn't know anything about whether he'd won or not, was Bruce McLaren in 1968, when they took their first win, because a lot of cars dropped out on the final lap. But bear in mind, the final lap was a long lap. All the laps are long laps in those days, when the circuit went over into the neighbouring valley through the Master Kink and then back up. But a little bit of a while ago, that one. But bear in mind, it could be a big weekend this weekend. McLaren, they've got the constructors' title in the bag, just not a million miles from here, but certainly Abu Dhabi, all eyes going to be on that. We would have finished our race and probably even had a shower and be heading for the airport tomorrow night when that racing comes on, but we'll take a look. But right now, this is a different form of racing.
Well, it's almost as if the 24-hour series knew that it was going to be a grandstand finish in Formula 1, so they put a Saturday race on here for the 12 hours of Malaysia.
Yeah, it's all in the planning, you know.
Too right.
So I'm told.
Yep. So Patrick Niederhauser continuing on, but we're in a similar situation now as we were towards the end of Loic Hartog's stint, as in, it's all eyes on that 4th column and the stint length, which is now 2 hours and 7 minutes. Remember, you can't go over 2.5 hours of track time. As long as he makes it into the pits before that time reaches 2 hours 30, he will be fine, and the team will have all that in hand.
Just had a change of place. Rick Breukers has lost a position, not in class, but that's the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini has finally caught and passed him. So Hampus Eriksson goes up into 11th. Rick Breukers down to still 2nd in the 992 Cup class, but he's now down to 12th position overall. But I mean, that was coming for a while, and Hampus has beat again, a bit like Alessandro Giretti. He's got in, got comfortable, got going. And but all the time lost. How many? They say it was about 20. How long was? I'm trying to remember how many minutes were lost by the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini when it had to limp in with the rear wing only attached at one. So it's about 6 minutes. Okay, 6 minutes. But anyhow, that dropped them down to 14th place out of the 17th, and it's gradually working way forward. Next target, quite some distance up the track. Best part of. Minute and 12 seconds. It'd be the Modena Motorsport car that leads the 992 Cup class in 10th place overall. Christian Tjia, the driver at the wheel at the moment.
Yeah, it was a 7-minute stop, just north of 7 minutes. But as you say, there was a delay on at least the in lap, and possibly laps before that as well, because it had broken for quite some time before Marcus was convinced by the team perhaps to come in. But it was interesting that he didn't know a huge amount about it. It was only the snap of oversteer, which I assume was the point that it actually broke. The warning prior to that was minimal.
Did you gather where it broke?
Turn 13.
Turn 13. You've got a lot of load in the car. You're going down the slope towards one of the trickiest corners on the circuit, Sunway Lagoon, turn 14, where you want to get it right. But at that point, you're eyeing up your turning point. You're thinking, how late can I brake? And then suddenly, if you're not getting the downforce, that must have been a whoo-hoo. wide awake moment.
I liked his terminology. We went, oh, that's strange, because I normally get understeered. And I'm now facing the inside of the track, but that's all right, I'll deal with it, no problem.
Well, that is where you can imagine if your natural environment, Marcus' natural environment, you know, Indy 500 winner, they're tipping into turn one. What are they turning into turn one now? 240 miles an hour? They're swapping into turn one at Indy?
240 miles an
hour, yeah. Because the average is like over 230 now.
Yeah, yeah, they do like their wings to stay attached in IndyCar racing.
Yeah, but even an ever so slight movement it is huge at Indy. So therefore, if he gets a bit of a slide on, he's probably as adept as a world rally driver to catching that when it tries to get away from.
The size of your window for adjustment is remarkably small, isn't it? There.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so managed to gather that one up pretty well. But younger brother Hampus showing his credentials and how good a proving ground the Super Trofeo is to then step into the GT3 still with work to do, of course, to learn the car, etc. But it shows you that it definitely gives a good pathway for drivers to come through.
Right, just
their career goals.
Absolutely so. Just hearing a message actually WhatsApped up from the pit lane from Ben saying there's a splitter online on the approach to turn 4, and I wonder if that came off the 909, the Red Camels Jordan car, because we saw that having one bolted into position. But turn 4, again, uphill approach, very tricky right-hander. The last thing you want is someone else's splitter getting under your front tyres.
The 909 Red Camel Jordan's car had a splitter issue, and they tried to replace it. And we're going to go code 60 in the next 20 seconds. That will be to grab that piece of debris. Now, the last lap, Rick Breukers was 2 seconds slower than he was, you know, a handful of laps ago. So that would be. And that would maybe be a clue, the fact that it might be his splitter, because they had to reattach it. We do go code 60 the 999 AMG not down to 60k. They could well pick up a penalty there. Now down to 60k an hour.
5th place at the moment.
Yes, that was former front-running car. But yeah, coming back to the Red Camel Jordans, that, you know, when you lose that splitter, you're going to lose a lot of lap time. So maybe it's theirs. We'll try and keep an eye on it. We'll at least it will go by nice and slowly, so we'll be able to see. But then if that is them, pitting under code 60 will at least reduce the damages. Into the pits now. The first pit caller, Yannick Redon for Ajith Racing.
The flags come out, the physical flags, but there's also the LED boards that on our side, it's a relatively small LED square, but much larger and therefore brighter to traffic on running towards that board on the left-hand side. There's also then a repeating screen that sits on the dashboard, my understanding, in GT3 cars. It's very difficult to provide an excuse that you didn't know it was going code 60. Sometimes the pictures and the real-time action don't always sync up from our perspective, so let's give Tanit and Terricola the benefit of the doubt, but that will be looked at, I'm sure, as it will for everybody in this race, to make sure that they were down to 60 kph at the right time.
Patrick Niederhauser not taking fuel for Absolute Racing, race leader. He's got 18 minutes left of his stint time. That's strange. 32 laps on the tyre. It was pretty well timed, but he decided not to take service.
Ben's watching a lot of these stops.
That surprises me, PMAC, that he hasn't come in at all. Missing pit lane in, driving straight through. Red Camels Jordan is the car that's missing that splitter, and they haven't come to they haven't come to the box. They've gone straight down to refueling. I'm with Modena. I want to have a chat with Christian in just a few moments, because he's just done 42 laps on his tyres, and this has worked out well, because I'm sure they needed a pit stop. But didn't Patrick Niederhauser need a pit stop? We've gone green already, so it was a very, very short code 60 as expected, but perhaps it wasn't. It was going to be too short to take advantage of it.
I think it would have been perfect, to be honest, because you could have come into the pits, do a driver change, or to take a driver change, replace tyres, and by the time you've replaced tyres, you're back to green again, and then you can go into the fuel and then take your 100% of fuel in. Strange.
Well. So a moment or two ago, the 909 Porsche drives through the fueling area but didn't stop for fuel. Thought about it, edged towards where there was a free pump just in front of the Mercedes. But yeah, 909 Red Camel Jordans.nl car back into the race.
Back in the race without a front splitter. So obviously not, we gathered they didn't get a new one. It was visual confirmation. But the confusing thing for the trio of us up here and Ben Constanduros in the pit lane was why Absolute Racing number 10 Porsche. It didn't come in the first Code 60 at the end of the opening hour, and maybe it's just a tactic, but bear in mind it's also got a 10-second penalty to serve at some point as well.
Well, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Can't do that during a Code 60, but I'm just thinking,
which is
that one fell closer to when they ought to naturally have come in. Maybe they simply got the gen and thought, it's going to be a short Code 60. Is it worth it? Is it not? But all three of us reckon it probably would have been for race leader Patrick Niederhauser to come in during Code 60, make the stop and go out. But maybe it's a policy they've decided not to go for.
The penalty has been cleared off the screen. So maybe it's been rescinded, possibly, or cancelled. Yes, it's been cancelled, so their penalty has been cancelled. Now, Modena Motorsport are leading the 992 category, and they may be about to strengthen that position because Red Camel Jordan surely are going to have to go and put that new splitter on at some stage. So let's hear some more from them with Ben Constanduros in the pits.
Overall, the car felt great, and it's great to be back in Sepang.
I mean, you were looking at the timing screens and shaking your head, so you obviously got high expectations of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to play with these tires. It's the first time for this team to be on these new tires. So we're just still working on them and working on the strategy and the setup, and we haven't just quite got it right yet.
And you're in a very competitive field because you've got Red Camels Jordan and Mulder Motorsport that come from the European Series and know this championship well.
Well, I think we're aiming for a podium, and there's some tough competition, but we're going to make it. We're going to make it work.
Now, you normally do Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, is that correct? So that is a Michelin shod series, but are these tyres quite different?
Very, very different. Yeah, completely different. So the other Cup tires were specifically made for the 992, and these are more enduro tires, and it's been it's taking some time to get used to, but they're great, and the deck is good. But just the overall pace, we're not quite there yet.
And tell me about driving here at Sepang. It does seem like it's one of Helmut Tilke's best.
I mean, for us, it's really great to come back to Sepang. We consider it one of our home tracks, having been brought up in Jakarta, so not far away. So it's always great to see the fans and the track.
And you've got a new home track now for Indonesian fans.
We do, yeah. That's we're looking forward to racing there as well.
And Creventic racing here as a part of a Creventic race, obviously a new promoter for the 12 hours here. It seems like a positive step.
I think so. We love Creventic. We're going to be racing with Creventic in Dubai in a couple of weeks. So I think it's going to be a great change for Sepang 12 hours.
Thank you very much for your time, Christian.
Thank you very much.
Christian Chia, who, is from originally not that far away, although racing with the Canadian flag next to his name this weekend, joining compatriot John Shen. A big smile on his face, mind you, and clearly loving the action around here. They fancy a podium, might be slightly better than that, as in either a second or maybe a win that they're up for grabs for, but they'll have to push a little bit harder, and they've set themselves certainly a target that they can reach. I think they have great respect for the European racers in this weekend's race, who have more experience of the meat of the European season, of which will be 5 races again in 2026, by the way. A couple of visits to, just the one visit to Italy, Mugello, and then Belgium, the south of France, Germany for the first time, and Spain for the only 24-hour race on the bill for 2026. It'd be great to have some of the teams that are local to here being drawn to a Central Europe campaign as well, if they can find that working logistically.
Well, the weather wasn't brilliant when we were in Italy, Mugello, at the start of this year, but it's such a magnificent circuit, and it's something that has always been the essence of the 24H series. Go to great circuits. People want to race on them.
Yep.
And any series that has a round at Spa gets my vote, but I think it's the other ones in the mix as well. Paul Ricard in summer, well, what a wonderful place to be. Can be a little bit warm, but great track. But it's the diversity, and this time, and again, like you, I honestly scratched my head when I realised it was the first time the Creventic Series, 24H Series, were going to the Nürburgring. Hop, skip and a jump from their base in the Netherlands, but great to have. And do you think every 5 laps you're allowed to turn left and go through the Sabine Schmidt curves and do a quick lap of the Nordschleife? You might lose a bit of track position, but you've got to have fun.
It's like a joker lap that is not a joke at all. You know,
far from a joke.
Exactly. It will increase your lap time tenfold, but everyone will be tempted to do it, no doubt. And there'll be a lot of teams actually that are in for the 12 hours of the Nürburgring at the start of July, whose main base is the Nürburgring. You know, think about the number of laps that Mühlner have done around there. I know they're Belgian, but their second home is the Nürburgring. Proton Huber, we were just talking about as well.
Now, at the moment, we have the timing screen lighting up with the Ajith Red Ant Racing, number 93 Mercedes, personal best sectors on both Sector 1 and Sector 2 right now for Yannick Redon, and best lap of the race for that car on the previous lap. However, I looked at it and I thought, Yannick Redon's got 45 minutes of driving time, so less than 50 minutes. The importance of that is it will come out in a moment. But they did put on new tyres because he's only got 3 laps on his tyres at the moment. Now, under code 60, if the tyres have less than 50 minutes on them, you cannot change them. Now, whether that included the time from that were used in qualifying, hard to say, but they've just been given a penalty, 10-second time penalty, for not respecting the pit stop regulations. So, is that because they've put tyres on when they weren't supposed to, or is it something else? An assignment for our Cub reporter, Ben Coston.
The Cub?
The Cub reporter.
We've all gone silent because I think we're thinking the same thing. He's reached another round figure, you know, less of a cub.
A cub with candles on his cake, that's
yeah.
what we'll say. I'm one to speak, obviously. But
Ben now wants to defend his position, and who can blame him? Go on.
Point out who was the fastest.
Well, that's got nothing to do with age, has it? It's more to do with experience, surely. Someone who's been round the block a few times.
Yeah. Well, yeah, in which case, there we go. Yes, I'm no spring chicken. I just have a young face.
I'd just like to point out I wasn't on the kart track, thank goodness.
True.
I'm saying nothing. You see, I'm covered by a cloak of invisibility. It's all fine.
Bruce has got nothing to prove. That was the line you gave us anyway, I think, ahead of stepping out of competition. Probably the safer place to be. Patrick Niederhauser leads on a lap at 132 and leads by, well, 40-odd seconds, 45. I think as our last check, Ralph Bone might be losing a little bit here and there in comparison to his fellow Porsche runner. And Bob Yuan for Origin Motorsport make it an all-Porsche top 3, and that's, Peter Mackay, rather what you were suggesting as far as the sector times were concerned, out of free practice and night practice as well. Porsche, you were telling me, and that's not really a surprise now. The one surprise might actually be the Audi, because the Audi had been being outperformed by the AMGs for a lot of, Thursday and Friday running, and they dominated in the grid positions as well. But every credit to the drivers in car number 69. James Winslow now at the wheel of that, but we've had a spell of Damien Shosek. Alex Bukantsov began the race, Vasily Vladikin as well. So they've been through all 4 of their drivers. They all look pretty strong.
They do, and I would say that we haven't really, I don't think we saw the true performance of that. And remember, it's the only Audi in the field. Yesterday they had problems with gearbox change, etc., didn't do qualifying, what have you. But the balance of performance in Barcelona, the last round of the European season for the Michelin 12H series, the Audi was a really, really strong package in the race across all 3 sectors of that circuit. And since then, it has only been given more performance because it has 2 of the 2 air restrictors on the engine. Each of those restrictors has been given 2 millimeters more, which allows more air into the engine, therefore more power. So it's not a surprise to see the Audi going well at the moment, but of course it's the only one, so it's the only kind of reference that we have, whereas we've got a whole slew of Porsches in GT3. But again, the pace that they've shown not only this week in practice and in qualifying, but also in GT World Challenge Asia the last 4 years at Sepang. It's been the fastest car in the race, so it's clearly a package that works, as, just right on cue, that one of those Porsches, the race-leading Absolute Racing machine driven by Patrick Niederhauser, into the pits.
And just to reiterate, we were talking of a 10-second time penalty. I just want to point out the bit that I didn't notice for a moment. That was rescinded. That's why Patrick's been able to drive down the pit lane and just looking to... Is that Antares out? Have they allowed him out of the garage? Yes, they have, because, of course, the hard work was done by, right from the start of the race, in the number 10 Porsche, Loic Hartog doing a double stint, Patrick Niederhauser echoing that. But, of course, again, 12-hour race, and you have to do some racing in each half of that, do you not? In each 6 hours.
Say again, sorry?
The 6 hour split, I'm trying to dive through my notes about... you have to do no more than 4 hours in the first 6.
In any 6.
In any 6. Yeah, in any 6. Any 6, that makes more sense, doesn't it? Okay, we'll unravel that one.
I know what you're trying
I've got it backwards.
I know what you're saying, but I don't think you have to, as any single driver, you don't have to feature in the first half of the race and the second half of the race. You could front load it.
Yeah, so you could front load it.
And that makes it more difficult, potentially, on the strategy. But it's already quite difficult. This is a rule from Le Mans as well, mind you. It's a kind of conveyor belt of 6 hours, which creeps forward and creeps... The front of it creeps forward at the same speed as the back of it. And it's, imagine this sliding scale. And with any snapshot of the 6 hours, you can't have driven for more than 4. But the 2 hours and 30 minutes driver limit is useful in that. Is there still a rule whereby if you've been in it for 2.5 hours, you then have to take 50% as a rest period before you get back on board? So
which you would need to anyway, because you're always going to cycle it through. You cycle it through the drivers, and also...
But it's mandated that way. So if you did 2 hours, you have to take an hour's break before you get back on board.
Which you would do anyway. Well, one driver who put in some red-hot pace in the previous stint was the Be Quick Racing Porsche of Alessandro Gueretti, a driver very much on the up at the moment, and he's caught up with Ben Constanduros.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to have the likes of Alessandro and the quality that you bring to Asian motorsport with us this weekend. How are you enjoying your first 24H Series experience?
Yeah, first of all, I'm super happy to be here. I'm thankful to Be Quick Absolute Racing Team for the opportunity, and also to Porsche. So yeah, it's my second GT3 race ever, and it's my first big endurance 12 hours, so I'm really happy to compete. As you can see on my face, it's really hot. I did my first stint, which was really good. I had a strong pace from what I just saw, so I'm happy.
Yeah, because you don't have a lot of experience with big, long races.
No, I'm a sprint driver because I used to be Super Cup and Carrera Cup. And I think I need to also work on this, because I need also to manage the tiredness, because it's really demanding physically, because it's really hot. So yeah. It's part of learning, and super happy.
But more than just being inside the car and pacing yourself, I was in the chill-out zone earlier. So hyped and so excited in the early part of the race to see what was going on.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of cars on track, some overtaking, great moment. At the end, was a bit challenging with the tires, but still is really, really cool.
Lots of sweat going into your eyes. Apologies for that. The experience of the GT3 car, you got a little bit of that. Obviously, Carrera Cup tends to not be in the GT3 car itself.
Yeah, I cannot open the eye. I have sweat in the eye, sorry. Yeah, it's quite different, but I raced here in Carrera Cup Asia last year, so I had some experience on this track, and also I was used to drive here in Formula 4 SAA and F3 Winter Series, so I know the track well.
I will let you go and bathe your eyes. Thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, that's a horrible situation. I had similar, actually, after our karting exploits, and I know that is nothing in comparison, but we feel his pain. And honestly, from a conditioning point of view, if you've got a Porsche champion there, double champion this year, but he's only in the car for 40, 45 minutes, and it's kind of psych yourself up for one race, you do your stint. I mean, it's frenetic stuff, but it's a stint, and then you get out, and then you've often got, you know, lots of team members there with a towel, and you're the focus when you got out of the car. You're not necessarily the focus because the ingoing driver is then where all the team are looking at, and you don't necessarily get the attention. So this is, you know, kind of culturally, from a conditioning point of view, he might not be as experienced as someone like a Ralph Bone, who's not as quick, but knows what a 24-hour and a 12-hour race is far more.
It's a brilliant learning ground, isn't it? Only the second ever GT3 race, which is mind-blowing. You think of the pace that he's putting in for Alessandro Guerretti. But you think of like a running races, 100 metres. If you put a 100-metre racer, even in an 800-metre event, they're not going to be attuned to it.
Different.
It's totally different, a totally different set of athletes. And then take that again, an 800-metre racer going into a half marathon.
Yeah.
Again, different. So don't get me wrong, they're still quite handy at running fast, but it's conditioning to those very specific conditions. But it's also, you look at the pathway of Alessandro Guerretti's career. I mean, the Carrera Cups are a great way of proving his natural speed and the way of finding every last detail in performance. He's proven that. He's got the ink to paper on the contract. Now Porsche will be taking him to the next step, as they've done with so many drivers in the past. You're going, okay, now we're going to start placing you with the customer teams, and you're going to race all over the world, and then if that all goes well, a couple of years later, you get lifted up and into the full works team. It's a conveyor belt that's been running for at least 25 years. When they had the UPS junior team, they ran cars in Carrera Cup Germany and brought drivers through there, guys like Rockenfeller, Lucas Luhr, Mark Lieb, was a good one, Timo Bernhard, etc., Jörg Bergmeister, and on, and they all got brought through that junior team and put up through all the way towards the works team.
And they've all learnt probably the awkward way as well, that the one thing you need in a post-stint interview is a towel in hand, so that you can just stick that on there. That's something that Alessandro will remember moving forward, I'm sure. But great to have him again as one of the 4 pro drivers here this weekend, the others being Robert Renauer, Marcus Ericsson and Patrick Niederhauser. And we've been speaking quite a bit about those 4 drivers whenever they've been in the cars, but that is not to overshadow the talent of all of the other semi-pros, the AM pluses, the AMs, who were part and parcel of qualifying yesterday. And great that a few years ago now, the 24-hour series adopted the current qualifying format, which does incorporate all, if not 3/4 of your driving talent as a combination to get your car a good grid position, and done on a 3-lap average. But the AM, who has to do the opening session, is therefore a huge part of that success if you end up on the front row, and even better on pole position within your category. Rick Breukers leading the 992 class.
But he's losing 2 seconds a lap, I'd say, without that front splitter.
Rick, yes, okay. So that's an interesting area to be looking at, to see how quickly the 992 AM cars are catching. Unfortunately, Mühlner Motorsport remaining in the pit lane at this time. I know that's a pit stop that's only just started. Remember, the Mühlner Motorsport car had the difficulties with the hub not too long ago. I know we're doing a change down at pit lane level with Ben Constanduras heading out to cool down a little bit, maybe wipe some sweat from his eyes. And we welcome back to pit lane John Hindhaugh. Hello.
Ben was stepping away there, and I'm just taking on the task. It's still as warm as it was in the past. That overcast just keeping the heat here on the pit lane, but one car only in the fueling area. And we've got the 610 Porsche back in again. The what was it you call it? The half-eaten Cornetto?
No, that's the Origin car. Yes, a strawberry Cornetto, yes. Very important. So it starts red and white, and then as you consume it, the top deep red layer comes off, and it's kind of pink and white underneath.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've never.
Yes. Whereas the 610 car, Bruce likened to the bread and butter pudding he had for his breakfast.
Or the vanilla sauce.
Well, no, to the sauce that goes with it. Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's the key part. It's a very sort of thin creme anglaise, isn't it? That comes with that. Nick Damon would be delighted at the selection of pastries and sweet goods available for breakfast, I think. He just like a walking around.
No profiteroles for breakfast, though, so Nick would be disappointed by that, I think.
Well, that is very true.
It's interesting that a couple of Porsche teams, though, have favoured the dessert shades, whereas we've had the pink pig before, haven't we? You know, going back a long, long way. That's definitely a main course.
Yes. I feel you got
yeah, the words rabbit disappearing and whole spring to mind here.
Let's keep going. I've got my pink pig socks on today.
There you go. Perfect.
Oh, you had your Mazda winning socks, 1991 winning socks on this. There's a scrum of people off to my left, and let's see what we can do here, because this can only be one car and one driver, and this is Ajith Kumar. In some respects, I'm actually going to have to just dive in and see if the boss is about. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Let's have a run in here. My goodness, Ajith, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you, sir.
Great to see you again. Thank you very much for coming to race with us again here. You always bring such impassioned fans. Tell me a little bit about this circuit and tell me about racing with Red Ant.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Reliance Consumer Products Limited, with their brand Campa Energy, and Nova Lifespace. I hope this is a new beginning for Indian motorsports, and happy to have them on board. Big thanks to the fans, you know, for coming all the way to support motorsports. And yeah, the last time I was here in Sepang was in 2003, driving the Formula BMW cars. So it's been a while now, 23 odd years. So always nice to be here.
And this will be a very different proposition for you. How easy or difficult do you find it? You were lost in your own thoughts there for a moment. Let me apologise for interrupting your preparation. How difficult or easy is it for you to be able to get yourself concentrated as a racing driver? Because that's what you are here, regardless of what you do in the rest of your life, when you've got so much attention and the spotlight shining on you.
It's the same like a firm location, right? We have a lot of fans around, so we need to learn to switch on, switch off. So probably been doing it for the last 33 years, and we have the best people, professionals guiding us, mental coach, driving coach, to ensure that I'm able to focus and do what I'm supposed to do. So thanks, big thanks to all of them.
Ajith, it's great to have you here. I don't know if you can see this, but on Ajith's race suit and his underwear, the fireproofs, Indian cinema, and it says lights, camera, action. And that's exactly where we are now. We've got the lights, we've got the camera, and these guys are going to bring the action. And it's all going to be live for you here on YouTube and around the world on the Creventic Motorsport channel.
Location is always so important.
There's a scrum of people off to my left, and let's see what we can do here, because this can only be one car and one driver, and this is Ajith Kumar. In some respects, I'm actually going to have to just dive in and see if the boss is about. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Let's have a run in here. My goodness, Ajith, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you, sir.
Great to see you again. Thank you very much for coming to race with us again here. You always bring such impassioned fans. Tell me a little bit about this circuit and tell me about racing with Red Ant.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Reliance Consumer Products Limited, with their brand Campa Energy, and Nova Lifespace. I hope this is a new beginning for Indian motorsports, and happy to have them on board. Big thanks to the fans, you know, for coming all the way to support motorsports. And yeah, the last time I was here in Sepang was in 2003, driving the Formula BMW cars. So it's been a while now, 23 odd years. So always nice to be here.
And this will be a very different proposition for you. How easy or difficult do you find it? You were lost in your own thoughts there for a moment. Let me apologise for interrupting your preparation. How difficult or easy is it for you to be able to get yourself concentrated as a racing driver? Because that's what you are here, regardless of what you do in the rest of your life, when you've got so much attention and the spotlight shining on you?
It's the same like a firm location, right? We have a lot of fans around, so we need to learn to switch on, switch off. So probably been doing it for the last 33 years, and we have the best people, professionals guiding us, mental coach, driving coach, to ensure that I'm able to focus and do what I'm supposed to do. So thanks, a big thanks to all of them.
Ajith, it's great to have you here. I don't know if you can see this, but on Ajith's race suit and his underwear, the fireproofs, Indian cinema, and it says lights, camera, action. And that's exactly where we are now. We've got the lights, we've got the camera, and these guys are going to bring the action. And it's all going to be live for you here on YouTube and around the world on the Creventic Motorsport channel.
Location is always so important.
Transferable into GT3 racing because they've come out and raced at the very highest
even
level.
More transferable than even beyond that. Look at what Scott McLaughlin's done in IndyCar, and it didn't take long to get up to speed, which was great to see with Team Penske, and still remains part of the championship. So yeah, if you can win in V8 supercars, you can win pretty much anywhere. Into turn one, race leader number 91, Herbert, Porsche, Ralph Bowen. I feel like if you've got a bingo card watching a Michelin 24-hour series race, Herbert into the lead is probably one that's an easy one to tick off. If you've not got that, you're not winning the hand, because it's gonna happen at some point. They're just such a, and this is probably the best compliment you could give a race team. They're metronomic.
Yeah. They're almost boring, to be honest. The rhythm is it's a striking word, but
yeah,
but yeah, their consistency to go to the top of the pile quite often in a 12-hour race and then a 24-hour race as well. You kind of go, oh, they're at it again, and they do it. I mean, even more so with this black liveried car, stealth-like. That they didn't show any form in qualifying because they weren't even in qualifying yesterday. But it didn't. I wasn't concerned. For Herbert Motorsport fans, I thought, just relax, it's fine. They can come from the back of the whole grid if they wanted to. I know they started 9th, I think, because remember that the cars were grouped within their categories. But you just knew. But you know, Robert Renault in for an opening stint. They were one of the ones that pitted, I think, just after the Code 60. So they didn't stay out like Loic Hartog did in the Absolute Racing Car. But again, their strategy clearly has been within team. Let's get all 4 drivers through as quickly as possible, just so everyone has a feel for the track conditions, how the car's going to possibly fade through a stint, how the tyres and their performance might trail off very slightly. Although, generally, the comments about the Michelin tyre used this weekend is that, yes, the peak performance disappears, but then it just plateaus to a very predictable level, which is perfectly manageable as long as you've looked after your tyres in the opening, I don't know, quarter of the stint. Then the performance, once it's edged off a little bit, just stays there all the way to the end of just beyond the 1 hour marker. So Ralph Bowen leads Bob Ewan in a similar Porsche for Origin Motorsport. It's a top 3 of Porsches because Antares O's doing well in the number 10 car. As we head back to John in the pits.
Well, we were speculating whether he had got out. He has got out of the car. Bryce Fullwood being the he. Single stint there. Was that? I mean, you look fresh. You look fresh when you got out of the car. How was that?
I've never driven a car with aircon before. So, yeah, it's not, I'm good. Ready to do it again.
Hang on, supercars don't have aircon?
No, race cars have aircon? I didn't know that was a thing until this weekend. No, we have a cool suit and a helmet fan. But this weekend we have aircon in the car and no cool suit, and there's a helmet fan, but it doesn't connect to my helmet, so just aircon. But yeah, it's good.
How did the balance of the car change throughout the stint? You probably were in there at around or at the hottest time of the day in terms certainly of the heat from the circuit surface itself.
Yeah, definitely. Just probably the last lap, it started to really fall away. It's hurting the rear tyre a little bit, but nothing I wasn't able to manage with some brake bias and trying to drive around it a little bit. But the balance was pretty good, pretty happy, I think. As the track cools down, as we go into the night, the car will get stronger.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? We're going to have about 3 hours of nighttime driving tonight. We always say at the 12 hours of Sebring for the American series that you've got to set your car up because it's 3 or 4 hours at the night. That's when you've got to be good. All right. it's a small competition for you in GT4, but you obviously want to get as far up the overall as possible as well.
I think, you know, for us, unfortunately, we're the only car in the category, but we are this weekend. But we're still executing it as if we're trying to win, you know, with 20 cars behind us. So the team here have done a really good job. You know, the way we've set the car up and the way we've approached this weekend is as if we've had someone pushing us the whole way. So, and I think that's it's good for the team to operate that way and try and drag the most out of ourselves.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was good fun. I mean, obviously, I'm flat out in the mirrors watching the GT cars catch me.
They come up quick, don't they?
Yeah, I got a little bit of time to sing some songs and stuff down the straight. It's quite a big track, and the car's not the fastest, but it's still really good fun. The track's amazing. I mean, how grand is it, you know? Had a really good time.
Thanks, mate. Go well.
No worries, thank you.
Race forward. If we just step outside, we've got a pit stop down to our left, and it is Herbert, so perfect timing. So stay with me for a second. Ralph Bourne getting out of that car. In fact, he's already out of the car. The 001 on the Lumi rank, and that car is down and away. Now let's have a look at these tyres. I was having a look at another set of Porsche tyres a moment or two ago. 32 laps on these tyres, and it's the inside shoulders that everybody's been worried about. There's absolutely nothing wrong with those. They have done a cracking job for 32 laps. Just starting to see a little bit of wear on the inside shoulder, but nothing like the Porsche that I was looking at before, where there was evidence of a little bit of wear. That's pretty decent across all of that. Very experienced team, and we'll try and grab a word with Ralph once he's cooled down and got out of his suit a little bit. He's just in the back of the garage.
I'm thinking that was a full stint rather than the 37 minutes or so that he did earlier on in the piece, and that was just because the 37 minutes originally was just where the A code 60 fell, and then a convenient time to switch drivers, but that was just what, more than an hour, was it?
Yeah.
But again, they're not keeping Ralph in on a double. They've chosen to switch drivers again. So I think at every possible opportunity, in every pit stop, they've done a driver change at Herbert. And from a refreshing your driver talent point of view, that's maybe not a bad move.
I think it's a really strong move, yeah.
Especially in the, you know, it is warm today. It's pleasant outside the car, as we've said. Conditions pretty much perfect from a spectating point of view, but in the car it is slightly more uncomfortable at times.
And when you've got 4 drivers in a 12-hour race, you kind of need to keep cycling people through in a way. You don't really need to do a double, whereas for Absolute Racing number 10, which it seems like it is building towards a head-to-head between Absolute Racing number 10 and 91 Herbert. But Absolute Racing, they've only got 3 drivers, of course. So maybe that's why they decided with Luke Hartog and then Patrick Niederhauser to do doubles with both of them. Also, both top professionals who have got that fitness level to do it. I mean, to do a 2.5-hour run in a GT3 car in this heat, you need to be a professional athlete or do a huge amount of personal training.
Yeah.
Because the demand on the body is enormous in that heat.
Yeah, and some of these cars, as Bryce Fullwood was just explaining to John, have some creature comforts. There is some aircon in most of them, but that only goes so far. And with a circuit, particularly here at Sepang, which is changing direction almost constantly, and it's a left-hander followed by a right-hander, left and right again. So your body's never sort of comfortably in one position, apart from maybe down the back straight and the start-finish straight, the Penang straight and the Kuala Lumpur straight. And then otherwise, you're just either on a short straight preparing for the next corner, or you are mid-corner and the car's constantly wanting to throw you out of the seat despite the 6-point harness.
You're really getting put through the ringer. Particularly, you think the aero that a GT3 car has now.
Yes,
it's massive. You look at the lap times that they can do with relatively restricted straight line speed too. I mean, they all have to be balanced around. Some could go much quicker in a straight line if you really open them up. But in order for them all to be balanced together, some have to be turned back a little. So yeah, it's the aero where they make their time. In fact, whenever I do my track map for each race, I love watching onboards and seeing where each car is, what they're doing in each part of the circuit. And always when you get to the end of a long straight, a Porsche 992 Cup car is as quick as a GT3. Now, power-wise, they're similar-ish, but the 992 is a little bit less draggy, of course.
Yep.
And therefore, it's got good top line. But then, as soon as you hit the brakes, and particularly mid-corner in a high-speed corner, the differences are huge. And of course, that's just all aero, isn't it? And I guess tyre too. It's probably got more rubber on the ground than a 992.
In terms of the tyre footprint.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, okay. I haven't investigated tyre sizes this weekend. I suppose they've not changed in a few years, actually. A 992 Cup car versus the GT3 car. So are you therefore braking quite a bit earlier into, let's say, turn 4 or turn 9 in a Cup car compared to the GT3?
Big time.
Because you can't carry the mid-corner speed through, because the car's just not going to stick as well. 6 hours and 36 minutes still to go, so we're actually not that far away from half distance now on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Let's go back to John in the pit lane.
I'm just waiting, guys, for the Porsche of Origin Motorsport to come in. Leo Ye is getting ready to get in, and he's resplendent in his sort of linen and dark green coloured race suit and the yellow and black helmet with accents of orange on it. They have been out in the pit lane for quite a while, but the car still isn't showing, and they're only about a third of the way down. Hopefully it hasn't had a problem on the way in. It will be a full 4-tyre stop, of course, with a brand new set of the Cup 3, Cup GT rather, H2 tyres. And here comes the car, pink and white, braking down to 40 kilometres an hour, very late braking. Who's the driver bringing it in, chaps?
Yuan.
Ah, yes. So I'm rather stupidly standing right in front in the line of fire behind the stop board, but he pulled it up perfectly. An awful lot of brake dust coming off the front discs. Yuan Bo is out of the car and striding away, and the 87 machine and I see what Peter means now about the that has been the issue. That's one of the hardest working tyres that we'll see this year, but I think they're all right as well. What's interesting to me as well is that these teams, some of these teams have chosen, there's a tiny little bit more on the inside of that front left, but that's all. That looks pretty good. Interesting to me that the variety of colours of wheels that are used. This is a team that favour black wheels, but there's silver and various others. Now, I know in some forms of motor racing, they prefer a lighter colour wheel to try and dissipate the heat. But right down here at Origin, the black rims are working well for them with the Michelin
black
tyres.
ones are quite popular. I mean, the Herbert Motorsport of course, they're running a black car, but earlier in the week, Absolute Racing were running silver wheels. I thought the car looked absolutely superb. I mean, on road cars, I'm not a fan.
I'm going to have to need to do now is borrow one of the Michelin tyre technicians' pyrometers and take the temperature of the wheels as they come off rather than the tyres. and see if there's any difference between a light-coloured wheel and a darker colour wheel. Our sole TCE, TCR, TCX competitor is in, another team that are battling against themselves, but that is often the case for Asbest. The Cupra is in, and they are putting a set of rear tyres on. Now, as we know from Barcelona, that's quite a rarity. I think they went through Barcelona with just two changes of rear tyres, so 6 tyres on the rear for 24 hours. And I think it was only about four or five pairs of front tyres. They were superb as far as their economy was concerned on the round black things at each corner. There's a little bit of an issue on the right rear. Somebody underneath the back there. Somebody's run into them, haven't they? And they've bent the exhaust or something. Oh no. It is round the exhaust. I was in the right area. They are taking out absolutely loads of tyre clag. There's an end of a long spanner or something like that being used for basically a big porky thing, he says, using technical terms aplenty. And all the way around the exhaust outlets on the right-hand side, he's taken out an absolute heap. There's got to be getting on for probably 1 kilo of rubber he's taken out of the right-hand side. Now he's going to do the left. Of course, it's really important because that's right next to the two exhausts, the exhausts either side. And, I mean, there's 3 cricket balls if you pulled all that together from each side. I have never seen anything like that. That's obviously coming up, being thrown up from the rear wheels on this Cupra. They're taking their time to do it, and rightly so, because we have seen with other cars in the past, it used to be the AMGs actually were the early AMGs, or the SLSs actually, were really susceptible to getting tyre clag on the sills, and then that catching fire with the heat of the exhaust. So this is going to be a bit of a longer stop to get the wheels and tyres back on, but essential and safety concerned maintenance on this Cupra.
Whilst you were talking, John, Peter Mackay has just been saying to me, watch the Antares Hour lap times because they are very consistent. It's almost as if he's identified a delta that he's very comfortable with, P-Mac. 208, the occasional 206, just dipped into a 207 on lap 144. But it's like the team and he have decided that's the speed you need to go at without creating any risk. And actually, it's keeping the number 10 car consistently in front of,
should have some
well,
pictures
Robert
of the
Renau
track
for the time being. But what we really need to do is compare the lap times with Ralph Bone, who's just stepped out of that car. More info from John. Still watching this pit stop for the Cupra.
Right, so it's all been done now, but we couldn't show you this on camera before. I've described it for those of you on radio on RS1. But as this Cupra pulls away, I want you to see up in the booth so that you can describe it as well, how much has come. This was all from around the two exhausts that poke out under the back of the Valence. Actually, they've stopped the car again. It may not be going out, but you can probably already see, for those of you watching the pictures, just how much tyre debris, and it's left now on the ground of the pit stop. I mean, look, 1, 2, 3 from the left-hand side, cricket ball handfuls. 1, 2, 3, I think 4, because I think there's 2 handfuls over here. That is extraordinary. I have seen pickup before. I have never seen anything like this. You can make a desk ornament out of that. Somebody will be sculpting that later on into some kind of art project. Extraordinary stuff, and really important, essential safety-derived maintenance on that Cupra, which is now
you can't even fit it into one entire dustpan.
No, I know. That's, yes, exactly. One of the Asbest mechanics there coming out with a fairly large-sized dustpan and brush, and he's coming back to finish that off so that it's not sitting on the apron of the pit lane. That's a good 1.5 dustpans full, and that's not your small dustpan either. That's industrial.
There's almost so much
sized.
there that Michelin might demand it back as a full tyre. You know, you said they have to check everything back in again.
Well, you know, race tyres for Michelin are getting bigger and bigger percentages of recycled material within them. They're working in about 30% in the on the tyres that are running in the American Le Mans Series at the moment. Sorry, the American Le Mans Series. How many years have I just stepped back? In the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, they want to move that up over 50% and then up towards 80% in the future. I'll send them down to Asbest. They can start doing some recycling on that. Extraordinary stuff. I've never seen anything like it, and we're not even halfway through,
It's going to
guys.
get worse, isn't it? As more tyre chunks are thrown out offline onto the circuit. Now, the circuit is, I think, in one of the quickest states it's been for a while, because Marcus Ericsson has just put in the fastest lap of the Leipert Motorsport Cars race, 206.1, 205.1 for Bo Yuan, so only 3/10 of a second off the fastest lap of the race, and he was absolute best in the middle sector. So the track is definitely in a good state. Robert Renauer has just done a 205.8, which is only 3/10 off that car's best. So right now, the track is in the best state we've seen it since, I would say, since the beginning of the race.
Just hearing from Ben Constanduras that even though our screen number 87 has Bob Yuan shown, he reckons it's actually Leo Yeh who has now taken over that car.
Okay.
So that might have been the case for a little while, actually. And Leo is the semi-pro in 87, I think I'm right in saying. Yeah, so we have a couple of AMs, being Bob Yuan and Lu Wei, with Leo Hung Chung as the AM Plus, and Leo Yeh should be the quickest, being the only semi-pro in that car.
Yeah, and multiple race winner in Carrera Cup Asia. So yeah, knows the circuit well, and quick in a Porsche. He's pushing on. They've changed that around now on our graphics. Still on the timing screen is showing as Bob Yuan, so they've obviously left the driver ID switch on, so they need to turn that around. Asbest certainly having a bit of clean-up to do after all that tyre clag. John's got some more for us.
Well, I've managed to grab the driver who, I think you were out first, Sebastian, when Sebastian Schemmer is with me now, out of the car relatively recently. Incredible amount of rubber that was coming out of the back there. Describe for me an hour and 10 minutes in that Cupra.
Yeah, it is very hard to drive here. The conditions very hot, 35 degrees outside, 80% humidity. It's crazy. Yeah, and the tire getting overheating. Sometimes it's a front-wheel drive car. It's very bad track for this car. Yeah, we need to hold the positions and stay on track. But it's a lot of pickup on the track, and the front-wheel drive car with the rear pick it up on the back straight. You hear it clap, clap, and it goes inside the wheel housing. And yeah, after 2-3 split stops, we need to change it. To put it away, that it don't go a big bottom on the tire, and we.
Now, this car is very good on its rear tyres. At Barcelona, at the end of the European season, I think you only changed the rear tyres maybe 3 or 4 times for the whole 24-hour race. Is it the same here for the rears? You're not using too many rears?
The rears a little bit more, but about the track is like sandpaper, and you have big issues with the temperature. I think we need 2 sets more for the rear. And yeah, the front rear tire is, after one stint, we can put it in the waste. It's over.
It's the front left, I take it, that's taking the battering because it's a clockwise circuit.
Yeah, the front left is the biggest problem. Yeah, you need to push. You can push 1-2 laps, and then you need to cool down the tire, or you drive a little bit slower and hold the position. And
can you feel that as a driver? So you're coming into, let's say, the first corner, which is a right-hander, so you're leaning on that right front, so you get a couple of laps, you go, yeah, this is good, and then you come in and it's like, oh, what, understeer? It just starts to push the car, it won't turn?
Yeah, you have many understeering at this moment, and you you can see you cannot roll in the car, but the car goes understeering, and normally you want a little bit oversteering. That the rear runs around and you can going early on the throttle.
Well, you're doing a great job, and we really love seeing you here. Are you coming to Dubai and Abu Dhabi with the car?
Of course, with 4 cars we come to Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
That's what I want to hear. Excellent. Sebastian, thank you very much. Asbest Racing flying the flag for front wheel drive in the TCR, TCX category.
Great to have them, and yeah, they're very much looking forward to having some cars to race for 24 hours worth throughout the Dubai 24 hours, which is next year, the 3rd weekend of January, so a week later than normal. And those wanting to compete in Dubai and then the Daytona 24 hours the following week, it's rather been condensed, that gap to get from one to the other. Perfectly possible to do that, and I'm sure there are several drivers wanting to do the first 2 24-hour races of the new year. There was an extra driver actually called up for Asbest Racing late on, and I'm just trying to remind myself now who's in that TCE car as the addition. Bear with me. Oh, Sebastian himself, Sebastian Schemann, who wasn't on the original entry list, but joining Junichi Yamamoto and Pia Olsen and Lutz Obermann, who are regulars within Asbest Racing too.
Yeah, they are. Junichi's a class winner at the Nürburgring 24-hour as well, and if you can finish the Nürburgring 24-hour, you are a serious endurance racer, but to win your class at that race is a mighty, mighty achievement. And yeah, the Japanese driver at the wheel at the moment in that number 102 Asbest car, and great insight there of how the front wheels are doing so much around on a front wheel drive car around the circuit, and then throwing the tyre clag back into the rear wheel arches, and then just everything just getting totally clogged up. Now Rick Broiker's still splitterless, so he'll be desperate to get back to the pit lane at the moment, lapping in the 2-minute 13s. So actually it's now sort of steadied a bit, but I still think he's a couple of seconds a lap he's losing without that splitter. Coming around the part of the circuit now where you would really want it, trying to get the aerodynamic force on the front to try and give the grip, but it's a part that you can sometimes you see in Carrera Cup races where there's a little bit more contact, where they lose they lose that performance, and then particularly in a Carrera Cup race where you're looking for thousandths of a second, losing the splitter can make a big difference. And at the moment, Rick Broiker's coming down into turn 9, trying to manage it. And actually, right now, Rick's their most experienced driver in terms. Well, actually, Ivo's the most experienced in terms of miles, but Rick is their top driver.
Yeah.
And actually, that's who you want in the car when things like this happen, I would imagine.
Yeah, true. But what I don't understand is the car's been into the pits at least once, and they didn't refit a new splitter. Now, whether they didn't have a spare in the right place at the right time, or they wanted a bit more time to assess precisely how it's broken, and therefore how easily a new piece will fit again. I remember many iterations ago of the Carrera Cup car, the big problem for frontal impact was that it would pop the radiator every time, and that would put a car out of the sprint race straight away. And they played with all sorts of different ways of solving that, including splitting the radiator. So instead of one single unit, it used to be in the front left and the front right corners. Now it's much further back in the car, I think. So even if you do get quite a big hit on the first corner of the opening lap, it shouldn't put you out of the race, is the theory.
It's much further back, and it's at an angle as well, which is really helpful for the aerodynamics.
A look at the splitter
as well. And the new GT3 RS road car, up to the last generation, the GT3 RS, which is the track version, if you like, still a road car, but track focused, you would still have the frunk that you get in any 911, but this current GT3 RS of 992 generation doesn't have a frunk at all, because that's where they've got the radiators with that same angle as the race car. Again, it's all to do with aero. So, whoa, it's a big slide for one of the other 992s of Milner Motorsport, Jiatong Liang. So, yeah, that front aero, really, really important. John, you're the expert on all things 911. Talk us through it.
Hardly. Well, I think you've summed it up pretty well there, but what I wanted to do was give you an idea of how small, in some respects, the part that you're talking about in terms of what it does, the massive effect that it has for what is actually quite, in terms of how it looks, an insignificant part. It is an interference fit on the front of the bottom of the substantive bumper bar, and therefore front air dam that a sort of plasticized rubber fits over the top. There's little catches that then fit in, and on either end, I'll just move this one carefully, plasticky than they used to be, and on fixing spot that then beneath that with there. Now this one's had a little bit of damage to it, I can see that, but that is the bit that we're talking about. Visually, to the frontal downforce and the balance of the car, absolutely crucial to manage the air under and around the front of the car. Over here, Ivo Breukers, I was looking there, a very small bit of the splitter that's been broken for a little while. The car not trying to change it. Are you not losing enough time? What is it?
We placed the splitter one time, but it got over coming in. I think the code 60 was ending. The next stop we will fit the splitter.
There's a scrum of people off to my left, and let's see what we can do here, because this can only be one car and one driver, and this is Ajith Kumar. In some respects, I'm actually going to have to just dive in and see if the boss is about. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Let's have a run in here. My goodness, Ajith, how are you, sir?
Doing well, thank you, sir.
Great to see you again. Thank you very much for coming to race with us again here. You always bring such impassioned fans. Tell me a little bit about this circuit and tell me about racing with Red Ant.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Reliance Consumer Products Limited, with their brand Campa Energy, and Nova Lifespace. I hope this is a new beginning for Indian motorsports, and happy to have them on board. Big thanks to the fans, for coming all the way to support motorsports. And yeah, the last time I was here in Sepang was in 2003, driving the Formula BMW cars. So it's been a while now, 23 odd years. So always nice to be here.
And this will be a very different proposition for you. How easy or difficult do you find it? You were lost in your own thoughts there for a moment. Let me apologise for interrupting your preparation. How difficult or easy is it for you to be able to get yourself concentrated as a racing driver? Because that's what you are here, regardless of what you do in the rest of your life, when you've got so much attention and the spotlight shining on you.
It's the same like a firm location, right? We have a lot of fans around, so we need to learn to switch.
Do you notice the difference behind the wheel? Because people say, are you just driving a car, all you've got to do is sit there.
No, I noticed before my condition was a little bit less, and now I feel better. It's more easy to keep concentrated for a longer while. But still, I would like to train a little bit more, because it was still hard. It was still hard.
Yeah, do you training in the sauna for any the races like this now?
That would be a good idea, to put in the sauna the bicycle.
And we've got a driver getting set up behind. So how many laps before Rick comes in?
I guess, how many he's done?
He's got about 15 minutes.
Yeah, about 6 laps, I think.
6 laps, 15 minutes, yeah, thereabouts. We'll watch with interest how that gets. We better go and have a look at that. Make sure I haven't sold you a pup on that one. Make sure that's a nice one that will fit on. So there you go. It's visually pretty impressive, as I said. A little bit of plasticized rubber. There's a scrum of people off to my left, and let's see what we can do here, because this can only be one car and one driver, and this is Ajith Kumar. In some respects, I'm actually going to have to just dive in and see if the boss is about. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Let's have a run in here. My goodness, Ajith, how are you, sir?
Doing well, thank you, sir.
Great to see you again. Thank you very much for coming to race with us again here. You always bring such impassioned fans. Tell me a little bit about this circuit and tell me about racing with Red Ant.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Reliance Consumer Products Limited with their brand Campa Energy and Nova Lifespace. I hope this is a new beginning for Indian motorsports, and happy to have them on board. Big thanks to the fans, for coming all the way to support motorsport.
Smooth run to his pace, and if Robert Renard goes by him, we're 6 hours 11 minutes to go. He's just got to think about delivering his part, and he can't deliver that part if he tries to defend super hard, unless the team say we need to hold him up because he's got fresher tyres, which he does. And Tarazao is on 21 lap old tyres. Robert Renauer is on 12. So possibly the team could be saying running a really defensive line through the double right-hander there through turns 7 and 8. So perhaps the team are saying actually defend as hard as you can so that Herbert can't then use the good part of their tyres. But down into turn 9, not really anything Antares could do. Robert Renauer goes up the inside hard on the brakes. Antares tucking in behind him nicely. Now Antares has got to get into his rhythm. Remember, he's the arm driver in this car. Get into his rhythm and just settle in for the rest of his stint. He's doing a superb job, as we touched upon a few moments ago. His pace has been super consistent, and not only is Robert is has much his tyres let him go.
So we have a new 12 hours of Malaysia. Herbert, Robert Renauer wanting to try and extend the gap on tyres, so all important good use of that fresher set. The German flag is fluttering away there on the Kuala Lumpur straight. Tarazao to continue to churn out. A 2:10.7 might not sound much, but if that could be huge when it all plays at 10 o'clock tonight.
Back down in the 208s, but the Tarazao out now, struggling. Going really consistent pace up to now, but around 35 for a stint. A touch early, maybe Jay. If his stint, he's done 48 minutes of driving. In a little bit later on, some new tyres. Yeah.
Keeping him in the car. The indication from Loic Hartog earlier on when he spoke to John was that the sort of middle hours, so hour 6 and hour 7, would be Antares's and no one else. But that's probably going to have to be a discussion in real time during the race. In that, how do you feel, Antares? Could you push on for another 60 minutes? And he might change his mind. Therefore, Patrick Niederhauser or Loic Hartog himself will be waiting in the wings to do just a single hour before they get hour back in again.
That's the tricky point for Tarazao as well, because you can say, how are you feeling? You're going, you feel that the tyre obviously is giving you less performance than what it did when new, and the car's moving around more. And then are you thinking, am I fading, or is it the tyre that's fading? And that's then you've got to really make a clear call and be honest at that point with yourself, and maybe thinking, no, I need to put maybe probably Luke Hartog in, because he's got no no maximum time or minimum time to worry about. So maybe you put him in for a quick single, possibly. Or Antares, I might say, no, I'm absolutely fine. Once I get those new tyres on, I'll be dandy. And they may well, like I say, that's where the option you might bring in a slightly shortened stint and do 2 hours, or do one at the full tank, an hour and 15, and then just do a quick 45-minute sprint on the tyres after that. So let's watch that closely, because points can put you one way or the other in this race. And when you're up against Herbert, strategical waypoint.
I stumbled upon what seemed like I didn't have time to watch it all, but a season of Antares out with Absolute. He's massively, and you know, sort of beats himself up when he does too much. But I hope that that's going to is quite how good he is, because he's one of the best drivers in this field. End of this stint as well, but I think that's again 0 there or thereabout. But he's either set for himself, time to go for. He's back in the 208. Life left in those tyres, I'm going to say.
Biggest race of the year there, the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. It's also a class winner at Spa, the 24-hour race, you know, where sometimes we see nearly 3 figures of cars there. So, you know, so he knows long racing, knows this GT3 Porsche very well too.
Yes, when you're entering a race with so many cars, arguably too many cars, it's very easy to get caught up in an incident not of your own making. But Antares can decompartmentalise things as a result of that. And that is less of an issue this weekend, I suppose. But nevertheless, the traffic does have a habit of clumping, grouping, regardless of where we may go around the world. And we have had plenty of that. Just ask Patrick Niederhauser when he needed to get through the 3rd, 4th and 5th place fight earlier on in one of his stints in the same car. Meanwhile, 3rd place at the moment is in the hands of Leo Ye, number 87. That driver ID glitch has been ironed out now. So Ye Hongli, or Leo Ye, as he prefers to be known, is running in 3rd position ahead of the Alex Bukantsov Audi, number 69. Again, a little bit of a surprise package now that we've reached the race. And able to lap ahead of all 3 of the AMGs. Climax Racing's Mike Joe in the treble 9 is the best of those, running in 5th position. Rick Breukers still minus the splitter, and they're hoping to fit that to the car, ideally in the next stop. When's that likely to be?
Imminently.
Yeah, Rick's been at the wheel of the car now for nearly 90 minutes. And is that a single stint?
Yes.
Wow.
So that's your fuel time. So we reckon about an hour and a half, roughly.
That was your suggestion, and it looks like it's very much on point with that, yeah. And John saying that they're out on the apron now, the working area, ready to receive that car. Rick is currently in the 3rd sector, and indeed, he's now in the pit lane. So the leader in 992, about to head in the direction of John Hindhaugh. The leader in 992, AM, is still the 216 numbered Modena Motorsports Porsche.
Comes to a stop right on his mark, sliding in. Actually went about maybe 10 centimetres, maybe a little bit more. They've already started to fit that splitter. Now the issue's going to be whether the fixing is going to still be there. That looked good, and they're placing it on. There's a little bit of damage on the bottom right-hand side, but the bolt is going in now. As I said, it's just a an interference fit on the front part with the little almost like crocodile teeth that then have to be placed in and a tab. They're like trim screws on the inside of your car, or trim tabs on the inside of the car. That's what they're doing. And then you can't do the two outsides first. You have to do one side, tap it in, then get the other side and make sure the interference fit is all there. That's exactly what they're doing now. The rest of the service is completed, and it's just a question of getting it in the right place. Now, everything on a racing car is hot at the best of times, but particularly here, and it will affect more haste, less speed, my mother used to say it, and they're going to strengthen that up with a little bit of tank tape as well. I think that's very sensible, because they've lost two of these now, and so at the ends and in the middle is a little bit of shiny tank tape. Do you know what? Almost getting shot there. And you know what? I think that worked pretty well. And that was the replacement front splitter, bottom of the front splitter refitted. So we should see lap times beginning to improve on the red Camel Jordan.NL number 909. Now, just before I hand back, I just want to have a quick look. How long was that stint, guys? Because these tyres, the front tyres, which I thought would look absolutely goosed, they look pretty good. Front left I'm looking at now, and yeah, the wear indicators they've still got a bit of meat on those tyres, so he's done a good job
pretty
there.
much 90 minutes, John. So that's hugely impressive. When you're driving an ill car as well, or an ill-handling car without the splitter, for Rick Breukers to bring the car back with those tyres in very good nick indeed is credit to Rick's ability. Not that we were ever in doubt about that, in fairness. And Ivo Breukers suggesting to John that he would be going into that car next up. So the car will be heading towards fuel now, and then back out onto the racetrack, still holding on to the lead in 992, with the 992 AM division led by Francis Tyre for Modena Motorsports. And another car now peeling off from turn 15 and into the pit lane is the win here. Be Quick Absolute Porsche of Henk Kieks. That car from 6th place heading to pit lane. In Pro-Am, it's on course for a podium finish, because remember, it's actually a Pro-Am GT3 car that leads overall in the hands of Robert Renauer, having overtaken the Antares Au GT3, effectively pro car. They're not called pro cars, they're just GT3s. And then we have a suffix for Pro-Am and for AM, and then different layers of AM as well. AM Advantage and AM, used to be called AM Neutral. It may well still be called that for 2026. This is the first race, effectively, of the 2026 season, even though the calendar rather goes against that theory. Here is... so Rick's just got out of the car, as we have established, and can now chat to John.
Yeah, we'll just do this in audio very quickly. Rick, tremendous run there, pretty much a full hour and a half, 90 minutes, with no front splitter on that car. How much was that affecting the way you had to drive that Porsche?
Well, yeah, I think the front splitter is costing around 1 second a lap.
Is that all?
That's all, but the difficult thing is that from the start of the stint, you are using the front tires more and more, so you have to be really careful, use more curb, you know, to rotate the car. But yeah, really happy with the lap times, especially in the end. Still being able to do 2:13 was surprisingly well.
Do you feel it? Where do you feel it? Braking zones turning in?
It's a long, fast corners where you're missing the front, like turn just before turn 4. You have turn 3, which is quite a long one, and 5 and 6, which are quite terrible.
Yeah, I can only imagine. So you have to adapt your driving style. What are you doing differently in terms of your inputs?
I try to approach the corner a little bit more from a little bit wider, and then try to hug the inside curb to get a little bit more roll in the car and to get more pressure on the outside tires.
Well, I've just seen the Michelin man. I've just seen your left front tyre. I expected that to be destroyed, and I looked at him and sort of gave him a look, and he went, "So you've done a cracking job, mate."
Thank you. Well, I mean, in general, the Michelin tires are doing very well. This is one of the most difficult asphalt surfaces that we have in the calendar, so I'm really happy with the performance.
Go and rehydrate. I've kept you away from it. Cheers. Rick Breukers.
Yeah, Rick's done a splendid job, and the 909, in fact, taken over now by Adrian Flack, who is the other AM driver in that 4-driver lineup for this weekend. Rick joined by his brother Luke and dad Ivo. They are semi-pro and AM, respectively. So Adrian may not have driven that car without the splitter, so he won't know any difference. It's neatly timed for an AM driver getting in who will want the car as close to how it was designed as possible, I suppose. So virtually brand new now for Adrian Flack, Bruce Jones.
Well, some drivers insist on these levels of presentation, but I think Rick really understated what he was doing there. But again, he's got an enormous amount of experience at Porsche Cup car, and it all helps. He's always been naturally quick. Naturally quick and sympathetic mechanically don't necessarily go hand in hand, but clearly, having done years of this, and actually almost all of his racing has been with teammates, so you do have to think of someone other than yourself. But I really like what he said, or the description of how he was using the curbs to help turn the car in. You know, it's little elements when you're watching racing, even years into, just little things like that, it suddenly puts a picture into your mind. You go, okay, and then you can look out for it. But it's easier said than done, because when you're using the curbs, you could easily just ride up a little too high, and then when the curbs flatten out, then suddenly it's at the start of a bit of an uh-oh. And bear in mind, we've heard here that they're watching the exits of turn 4, turn 6, turn 8, turn 11, 12 and 14 for exceeding track limits. And so it'd be very easy to just chalk up another one. And as you build those up, you work your way towards a warning, and then you work your way up to a 10-second penalty. So he's doing a really, really good job there.
It was Peter Mackay who suggested that actually he'd smoothed out his normal, fairly erratic driving style, Rick Breukers. You know, he's throwing the car into the corners. You just can't do that when it's ill handling. So he said it was almost like watching Jim Clark, the smooth nature of his driving style, which... It's being able to drive to the conditions, being able to drive to the state of the car at any point, and all of this endurance racing that he and his brother and his father have done through the years give you that breadth of skill set to apply where necessary.
Yeah, and when you come to Ajith Kumar's fans, doesn't matter how far through the race, they are so enthusiastic. But what you know, it just doesn't matter. You know, you can be an attacking driver, but you do have to, particularly if you're wanting to stretch your stint length, you think there's an advantage of gaining a few more laps. Just keeping those tyre sweets by being smooth, it really pays off. If you're in a sprint race, you don't have to consider things so much. But a lot of sprint races are an hour long. You can destroy your tyres in that time, and sometimes they can be sort of fine. We were talking about this early on, Peter and I, about you get to a plateau, but then right at the end of the plateau, some tyres can fall away. But it's about keeping enough meat on that tyre so you don't get that fall off just before your pit stop. But again, experience.
Well, we've heard a couple of stories of tyres coming in down to the gauze, actually, and I don't remember to this point any cars coming in with punctures in the race. But I've said that now, haven't I? So might well start something. But yeah, that's good. Just a testament to how strongly these tyres have been built, how resilient they are, but also the ability of the drivers to assess what state they are in at any point, particularly towards the end of the stint, as you suggest.
Yeah, a lot of times. I think back to Dubai 24 hours ago, and I don't... Oh, well, let's just go down. I'll tell you what, I'll come by to my thought in a moment. Let's go down and see the Mullen pit stop with John.
Sorry about that, guys. I didn't realise that was fair to do. So Paul's just got into that car, came a little bit long into the pit box, but that hasn't slowed the Mulner team down. Let's have a quick chat here with one of my big mates. How are you doing?
Yeah, very good. How you doing?
Yeah, very good. If I can just get our cameraman to turn around this way, then we will crack on with this. Right, well, you were in the car 2 stints ago. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was my first time to Sepang this weekend, and to be in the 12 hours is legendary. So massive thanks to Mulner Motorsport for getting the car back out. I did about 37 laps and just hitting a number, just managing the tyre. And then when we got towards the end, the tyre started letting go. So I pitted, and as we pitted, we realised the drive shaft was letting go. So look, we lost some laps in the pits, but you know, the guys got the car back out there, and we'll keep fighting to the end.
When you say it like that, oh, I was just hitting my lap times, people will be listening and watching at home and say, well, how hard can that be?
But during that, what, hour and a half, nearly enough, that you're in the car, certainly over an hour, how does that stint progress from the driver's point of view? You've got a lap time, then you've got it on your dash, and your engineer is telling you in your lugs there. But how does that progress, and what do you have to gradually through the stint do differently?
Yeah, well, here they use tyre warmers, so pretty much straight away you can start pushing. But then the temperature already starts quite high, so you've got to manage that. I was in the car for just under an hour and a half. My fastest lap was an 11, 2:11, and by the end I was doing 17s. So just naturally you feel the tyre just start going away, and it's all about focusing on straight drive. So yeah, pretty much I knew I had some grip at the start, so I mayheed when the sun was shining, and towards the end you just hit the same brake marker, turn to the same spot, wait for the throttle, and just, yeah, look after it as much as you can.
I suppose the danger is that frustration comes in as you see that lap time going out and out and out, and the danger would be you overdrive, which actually makes it worse.
Yeah, and you just got to mentally just lock in, you know, that the tyre...
I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm not doing anything wrong.
I haven't forgotten how to drive, I know that for sure. So you pretty much just lock in, make sure you're hitting that number, or just making sure you're not too intense on the tyre and bring it home for the next driver.
When you're back in?
I'll probably be in, Volters will be in next, I might be in after that, and hopefully with some new tyres, so that'll be good grip.
Go on, get yourself sorted out. A little cheer from across the other side of the track. Sounds to me that Ajith Kumar is making an appearance in the pit lane, so let's get down there and have a chat with our superstar.
Thanks very much, John. Just the point I was trying to go towards is, do you remember a handful of years ago, particularly the Lamborghinis in Dubai were picking up punctures? And I think that's what happened, but the inner wall of their tyres going out, because they didn't have much grip, out over the curb and just getting the jagged outer edge of the curb. Here's more of a sort of flow, and I think you're less likely to go out. And also, I don't know, I think this is a sort of track, I think it's easier to stay within the limits, but it's just another little factor that needs knitting in.
Yeah, but many drivers have been saying how abrasive it is around here, and the tyre degradation, if you don't get it right in the early part of the stint, can really bite you then when you're 50 minutes, 60 minutes into a stint length. That was Bailey Hall, by the way, talking to John Hindhaugh. He's from the Gold Coast, which is just synonymous for me with street racing in supercars. I've been lucky enough to actually be there and witness on the street tracks there. IndyCar used to go there as well many years ago on a slightly longer version of the circuit, but I suppose if Bailey was taken to sea racing in the early years, that's maybe where the bug began. But as he said, first time racing in Malaysia this weekend. He does race in Europe quite a bit, including in Carrera Cup Italia for a couple of seasons, 2025 and 2024. Two Porsches got very close to one another, one from, well, different categories. So the rejoining Mulner Motorsport car, 921 now with Paul Meyer at the wheel. Oh, and I'm not sure whether he was fully aware of how much the 87 car was advancing there with Leo Yeh at the wheel, but Yeh getting pinched, I don't think through any fault of Paul Meyer, because he needed to get through the corners at 7 and 8, the clear curve being the second one of those. That could have been far worse than it ended up, though.
It very much could. We could have had the Origin Porsche going for a rotation, because they had to sort of try and back out, but it's quite hard when already two wheels on the grass. Anyhow, they got away with that one, and the Mulner Motorsport car, exactly, having just heard from Bailey Hall about how he had to nurse the tyres, be really galling if the car then got damaged, you know, moments after Paul Meyer had taken it over. But Paul, having got away with that now, settling down in 16th position overall, so penultimate position, but all that time because of the drive shaft problem. You know, now we'll have to see. We're just past the halfway point in this race. That's gone quite quickly, hasn't it? The first 6 of 12 and settling down. But already the light is beginning to become less intense. We've flirted with will there be rain, will there not be rain? The wind is still blowing from the start of the pit straight all the way down towards the pits to give you a little more speed into turn 1. But I think we may, well, let's just take it an hour at a time, be set fair for the next hour. I mean, there have been flurries of rain on previous days. All the drainage ditches, which are huge, deep around here, have been very high this week. And of course, there was flooding north of here at the start of the week, and north of Malaysia, a lot of Indonesia getting absolutely strafed. But you never know what's coming. But I'd say for the next hour or so, because I'm being cautious for once, Johnny. So it's going to be all right.
There was a news article I found that said that there was a significant thunderstorm either yesterday or the day before, that brought a lot of Kuala Lumpur to a standstill during rush hour, which we didn't really see anything of here.
No, but that was during qualifying, towards the end of qualifying, and we heard from Ben Constantouris, who was about 10-15 kilometres away, not just thunderstorms, but they were followed by short, sharp, but very, very heavy rain. It didn't come here.
No.
We had little spots of rain after qualifying was over.
Yeah, I think it was the evening rush hour of yesterday.
Yes, evening rush hour, because qualifying was from 4 through till effectively just after 5, because we had a slight delay, if you remember, in the second of the 3 qualifying sessions.
Yes, a lot of the arterial routes were affected by that, which meant that traffic flow was not particularly efficient in the city, even though this is a part of the world that is well used to those quick bursts of storm. As the Ajith Kumar fan club, it feels like it's gaining members with every minute, actually. That crowd has grown with a significant cheer every time his car goes through, and clearly he had appeared towards the front of the garage as well, just to offer them a wave. We had exactly the same at the Dubai 24 Hours at the start of this year. And I can only assume that Ajith Kumar's planning to be at the Dubai 24 Hours in the new year as well. So we'll expect many of those fans perhaps to make their way to the Dubai Autodrome.
Cost of living up, humidity up. That's the point I was trying to get to. It was 71% last time I looked at the humidity, 75%. There's the giant Malaysian flag on top of the tower. At the apex, if you will, of the final corner of the lap. Brilliant shot from up high, showing what a broad hairpin it is, coming onto the start-finish straight. A lot of hairpins are too tight to really make an attack. Well, you can make an attack, but the likelihood of it succeeding, like La Source at Spa-Francorchamps just springs to mind. But here you can take several lines in. You can be tight in, you can be wide in, tight out, etc., etc. But if the move isn't made there, it can be set up for the run down to turn 1. So that's why one of the reasons why this is such a brilliant circuit. And just thinking about the Ajith Kumar fans, if the rain comes, they're under the wonderful canopies of this tall grandstand opposite the pits. Let's go down to Red Ant Racing, and John is with Kobe de Broeker.
Ajith, Red Ant Racing, Kobe de Broeker alongside me, taking some of the adulation as well from your teammate we've just been talking about. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not normal. So many fans for Ajith. The atmosphere is crazy. Every time the car passes, every time they see Ajith, every time we just wave, they shout. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Is it still easy to do? I asked Ajith this on the grid. Is it still easy to do your job? You've got all these people staring at you all the time. Is it more pressure?
No, not really, because the pressure, they're not here for me or for my teammates, they're here for Ajith, so they don't really look at us. But of course, there's a lot of people watching, but no, we don't. Once we get in the car, we don't think about them, and we think about what we should do to maximize the performance. So no real pressure for that.
You've known this team and been a part of this team for a while. The transition to GT3 into the AMG as well started last season. How is the car around here?
At the beginning of the week, we were quite struggling with the brakes and, of course, with the heat, because we're not used to this track. It's a really flowy track, so yeah, it was not something that we were used to. It was just a really different kind of habitat where we were thrown in. So at the beginning, we were struggling, but for now, the car is good. I think the Mercedes are quite a bit of pace of the Porsches. But as long as we drive a clean race, don't pick up penalties, don't pick up contacts, we should be quite okay to the Porsches.
Halfway through the race, are you happy with where you are right now as a team?
As a team, we all worked hard, so there's no one to blame for. But of course, we want always more. So happy, yes, because everybody did the maximum. But I think we can get higher up.
Go well, enjoy.
Thank you.
Kobe de Broeker, and if we turn around, there's another AMG just coming behind us. This is the Viper Racing team, and 7th position for this car in the overall. And a little struggle on the left front tyre, but that looks decent. And waiting for it to restart. Dominic Ang was first in the qualifying last night. I think is that Dominic in the car now? I'll see when he goes out. But that was a reasonable stop. We're not, if you're tuning in, what time is it about in the UK now? Getting on for 9 o'clock in the morning, so nearly
10 minutes before 10 in Europe. You're tuning in now and thinking, well, these aren't very fast pit stops. They're not meant to be Formula One pit stops. It's about safety. It's about getting the drivers in and out the car and belted up properly. You are not allowed at all to undo your hands, your helmet, or any of your straps before you pull the car to a halt. So you can't even do it when you're coming down the pit lane. And then you're only allowed 2 people with rattle guns as well. So there's time. You can save a little bit of time here, but the main thing is make sure it's done safely and securely. The pickup on these Michelin tyres from the in-lap, the right front in particular, that's quite excessive, actually. And who was it who got out of the car there, guys? Was it Mo?
It was Mo.
Was it Melvin Mo? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was Mo.
I wasn't sure myself, to be honest, John.
Yeah.
Melvin Mo, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, yes, I see Melvin now. He's standing at the back of the garage. So another pit stop down, and yet, with those of you getting up and joining us perhaps with a bit of Saturday morning racing with your breakfast, we've still got the better part, Johnny Palmer, of half of the Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia.
Indeed, 5 hours and 41 minutes still to go. So I reckon it's just after 8:15 in the UK, 9:15 in Central Europe. So a prime time to, as you say, be wolfing down a bit of breakfast and taking on board some latter year motor racing, although the beginning of 2026. I was also just trying to work out quite how much Mercedes experience is in that Ajith Red Ant Racing crew. I don't think any at all, actually, because Kobe de Bruyke has come from a Porsche 992 background. He did in an Audi RS3 car a number of races in 2021 with QSR Racing School, including the Dubai 24 Hours. The Red Ants are from a Porsche background, and Ajith Kumar hasn't driven a Mercedes before either. I think he is the main reason that they're in that type of car, because as an AM driver, you can get into a Mercedes and just have a feel for that type of car straight away. Very forgiving and quite easy on its tyres, although in the current sort of balance of performance that they're running to, perhaps less so, because it's trying to be equalised from an official point of view, from organising the championship point of view. The balance of performance needs to equalise the Mercedes and the Porsche and the Audi and the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. So, that's not always the case for the slightly bigger car, but they do seem to have taken that in their stride. I did sense a little bit of frustration in Kobe de Bruyke's voice, though, because I think, collectively they're doing a good job, but I think him in isolation, he's getting annoyed that he's not faster yet, but they will get there. More pit stops for Mercedes, in actual fact, John.
Today, the climax car, that beautiful number 999, the sort of silver and black car, in and out. Very smart work there. Came in 4th position, lost a spot while he was standing still. 12th position. Francis Chia brought in the Porsche, which is still sitting still. The Canadian flag driver. Porsche Carrera Cup Asia experience. The 216 is going back out. Let's see. Might be able to get a word with Francis in a second or two. Give us a tip.
Well, he needs to have a quick chat to the engineering crew as well to assess precisely how that stint has gone. And his Porsche will go down towards the fueling area, the 216 car. So we'll wait to find out who takes that car over. Mercedes already in the fueling area. Everybody else is out on the racetrack, including Dominic Ang, who's just taken the Viper Nizza Racing Mercedes over from Melvin Mo. But here is Francis now with John.
Yeah, he was just rehydrating. I grabbed him before he's even done his debrief. Welcome to Malaysia. Welcome to the 12 Hours. Welcome to Creventic Racing. You've done it before, I know. How was that?
It was hot and tiring. But, I love being in Malaysia. It's our first endurance race in 6-7 years, something like that. So a little bit of rusty, shake off some cobwebs, but here we are.
Normally when I'm talking about you and your driving, you're in Carrera Cup Asia. What's the transition in mindset and possibly even driving style to jumping into #1 endurance and also into the GT3R?
Honestly, for me, the most difficult thing is remembering that I'm not driving a real Cup car anymore. You know, it's set up differently, it's different tires, different compounds, so the car is completely different. And I keep on forgetting. So I'm driving it like I'm in a sprint. I'm driving it like I know it from Carrera Cup, but the car is actually different. So a lot of mistakes. It's hard to be consistent.
And how does that manifest itself, Francis? Because, and I actually, some people have told me it's easier to jump from in between different manufacturers if you're jumping between different classes, because there's a very different look to the inside of the car. The Cup car doesn't look that much different to the car you're driving down. But how does that manifest itself in how you need to drive the car and what you have to keep in your head?
Well, for me, one thing is muscle memory. You do things differently. You need to be a bit more gentle on these tires and things like that. And my muscle memory will be much more aggressive. So this is what I have to temper. The way it manifests itself, that you overdrive and you cook the tires, or at least that's what I think is going on. You know, honestly, I wish I was a bit quicker. I'm trying to work on my consistency first a little bit, because I'm still trying to put the enduro muscle memory in. And then I want to chip away at my lap time.
Are we going to see you some more in Creventic Racing? Are you coming to Abu Dhabi and Dubai?
Abu Dhabi we need to miss, but Dubai will be there. And I mean, we'd love to do more Creventic events. So it's the plan, absolutely.
Go and rehydrate and speak to the engineers. Francis Tier, thanks for talking to us.
Francis Tier, who has a lot of experience, as John was saying, in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia last couple of years, but no stranger to the longer distance stuff as well, doing World Challenge for Modern Motorsport in 2023. As he says, though, some of the skill set in longer distance racing he's kind of forgotten and had to relearn this weekend. A significant penalty now for the race-leading Porsche of Robert Renauer, number 91, given a 6th offence on the track limits counter, and that is automatically a 10-second penalty. Doesn't have to do that in an independent pit stop, can be soaked up in the next scheduled visit to pit lane, but nevertheless, 10 seconds is 10 seconds.
It is. You just don't want to keep accumulating those. You can probably get away with one, possibly two during the course of a race, but in fact, just while John was talking to Francis Tier then, I was about to say, we haven't had any penalties for an hour, and then suddenly we get two, because unfortunately Asbest Racing with their Cupra, they've also got a 10-second penalty. Theirs isn't for track limit excess, it's for not respecting refueling regulations. They're in a class of their own, so it won't matter too much. But it just goes to show there's a set of rules that need to be obeyed. You want to get as close to them as you can in terms of track limits, but eventually, if you keep exceeding your car, it will all be noted, and then you'll get the warning, and then you'll get the penalty. So our race-leading car from Herbert Motorsport, 10 seconds extra when they arrive in the pits next time around. Not next lap around, the next time they make a visit.
Yeah, Marcus Ericsson, meanwhile, is back on pit lane, and what I don't know is whether they called by the team, or did they just send him all the way down to fueling? I would be surprised about that. Yeah, so it was a scheduled pit stop. They will have given potentially a new driver new tyres as well. Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini now in the fueling area. Climax Racing's Mercedes is back in the race in the hands of Li Chow. So treble 9 feeding back in to 6th position and ahead of Andy Dung. And then we have Shige Kazu Wakasaka in the LM Corsa Ferrari running in 8th place in number 60. Race leaders on pit road though as well. So we talked about the penalty needing to be served. That's not the reason why the car's pitted so quickly. It will have needed some fuel as well, and John's watching the stop.
It's the usual, absolutely well-drilled Herbert pit stop, even down to the fact that the mechanic changing the right-hand side tyres kicked away the air hose so nobody could pop over. Robert Renauer is out of the car. We'll grab a hold of him in a second or two. I was going to have a word with Ralph Bond earlier on, but he just got out the car. So let's see, once these guys have had a little chat together, if we can have a word with Ralph. You look better now than the last time I saw you, Ralph. I'll let Robert get himself sorted out. Man, that looked hard, that early stint in the heat of the day.
Well, it's hard for everybody, so let's describe it like this. It's physical, yes, but it's okay.
The race seems to be going in a very Herbert type of way right now at half distance, if I may say that.
Well, we are halfway through, so there's no decision made so far, and other cars are also quite close and quick. Let's wait and see.
Are you still enjoying doing this? I look at you, and you are the absolute epitome of what we would all be doing if we could, and you are racing so competitively. Question for me is, are you still enjoying it?
If I would not enjoy, I would not be here, so that's the reason why I'm here, to enjoy.
Now, I've heard that you've already tried the Evo version of the 992, the only non-works driver that's done that. Is that true?
Well, we did it Spa 12 hours, so yes, this is true.
Big difference?
No, not a big difference. It is a difference, yes, for sure. It's a step forward, but it's most is aerodynamics and some good things to have, but not a big step.
Let's get to Robert. Thank you. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Let's get to Robert Renard there. Did you serve your time penalty when you came in?
No.
Right, okay, so that's still, you've got a 10-second time penalty for 6 strikes of track limits. What corner was it, guys, that he had the issue at?
I don't know.
Hang on, I'll wait for the guys to tell me, because turn 11 is what I'm being. 11, yeah.
Oh, okay,
turn 6 was your last one, so it's been a few. However, 10 seconds, you'll soak that up the next time you come through. How was that for you?
Yeah, it is what it is. At the moment, it looks really good for us. We have speed in the car, so fingers crossed we keep the speed for the next half of the race, and yeah, looking forward for the second half.
We used to say in the old days of racing that such and such a track would be a BMW track, such and such a track would be a Porsche track. BOP sort of flattens that out a little bit now, but it does seem that here does suit the 911.
Looks like, yes. Yeah. I didn't expect this, but yeah, definitely looks like this track is good for the Porsche. Yeah, it's a hard fight against the Absolute car, so it's going to be really tight. I'm sure it's going to be really tight up to the end of the race, so we have to push a lot to keep the position, and let's see.
3 hours tonight will be run in darkness. Temperature will drop. The temperature will drop in the air, and particularly on the track surface. Are you confident that the setup of your car will give you the pace at that time of the night?
Yeah, we had a good setup yesterday in the night practice, so I'm very confident.
Really good to see you again. Robert Renard, thank you very much. Herbert doing Herbert things, as I mentioned, halfway through. Little snafu there, did not serve that 10 seconds on the way in, Bruce, so they'll have to at some stage the next time they're down the pit lane.
Thanks very much, John, and sorry, I read the wrong line. The last 2 of those time offences, track limit offences for the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, both at turn 6, just sort of halfway through that wonderful flowing sequence of S's that you accelerate into and through when you leave turn 4. But it's 6 strikes and then 10-second penalty, but it'll have to be served next time they come into the pit lane. But now, identical twin Robert hands over to identical twin Alfred. Alfred at the wheel at the moment, but so still that penalty to serve, but Herbert Motorsport's really sitting pretty at the front of the field.
I'm trying to remember what sort of time span you have to serve a penalty. I think it can be as many as 2 hours, but I just wonder whether there was a concern about having a penalty, coming into the pit lane, what was that, about 10 minutes after the penalty had been assessed, then not doing it and going back out again. I wonder whether that you might incur another penalty because of that, but I think the rules give you enough wiggle room to be able to do it at least an hour later when they will next need fuel, unless there's a code 60, and that might be a slightly different story, although most people choosing when they don't need fuel to now, considering most people can only take 15% of their fuel allocation anyway, and it seems barely worth doing it unless you're in one of the couple of the AM subcategories, and then it can be as many as 40% of your normal fuel allocation. Stuff at 12, 13 and into Sunway Lagoon corner to lead them down the Penang straight, the back straight between turns 14 and 15. And this an opportunity for the Origin Motorsport Porsche to shine at the top of the charts. I did note that Robert Renauer didn't mention the Origin Motorsport Porsche, almost as if they don't see that as a threat. I would be surprised if that is the case, but clearly Herbert focused at the moment on the Absolute Racing car, because that fight between Robert Renauer and Antares Au, not necessarily a fair fight, because Antares is one of the AM drivers, but Absolute's consistency, even when Antares is at the wheel of the number 10, is the most impressive when you compare it to the 91.
Yeah, no, 100%, but for now, number 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche, ignored or otherwise, but I wouldn't ignore any car with Liu Ye-Hongli on board, because he's been super quick in the Asian Series, the GT World Challenge Asia, for a long time. At the moment, he's rattling out 2-minute 8-second laps. His tyres are 30 laps in, so that's impressive. What we saw, really, even for the very, very quickest, if you can start coming out on a fresh set of rubber, a lap in 2-minute 5s, and earlier we're watching Alessandro Giretti in the Be Quick Racing Absolute Porsche, that his times, after not too many laps, dropped by 2 seconds and eventually went down to the 2:08s towards the very end of a stint. So I'd say at the moment, Liu Ye is doing a very good job at the front of the field, leading by 72 seconds, 1 minute and 12 seconds from the Audi of Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, with the driver who started the race from pit exit. Everyone else got going before he did. Alexander Bukantsov back on board, just taken over after James Winslow did his run. And in terms of their lap pace, the race leading Origin Porsche is about 2 seconds a lap faster at the moment.
Yeah, early stint pace was down in the 2:05s, then through the 2:06s, and he's kind of found a way to 2:07s now, Liu Ye. But we'll be happy with that, considering this stint now is over an hour in length. 87 car will owe us a pit stop, therefore, in the not too distant future. That will be the next car that requires fuel after 30 laps on this stint, a stint that he began, as I say, an hour and 5 minutes ago, so just before 3:30 local time. I'm also impressed, if that's correct, on Alex Bukantsov's fuel mileage in the second-placed Audi, because surely there's been a pit stop in the middle of that, an hour and 18 minutes
Well,
now.
I don't think he's been in that long, because when I took a little break, James Winslow was at the wheel. My break was an hour, but slightly confused on that one. Anyhow, for now, it's listed as in second place. 1 minute and 12 seconds down on the race-leading Origin Motorsport Porsche, but I don't recall Bukantsov having got into the car when I stepped out of here.
Right. And I'm just trying to work out whether my system has missed a pit stop, and I need to do that by seeing whether the lap times have increased considerably for two of them, for 2 laps back-to-back, because that would have been an in-lap and an out-lap. It wasn't necessarily identified by a pit stop. Do you know, I can't see one. So, because Bukantsov's been in the 2:08s and the 2:10s and the 2:11s on occasion, is he in massive fuel save mode? But to get to an hour and nearly 20 minutes, and there hasn't really been there was a short, sharp code 60, and only the second code 60 of the race to date. That really wouldn't have bought him much fuel mileage at all. So that's a bit of a mystery. Or is the Audi just that good on fuel burn when you've got the right driver behind the wheel to elongate the stint? Either way, he can't be that far away from a stop if that is correct information.
Yeah, it sort of feels to me, if he did take over just as I nipped out of the box, which would tally with an hour and 20 or so, that James Winslow did a fairly short stint. He was the 4th driver into that Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport car. It was started by Alexander Bukantsov from pit exit. He worked his way through the back markers, moved up the order. Damien Chirsek took it over. Then Vasily Vladykin, who had plenty of fighting as the car got up to about 3rd or 4th position. Then James Winslow was on board, but if it's saying it's been an hour and... he's now come into the pits.
He's come in,
there
yeah.
We go.
So that, well, again, I think that's a single stint.
Wow.
And an hour and 18 minutes. Which
That's in a GT3 car, not a Porsche Cup car. So that, well, we'll have to get to the bottom of that one. But
does that tell us a little bit about balance of performance, though, as well, in terms of how the car's been set up and also how much fuel it is allowed in each of the pit stops? There's a maximum fuel allocation, which can only ever get less courtesy of a caution. But as I say, we've only had 2 code 60s in the whole of the race so far, and the second of those was very fast indeed. Let's just tell you, it was to remove the splitter from the 909 Porsche, and it was exactly 2 minutes.
Yeah, and the first one was 7.5 minutes, so 9 minutes and 34 seconds thus far in the first half of the race, and a little bit of small change on top of that for them. So not a lot of time to be added. So we'll have to see. Did we notice a driver change? Did Alexander Bukantsov? He's still listed as the driver at the moment, but he's in refueling. But when he comes out past the pit exit line, the 3-letter windscreen identification will let us know. But if it's an hour and 36, that's a mighty stint in one go. We've had people do double stints, which takes them up past 2 hours, but all in one go, that's impressive.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as good as an hour and 36, but it was an hour and 18.
Hour and 18, sorry, hour and...
Yeah, we know what you meant. So that's easily 15 minutes more than I thought any GT3 car was capable of. But Alex Bukantsov driving with the slippers on, it seems, to nurse that car through. And Continental Racing will be very grateful indeed that he's managed to do that without a visit to pit lane. It will be fueled now, assuming it is down to the fumes, for a good 3 minutes, I'm going to guess, before re-emerging in what could be third position. Although Antares Au will probably get ahead of the 69 Audi in his number 10 Absolute Racing car, and we will be back to first, second and third, all being Porsches. And actually, if that does happen, each of the GT3 classes represented in the top 3 positions as well. So a GT3 AM crew leading from a Pro-Am driver combination second, and one of a couple of GT3 lineups, brackets Pro, into third position. Antares Au is in the third sector now, so we'll be heading back across the line very shortly to confirm that. In fact, there he goes in front of our eyes, and back up to third position in car number 10, trailing the Herbert Motorsport car by 3/4 of a minute. In the classes, 992 continues to be led by a now fixed Red Camel Jordans.NL Porsche, in the sense that they've refitted a new splitter to the front of that car. So Adrian Flack much happier, I'm sure, that the car is nearly new again. Testament to Rick Broikers nursing it through the remainder of its earlier stint. 992 AM is led by Modena Motorsports 216 Porsche Cup car, with John Shen now at the wheel. The GT4 leader has just hit pit road, and that is Damian Hamilton in the Cherney Motorsport BMW. TCE led by Asbest Racing's Cupra and Lutz Obermann. Considerably lighter now, I'm going to guess, with all of that tyre pickup removed from the rear wheel arches of that car. And Lionel Amrouche still running around in the Vortex, had a long, lengthy pit stop to sort out a couple of issues on that 701 car, but we are still having the full complement of the initial starters to this event. So good to see that so far we haven't had any full retirements, even though some cars have been sitting out of the game for a fairly significant time. And Vasily Vladikin does make that a driver change in the Audi number 69, but he only drops back as far as fourth position after a terrific fuel stint from Alexander Bukantsov.
Sometimes when you have a drive like that, it goes under the radar until you think, hold on, they're still going on. Oh, suddenly that is looking a little bit sweeter. And certainly if the pace drops away by even a second a lap in those closing laps, and he nursed an extra lap out of it, or 2 laps out of it, that is very, very good work. But again, it's not spectacular. You think the car is falling away a little bit, but if it elongates a stint by a handful of laps, that suddenly swings the pendulum back in another direction. So Cherney Motorsport BMW, the fact it got to start this race, mechanics still repairing that after contact last night with the barriers until 4:30 this morning. But right now, more than half the race done. Looks so it's just driven out of the showroom. So immaculate it is. For Cherney Motorsport, really a very new team at this level. And it's great to have some new faces coming out to play. But as we heard from some of the drivers of that car, this one is really to get that eye in ahead of the 2 races in the middle, in the on the Arabian Peninsula, first in Abu Dhabi between the 9th and 10th of January. That's a 6-hour, and then multiply it by 4 for the following weekend, 16th to 18th of January, concluding the series in Dubai. But again, it's about getting a team to work out how to gel, to understand the rules. Now, one thing we talked about beforehand was the fact that you can count 2 of, if you do all 3 races, you can count your best results from 2 of them, can't you, towards the championship?
Yeah, but it's like grey area for me is that you get 40 points for a win today, you get 40 points for a win in Abu Dhabi, you get 40 points for a win in Dubai. But there's also the halfway marker at Dubai where 20 points are on offer if you're leading after 12 hours. Now, can you drop that score? Or are they...
that's diving into the small print, eh?
Or do you have to drop one of the higher point scorers? Yeah,
I think you have to do it by the round, and I think it's only fair you get extra points midway through the Dubai.
Because everybody would drop the fewest points, which would be at the end of 12 hours in Dubai, surely.
Yeah,
so
with the number of cars starting the race, of course, you're more than likely to be scoring on a sort of smaller basis.
So do they suggest... Yeah, do they suggest you have to drop your highest point score? No, probably that's not fair either. So it'll be the lowest point score, but at the end of each of the races, rather than that halfway pointer, which probably stays on your record regardless. Lots of dust being kicked up through turn 1 by the Be Quick Porsche, number 26, and taking a fair bit of curb on the exit as well. Andy Dung Yi. And the win higher Be Quick Absolute Porsche has always been very easy to spot. He's all over the curb at turn 7 as well, feeling the heat perhaps from, well, that's the Red Camel Porsche in behind, which is not in the same category. Good actually to compare the 2 setups within the Porsche. Much wider, much more sort of splayed look to the GT3 car because of the extension to the wheel arches. So it's a purebred race car, whereas the narrower look to the Cup car means that that's much more rapid down the tubes, as we would say. So that straight, Penang straight, the back straight, and also the Kuala Lumpur straight, where the GT3 car has a fight on its hands, but it's far better through a corner like this, the Sunway Lagoon corner, turn number 14.
A rare chance for the drivers to relax, as long as they haven't screwed it up at turn 14. You've got the long run on the backside, if you will, of the grandstands that overlook just the back straight and the pit straight. Brilliant view down, and a chance to keep in the shade at any time of year. And then the final corner, so tricky. The onboard lap at least showing the drivers treat those curves on the outside with a good degree of caution, because they actually seem to just slide away from the racing line into the what we call the beyond, the bit in which you get into trouble. So turn 15 does seem relatively simple, but it isn't.
I think it's frustratingly slow as well, and probably every time you go through there you go, I feel like I should be faster through here. But if you do try to be faster, you're going to lose the back end, or you're going to overcook it on the entry to the corner, and a number of times so much understeer from cars that are late on in their stint, and that's the most costly thing. You not only lose time, you could very easily lose a position as well if you misjudge your braking point, which on older tyres is probably a couple of metres earlier than you might expect, which slows down turn 15 even more. But you've just got to be patient, and that is the case for in places like turn 14, certainly turns 1 and 2 as well, because turn 1, as it arcs round that right-hander, gets ever more slow. But you can afford to compromise the exit of 1 to be better out of 2, and that slingshot down towards the right-hander at turn 3. I know you call it turns 1, 2 and 3. It depends what track map you're looking at, basically.
Yeah, I think it's often... I'm considering the area between turn 2 and turn 3. Turn 3 is actually quite a bit further round, but, well, in fact, you think of the layout at Sakir at the Bahrain International Circuit.
Yeah.
Turn 1 and 2 very close, and then turn 3 is a little bit tighter on the exit. Same circuit designer, but here so many moves don't get quite completed at turn 2, and often cars are battling. I think I've got away with it.
No, it's good. I honestly think some track maps previously have listed that first sequence of corners, the complex, as 3 corners in 1, whereas the track map we're using this weekend, it's only 2, and it becomes very confusing. But there are 15 in total. Otherwise, you'd get to 16 or 17, and it's easy to count extra corners. The Nürburgring, Nordschleife, doesn't that have an increase in corners virtually every year? We're up to about 300 around that place now.
Yeah, well, for a long time, the Nordschleife famously had 172 corners. But then again, for example, certain races like the NLS races, we don't go the whole way down to the hairpin at the bottom of the hill on the Grand Prix circuit. So you've got to.
Yes, true.
But anyhow, more than ample, I think, is the figure. Right, the 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche in the pits now. Problems for 93 crew because they changed tyres under 50 minutes and under code 60, so they've got a 20-second penalty. So for Ajith Kumar, RAFA Racing, that's going to be a setback. Sorry, fans in the grandstands and fans watching around the world. The number 93, great looking Mercedes is going to be set back a little bit by that one when it comes into its next pit stop, and we'll have to report to the penalty box, serve that time, and then do the walk of shame down the pit lane.
So Article 24.4 and 18.5.3. I'm going to have to look these up now because I actually didn't realise you couldn't change tyres under a code 60. But that rule the reason why that penalty's been issued rather suggests that you can't. That sort of goes to explain now why certain teams, when they did pit under code 60, were tempted to call at the garage, and probably engineers were screaming on the radio going, no, no. Apparently under a code 60, and you have to put in a reduced amount of fuel, which rather begs the question why two Mercedes under the initial code 60 that we had in the opening hours, why they clearly got a message of box, 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 because you might as well just stay out for the small amount of an advantage you might get, which is 15% of your fuel allocation. It makes sense now why the teams that are doing so well at this point in the race chose not to pit at all.
Well, talking of penalties, we've got the LM Corsa Ferrari serving a time penalty at the moment at the top end of the pit lane. And will work its way down from 8th position. We'll lose a little, maybe not a position, but certainly lost time with that one around. Just trying to see when their penalty was issued. That's quite a long time ago. Right, not respecting minimum sector time during a code 60, and that seemed to be forever ago. More recently, they've been committing track limit offences, but not enough to get a further warning. But anyhow, it was at a standstill. It does seem as though that was an awfully long time ago. Maybe time travels fast when you're having fun.
It certainly has done when you look at the amount of hours that we've had in today's race. It's verging on the 7-hour marker now. So 2 more hours of daylight to look forward to. Sunset, official time of sunset here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit is 3 minutes past 7. And we could easily be running till 3 minutes past 10, depending on where the race leader is in relation to the checkered flag. So 3 solid hours of darkness, brackets not darkness because of the floodlighting around here, but nevertheless the complexion of the race, or the ambience, will certainly change once the sun sets.
Right. If I'm reading the timing screen correctly, or the penalty screen, lit up rather than in white than yellow, the LM Corsa 12-second time penalty was issued at 11:22. It's not 11:22 because I've had lunch. It's the afternoon now. It's 5.5 hours later.
They clearly had to gather quite a bit of evidence, therefore, to prove that. Does it tell you what the offence is for?
You're not respecting. It went going too fast on the track during code 60. Not respecting minimum sector time during code 60. 12-second penalty. That was I think that was the first penalty issued in the race. Yes, it was. 11:22. The race started at 10. So either there's been a lot of argument or a failure of communication, but the 12 seconds have now been served.
Okay. Well, got there eventually. Many hours on. And the rule that I wanted to check up on was regarding the previous penalty. So Article 24.4, let's see if I can dig that out from the regulations. That's a little bit further down. Here we go. Tyre changes with stint length under 50 minutes. If a car crosses the pit lane entry line and the stint length for the current tyre is less than 55.0 minutes, and the track status is code 60, a change of tyres from slick to slick is not allowed. So you have to have gone over 50 minutes if you're under a code 60. A change of tyres from wet to slick or from slick to wet or from wet to wet is not restricted. So it's just a dry tyre to a dry tyre, and the 50-minute rule is that one. Then the other one was 18.5. Hang on a minute. 18.5.30, which is changing tyres slick to slick. Yes, that refers to the same rule. Time penalty 60 seconds. Does that tally? No, it's only says 20 seconds there. But it's all effectively the same rule. So regardless of the 18-point bit or the 24-point bit, it's the same thing. So it's actually not a kind of hard and fast rule that says you cannot change tyres at all under a Code 60. It has to have that less than 50 minutes bit included in it. Okay, that makes a bit more sense to me. These are new rules for a new Middle East trophy, hence why at times we are reading them on the fly. So apologies for that, but hopefully we're educating one or two along the way as well. Maybe
Including
educating
us.
the team. Well, certainly, but maybe some of the teams as well.
But you know what? It's very easy. You hear the drivers talking about muscle memory, about, you know, sometimes in the commentary box you have muscle memory, but unfortunately things have been updated. So you know, you still think, oh no, we remember this from last year or early this year at a 24/8 series race, and then find things have slightly changed, moved on. But you know what? Nothing is thrown in for the sake of it. It's all considered how to make it better and fairer for the drivers across the course of the field. But as I said, I still like ones where there's an element that you can just luck into timing your pit stop right to get your full tank of fuel and fresh tyres. Things you shouldn't be able to do during a Code 60 under certain circumstances. But I dare say we will have more penalties through the course of this race. It's for a lot of the teams, it's we heard from Cherney Motorsport, they're sort of learning as they go. So using this event to really get a feel for it. It's a bit like when teams do full-length race testing, rather than just going out doing 40 laps coming in. No, test it at the length of race you're going to do in endurance racing, and that's when you really find the sort of weaknesses in the cars and the performance, the tyres, whatever it is. So you've got to make it as close to the real race circumstances to really understand the duress, the stress on the car, the driver, etc. So when you do go and do these long-distance races, you're more than a little bit ready.
I mean, that particular rule about the 50 minutes being underneath 50 minutes, that will be about cost, because tyre allocation is otherwise not restricted, i.e. each team can just keep throwing brand new tyres at these cars should they wish to. But it's to prevent any firm advantage under a Code 60, because if you've just pitted and there's then a Code 60 10 minutes later, there is scope to get a brand new set of tyres bolted onto the car for free. So I do understand that from a regulation point of view. Ben Constanduris is back in the pit lane. You have some thoughts on this potentially?
Lunchtime regarding exactly what you're speaking of, and this new regulation not allowing a change of tyre under Code 60. It's a reaction to the Dubai 24-hour last year, where one team put 36 new sets of tyres on during a 24-hour race, because every time there was a Code 60, they banged on a new set because it was free in terms of their performance, but of course not free in terms of the cost. So a set of tyres costing you between 3,000 to 4,000 euros, you can do the calculation, and Creventic wanted to limit that. They wanted to drop that cost, and especially a slightly pointless, if they could prevent that sort of a level of spending, then they have found a way to do so. And so it's a very sensible regulation to stop too many
that makes
changes of
total
tyres.
sense, because, you know, varying teams have different budgets, and I think Creventic always prided themselves on making it open for as many different teams as possible. And I remember the days when little Mini Coopers used to turn up with three guys and what looked like a table you would use to put some glue on wallpaper prior to, you know, decorating your bedroom, and that was it. You know, a little toolkit and a table and an easy up, and away you go. And I mean, as this series has gained popularity and gained momentum, particularly with these flyaway races, I suppose, you know, by definition, you're going to lose one or two of those teams with the lower budgets. But if you can include as many as possible of various different teams and backgrounds, more the better.
Yeah, no, I very much agree with that. I always remember a comment that a friend of mine who raced in Formula 3 made 30 plus years ago. He goes, it all went horribly wrong when your team boss didn't drive your car towed behind a Ford Transit with a set of tools in the back to run it. He said, I was overtaken on my way up to Alton Park by 2 transporters for our team, and I noticed the team boss went past in a Lamborghini, albeit it was one he borrowed, but his sentiment was there that he was one of the people trying to hang on to the bottom end of Formula 3, loved competing in it, knew he wouldn't have all the tyres that the top teams could have, but the cost was escalating, and it's continued to do so ever since. But I think in GT racing particularly, if you can control things, you will have really big fields. And what we're getting here, this toe in the water at Sepang, is another group of teams trying out what it is in the 24H series organised by Creventic and really liking what they're finding. But, you know, anything that can keep the cost down a little bit more definitely got to be welcomed.
One of the other things that Creventic have specialised in, particularly at the Dubai 24 Hours, is the accessibility of a race that feels a long way away from Western Europe. Just being able to get cars into containers and taking them by boat, by ship, to get them there. But all of that sort of taken out of the hands of the team's logistical people. Get your car to the port at the right time and we'll look after everything else. And I think that's the ethos of this latest flyaway race as well.
Yeah, no, and it's fantastic, and it's been something that's just been built and growing and growing and growing. Remember, a few years ago we had problems with freight because of certain logistical conflicts at the time. Nothing to do with any of the organisers or the freight companies, but you know, if you can't get your cars through the Suez Canal, it's a longer way round for them. But anyhow, here we are, not so far from KLA, the Kuala Lumpur International Airport at Sepang, a circuit that surfaced in 1999 and to my eye has been one of the jewels in the crown in world motor racing ever since. I'm not over-egging it. I've had many visits here and I've loved every single one of them. There's never been a duff race here. And just then, the fact we could see a plane taking off means we won't get rain for another hour. That's
a good point.
It's not that I want rain, but I sort of do want rain. It'll add to something a little bit different.
Yeah, you get the feeling that the radar at the airport is going to be the most reliable, so I like your way of thinking there, Bruce. Let's get back to Ben in the pits.
And there is plenty of rain on the radars in pit lane. Lots of these teams have got their various different systems up and around. There is rain in Kuala Lumpur. That's about half an hour. As we saw yesterday, you know, pockets of rain copping up all over the place. There is another front or another set of storms arriving on the coastline a bit later on. And I think that's the one that's more likely to hit us. There are wet tyres prepared. But the other thing that's happening in pit lane right now is that teams are starting to prepare their slicks in a different way. There's air coming out of tyres. I feel as though they are now adjusting to what will be a good 5-6 degrees cooler as we progress from now on into the evening. The other thing you'll see drivers doing is they might turn their air conditioning off. A lot of the GT3 drivers have been using air conditioning throughout the hot part of the day, very logically. But if it's cool enough in the evening, they can gain a good couple of tenths by turning that air conditioning off. That will help them. And then, of course, as we know, golden hour, when you've got the rain, when you've got the cooler temperatures, it's nice thick with moisture. That helps the engines run. And so we then also see good lap times coming in sort of at the 6-7 o'clock mark. So if we don't get rain, expect great times because the air conditioning can turn off and because the cars will feel happier. But there's also a great possibility that there will be some, and everyone down the pit lane is aware of all of that.
You may get the transition stint from day to night just as the rain is hitting, I suppose, if it's around 7 o'clock. As you said, it's not a huge difference in terms of visibility, not like it may be at Le Mans or the Spa 24, particularly the Nürburgring 24, where you are very much on your own, plummeting down into the foxhole, for instance, in pitch black. Here, at places like similar to places like the Qatar International Circuit, Bahrain as well, there are floodlights, Abu Dhabi, Yas Marina as well. So the nighttime stints are less invasive, less noticeable. And as you say, the cooler temperatures, that's where the race engines will really like that as well, particularly the non-turbocharged cars, of which we have plenty, the Porsches, the Mercedes, this car, the Lamborghini, and the Audi as well. So the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, with Vasily Vladikin at the wheel, is in fourth position. Here's the Lambo of Alex Bengtsson, one of 4 Swedes sharing this car, which could be quite a bit higher up. Were they not affected by the rear wing failure in the opening hour when Marcus Ericsson was at the wheel, and they were able to fix that reasonably quickly in a pit stop. It was just a little over 7 minutes recovered from that situation.
It's been very, very low attrition amongst the GT3 runners. I mean, I thought about it coming into this week and during the week that you know, we're at the beginning of this journey with the 12 hours of Malaysia, and I think it can be a beautiful journey actually, because I think this time of year, this sort of circuit, it's perfect for so many reasons. But you know, of course we've got a relatively compact field, 10 cars in GT3, but it struck me straight away
a lot of teams are very busy all year, and that's the point. You learn by competing. You learn by, well, probably making errors and try not to do it next time. But yeah, no, the calibre of the teams, and these are teams that aren't sprint teams that really just go and dabble with endurance racing. These are proper endurance racing teams. They're very, very different concepts. But right now, I think that's a really good point. But let's think about what we've lost. We've lost a splitter off the Red Ant Racing Porsche, hardly heinous. Rick Broikers did a stunning job to then do his stint with no front splitter. We had the rear wing falling loose on the Lippert Lamborghini. Vortex had a couple of problems, and we had
tyre clag in the Cupra.
Yeah, in the Cupra.
Call that an issue.
And we also had the 921 Milner Motorsport car with that sort of hub drive shaft problem. But it's been super clean and clear. But you know what? Over the years of coming to Sepang, I haven't, you know, you famously don't have, other than maybe the first lap, opening corner on the opening lap, generally too much contact, even with fields in a sprint race. There's something about this circuit that enables drivers to race without too much, as I'll go for a technical term here, argy-bargy. And so far today, we've had a couple of near misses, but not anyone being vindictive and trying to make a mad move up the inside, just possibly a car from one class or just one coming out of the pit, not seeing someone else down into turn one as they're turning in, someone else coming in at far greater speed. But, you know, it's been good, it's been clean, you know. We've got plenty of time left.
We do.
Just under 5 hours to go.
Yeah, and we'll be in darkness in around 2 hours, roughly.
Yeah.
Going into the darkness, and that adds a different element as well. See who comes out on top there in terms of not so much the difference of the darkness and light, because the track's well lit here. It's the temperature difference, not having the UV on the track.
Exactly. I remember I went down to McLaren to do a feature with them once. It was ahead of the first Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, and the thing they were trying to work out with their modelling was how bright are the lights around the circuit. Because obviously if you've never been able to go and even test on the circuit because they're still building it, and okay, computer modelling is 10 times better than it ever was, you know, 10 years ago or longer, but it was just, they thought, okay, we've got the model of the track and we can understand how this works, but lighting. But they did also say what you just mentioned, it's not just the falling of the light, it's the falling of the temperature of the track as well that needs consideration.
And I think that could make quite a big difference to today, because it has been pretty cosy out there. Now, Herbert Motorsport do have one more pit stop taken so far in the race, albeit that is because they pitted under the first code 60 for a quick splash and go, whereas Absolute Racing in second, they have pitted 5 times. However, we may see Absolute Racing bring their number 10 Porsche in potentially ahead of when the fuel tank runs out, because Antares Au, their AM driver, in 45 seconds time will have completed his minimum drive time. So, I mean, the car is going to have maybe another maximum 10 laps of fuel left in it anyway, So will they leave Antares in to try and get to the end of the stint and try and minimise that fuel time, or will they just, as soon as his 2-hour time's gone, they bring him in and they get either Patrick Niederhauser or Luke Hartog in? While we ponder that, let's catch up with Ben in the pits.
Oh, you don't need to ponder, PMAC, because you are absolutely spot on. I've just been standing beside the strategist of that car, and literally as the drive time ticked to 0, he pointed at Loic Hartog, who tightened his helmet and wandered out to the apron. He is ready to get back into that car. We'll see that stop any moment now. And they feel like they're in a really good position here because they're pitting just around the hour mark, whereas Herbert Motorsport are pitting on the half-hour mark. So they think they each have the same amount of pit stop to go, with advantage to Absolute Racing.
Thanks, Ben. And another element that needs to be knitted in is Herbert Motorsport will have to serve their time penalty next time they come into the pits, because I don't think the message has been passed through to Robert Renau. I had about 10 minutes to do so before he came in, so he did not serve that stop and wait a bit and go penalty next time round. So coming to a standstill, the number 10 Porsche from Absolute Racing in from second place, but we've got these split strategies at the moment. It's the different timing of the pit stops.
Stagger, yeah. And then interesting, Antarazao had the silver wheels on, so he'd gone from the black to the silver wheels. So we're now back to black wheels again. Maybe it's Antares prefers the look of it with silver wheels on. Who knows? I think it's more just coincidence. But Antarazao doing exactly what he needs to do as part of that lineup. Do his 2 hours of minimum drive time, do it with a consistent pace, no mistakes, and he's delivered tick, tick, tick on all of those. So Luke Hartog, who did a superb double stint at the beginning of the race, now back in, and he'll be fairly well rested now, because has he been in the car since? I don't think he has. No, so he's had a good rest, because when he would have got out of the car about 12:30, it's now just after 5:05. So yeah, he's had plenty of rest, good chance to get refueled, and I'm sure he'll be ready for another double stint. And Antarazao, I think he's spent his energy, shall we say, after 2 hours at the wheel.
I think he wants to have his cooling down in an element of privacy, but yes, he's done the job. And obviously Patrick Niederhauser, the third driver in that car. Well, he was the second one in the car, but the third one in that group. But like Luke Hartog, he did a lot of the heavy carrying early on. Luke now back in, and a driver, I wonder if he followed your advice. It's something he quite enjoyed. You know, ahead of a race meeting, you talk about getting in the mood by doing, was it Richard Burns rally?
Yeah.
He does the same.
Yeah, we shared a moment over that. I love the Richard Burns rally program on the simulator on the computer at home, and I was really surprised I know a lot of professional rally drivers that use it to prepare, but I've not really heard of professional circuit racers using it to prepare, so that was really interesting. He said that going on a home simulator for to drive for the GT3R here at Sepang, he said you can get almost too much muscle memory where it nearly matches up, but not quite. So you can actually get yourself into some bad habits. Whereas he said the rally game, the tyre model's so good on that particular simulator that it actually really helped with that kind of reactive, figuring it out on the fly kind of skill, which I thought was fascinating. Now, in terms of strategy for Absolute Racing, I think the feedback he's getting there from Absolute Racing is accurate, because there's 4 hours 50 to go. So if you took a maximum 2.5 hour stint for Luke Hartog, it's absolutely perfect. Actually, it's going to work out. Double stint Luke Hartog, double stint Patrick Niederhauser. Ideal.
Keep it simple. Now, one thing that happened while you were away was there was a moment involving the 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche that ended up sort of going on the grass, and unfortunately they're deemed to be the guilty party. 10-second time penalty for not respecting event rules of conduct has just been issued in the last couple of minutes, and bear in mind that they're still running at the sharp end of the field, but maybe that's why Robert Renau didn't really count them. Car number 87 is the one I'm talking about, the Origin Motorsport car. And so that will be a setback for them. So the car that's leading, that has a 10-second penalty when it comes in next, has just taken the lead. Alfred Renau, the Herbert Motorsport car, didn't serve it last time, we'll have to next time. Origin Motorsport now just been promoted to second place with the number 10 Porsche from Absolute Racing, the erstwhile leader in the pit still. That's got a 10-second penalty as well. So not only have Absolute Racing sort of timed the timing of their final sector of this race falling with natural stint lengths, they don't have a penalty as yet to serve. So that is an advantage coming that way, and a disadvantage for the number 87 Origin Motorsport crew. They've been noted and they've been penalised.
Pit stop for 610 Racing. Lu Jiwei has just brought that car in the 992 category, in third in 992 overall, second in the AM subclass. New Michelin tyres going on, absolutely no double stinting going on this weekend, to the surprise of nobody, although it might well be different when we get to the first round of the European season at the very beginning of March in Mugello. That might be where a double stint may well be happening. It was pretty cold and wet last time we were there, but it made for the most exciting race.
No, exactly, but again, this is a chance for them all to work out what works best for them in warmish conditions.
Great preparation as well for the upcoming 6 hours of Abu Dhabi and, of course, the 24 hours of Dubai, one of the flagship events of Michelin 24-hour series racing. And, of course, all those 3 races, including this one, are part of the Middle East Trophy too. So get the points on the board here. So Luke Hartog in that Absolute Racing Porsche, now back onto circuit, filled up with fuel, 4 hours 47 to go. I think Absolute have back-timed this really, really well. They've planned it out to the moment, and they've got their 2 quick drivers in now to the end of the race. They could put Antares out back in, but they don't have to. I suspect they've given every impression that they're here to win. So I think they'll be putting their 2 quickest guys in to the end of the race.
Well, look, it's not just a case of the teams that generally compete across Asia just wanted to come and play. They wanted to show that they can learn the rules and get it right first time out. And for Absolute Racing, the team headed by Ingo Mata, passionate about their racing, but they've got their local reputation to, to consider. And if they can put one over the teams that have been competing this series, far more the teams from Europe, they're definitely going to be going all guns blazing to do that. And the initial stint of the race, we thought, were they right not to come in under that the first Code 60? But they made the decision and they've stuck to it, and here we are with 4 3/4 hours remaining, and leading potentially the way. Of course, with that pit stop, they've just fallen down the order a little bit, but when their 2 rivals come in about 15 laps, we expect the Herbert Motorsport car to be back in. That's leading the way at the moment. Then we'll have the number 10 Porsche for Absolute Racing back into the lead.
The only difference between the Herbert Motorsport Porsche and the Absolute Racing Porsche that have been fighting over this race win all the way through, one is a pro car, if you like, that's the number 10 Absolute Racing, and then the Herbert is a Pro-Am car, so that's each class has a different set of pit stop regulations. So to try and simplify it as best as possible, the Herbert car has a 10% quicker flow at the pump than the Absolute car, so that will give a couple of seconds in hand over that, probably 12 seconds or so, because it's around a 2-minute fill to 10%, so give it a 12% fill, a 12-second benefit, but also it's got 5 litres more fuel capacity, which is a lap maybe a little bit, maybe 2 laps. Well, 5 litres is about a gallon, isn't it? Give or take, roughly.
Yeah, possibly.
And then it's just under 3. No, I think it's maybe 2 laps, actually.
Yeah, actually, I the math backwards for some reason.
Yeah, I'd say about 2 laps of fuel, which could make all the difference when things are really, really tight. Now, we've got Ben Constanduros down in the pits. We'll come down to him in just a minute. But with those brand new tyres at the moment for Luke Hartog, he's putting in an absolute best in Sector 1 at the moment, 54.250 through that opening sector. That's very, very quick indeed. We're getting kickback testing from something.
Yeah, no, absolutely flying. One thing I just want to point out, PMAC, at this point in the race, we started with 17 cars. We had a few mechanical reliability problems for Vortex. The wing problem for the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini, but we still have 17 cars out there running, doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, the attrition rate has been very, very low indeed, which has been very pleasing to see. Very good, very, very good coexistence, shall we say, between the cars out there. and the GT3 cars not being too overly aggressive. Who was it who said? Was it Bryce Fullwood who said he's just watching the mirror all the time to watch for those GT3 cars coming through, particularly when they're in a battle with one another as well.
So, what's the state of the light? It's not as light as it might be normally because it's now clouding over, but it remains dry. Remains dry. It's the time here is just gone 5:15 in the afternoon. Another hour and a bit of natural light. We reckon after 7 o'clock it would fall down into darkness, and that will add a different touch. And we were talking about the pace that Luke Hartog has been applying to the number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche as the sister car for Be Quick Absolute Racing. Yi Deng comes into the pit lane, and Luke not exactly staying on the circuit there, pressing on really, really hard. Yes, down in 4th place, but when the stagger unwinds, he should be back at the sharp end of the field. But I think the point that you've made is the fact that he could share the remainder of this race with teammate Patrick Niederhauser. And Tarizao has done his minimum time in the race and therefore doesn't have to go back in unless he fancies it. But if you combine Luke Hartog and Patrick Niederhauser in a Porsche, give them 4 and a bit hours of racing, you have to be very special to exceed their performance.
Well, I wonder what Herbert will do, because they've got 4 hours of Robert Renauer time that they can use, and they may well be actually quite close to using all of that by now. Robert, has he done 2 single stints so far? Has he done more than that?
Just having a quick think. Down there. He went in to start. He's done 2 stints. Okay. He was the start driver, then it went to Ralph, then it went to his brother Alfred, and then Konstantin Dressler. They did single. So
they've got time to do some more Robert Renauer stints if they want. Alfred, he's got no minimum or maximum, so they're free with that. The question is whether they put Konstantin Dressler or Ralph Bowen in again. From my understanding of the rules, being a Pro-Am car, Ralph Bowen and Konstantin Dressler only need to do 2 hours between them. So whether that's them then done, I mean, I think that is their stint time complete, if I've read that correctly. But it wouldn't be the first time we've seen drivers having done the minimum time and carry on and do some more stints. So that could well play into it to see who comes out on top between Herbert and Absolute Racing. I mean, Herbert, they're in the Pro-Am class and they're leading that quite comprehensively at the moment, but I think that they come here to win overall. That's for sure. As Luke Hartog trying to make the most of the early laps in his Michelin tyres at the moment, a 2:05.7, which is considerably faster than the drivers ahead of him. I mean, Alfred Renauer last lap, a 2:08.7. So, 3 seconds, more than 3 seconds. But, of course, Alfred Renauer is on 23 lap older tyres. So that is where the difference in lap time comes from.
You have to learn these things. You come to a circuit for the first time, you know there's going to be tyre performance drop-off. How much? And how much does it vary according to any extra 1 degree, 2 degrees up or down? And they'll be finding out, because the track won't cool down quickly here, but this cloud has certainly reduced its temperature in the last hour or 2. If we'd had full sunshine through the day, but then again, it means probably the drop of temperature as we go into nightfall won't be as marked as if it had been from a hot track to a cooler track. It's just been gradually cooling, but if you walked out in bare feet, you'd still feel it was warm underfoot, trust me.
Gets the rubber, softens the rubber on your shoes.
Yes.
Yeah, which is actually quite good. In fact, I need to get new shoes. Mine are, the grip on them's wearing away. I stepped on a wet part the other day and I nearly had a massive jump.
Nearly did the splits.
Nearly. Very, very nearly. So 4 hours and 39 minutes to go then. Let's try to take a run through your class leaders. Overall, at the moment, it's Herbert Motorsport who leads overall and in the GT3 Pro-Am class. In second, it's our AM GT3 leader. That's Origin Motorsport number 87 with their Porsche. Then second in AM, third overall, is Vasily Vladikin for Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. Absolute Racing have just taken a pit stop with their number 10 Porsche, driven now by Luke Hartog, who's on a strong pace on those fresher tyres as things stand. Climax Racing, they are in 5th overall, 2nd in Pro-Am, just ahead of the 3rd in Pro-Am car. That is 6th place overall for Ayrton Redont for Ajith Red Ant Racing. Win here, be quick. Absolute Racing, Vincenzo Ricci in 7th. Then it's Dominic Ang for Viper. Nisa Racing in 8th. LM Corsa in 9th. And Leipert Motorsport round out the top 10 with Axel Bengtsson at the wheel. In 992, it's Red Camel Jordans, who haven't let a loose splitter get in the way of their progress. They lead the way by around a lap at the moment from John Shen for Modena Motorsport. Spencer Proper in the Czerny Motorsport BMW for GT4 is 13th. Then 3rd in 992 is Yang Ho Chi for the 610 Racing crew. Paul Meyer for Milner Motorsport, unfortunately several laps behind the 992 leaders due to a hub problem a couple of hours ago. Asbest Racing with their Cooper in 16th, and Vortex V8, they round out 17 positions at the moment. I wonder how how the tyre degradation is going to play out over the course of the darkness hours, and if there's going to be as much of a drop-off as the temperature on the track comes down. We promised you Ben Constanduros in the pits, and now it's time to deliver on that promise. Ben, what do you have for us?
Hello. Yes, it wasn't me calling prayer time. I was setting up myself an interview with Elias Seppänen. Remember the Mercedes that was on the pole position? Elias set that time. How's it been going so far? Because we've sort of been focusing on the Porsches at the head of the field, but you've been there and thereabouts.
Yeah, so far everything running smoothly. We're focusing to, we have the minimum 6 hours for the 2 amateur drivers, so we've been focusing really hard to get their driving time done early as possible. So actually, I'm just about to jump in for my first stint of the day. So arriving the track 8 o'clock this morning and still at 6, haven't driven. So, but yeah, everything looking good. Almost done with the amateur drivers, and then I will be more towards the end of the race to bring the car home.
How much have they been leaning on you for advice and helping this team and this setup? Because they're used to driving a Mercedes. They've had a Mercedes all year.
Yeah, exactly. So both Mike and Li Chao, they experienced with the Mercedes. They've run it the last couple of years already. So in terms of the car, there's nothing new. But of course, in Sepang, due to the temperatures, we're experiencing quite a low grip compared to before. And as well, having the low grip with the high engine power we have is actually quite tricky to drive. So, you know, Tanat and myself, we are working also quite hard to help the Mike and Li Chao as well. Because, you know, in the end, it's a team sport. You know, you need all the 4 drivers in the car perform, otherwise the result won't be good in the end. So it's a lot of new stuff, especially for Li Chao, because he's never driven the Michelin tire before, but you know, every day he's improving. Now he's doing a good job. So about to finish this last stint as well. So yeah, so far everything going well.
Have you got much experience with this Michelin tire?
With this compound not. This compound very new for pretty much everyone here. We just ran it the first time on Thursday, but luckily it suited our car really well from the beginning. We didn't need to do any huge changes for the setup. So yeah, so far it's been good for us.
And for you, Sepang, Malaysia, first time here, or have you experienced this before? It's a wonderful place to be.
Yeah, it's a nice track. I driven the Asia Le Mans series here last year, and also my first time in the Formula 4 was here back in 2019. So, you know, always some good memories. First time driving a real race car here. So, it's interesting track.
Wow, that must give you a nice sense to come back here and sort of feel like where it all began. I know many racing drivers love their karting because that was where it sort of began for you, but yeah. Car racing here.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, coming actually after 2019, when I did the first time here, I didn't come back until last year. So, long time passed, but still, you know, always nice to come here.
And my encyclopedic knowledge commentator, Peter Mackay, says you've actually got the lap record here. In that car.
Really? I did not know that, but that's a nice statistic for sure. hopefully in the night with this BOP. The cars are quite fast compared to usual because we are running quite a high power. All the car running quite a high power compared to other series. So maybe in the night can give it another shot with the GT3 then.
That's quite fun, isn't it? To be able to open it up because so often you're so restricted.
Yeah, exactly. It's fun. Even the Thursday, you know, I noticed the car suddenly becomes quite loud when you have so much more power in the car. So for sure, it's quite fun.
Thank you for taking the time to speak to us, Elias.
Thank you very much.
And enjoy your stints because you are finally going out and getting some lap times in. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Cheers. Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, I didn't hear you properly there. There was some joke about me being a lap record holder, not him. But maybe later he'll be able to get a lap record.
Well, when you were talking about karting, Ben, I thought here comes the point going. Well, I broke the lap record yesterday for Rotax 2-strokes at the Sepang kart track. Just saying. We're just jealous, Ben. We're just jealous.
Is a bit like what happened to us yesterday, Peter, getting from a 4-stroke into a 2-stroke and going, wow, there's so much more power. Clearly, they're enjoying having GT3 cars that are able to sing a bit more than
It's
they
a
used
great
to.
point, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, the GT3 car, you can run it in quite from it being really held back to its absolute maximum, there is a really big gap between them. I mean, was it Jules Gounon that drove a completely unrestricted GT3 AMG at Bathurst, and it was massively quicker. Yeah, but it had a DRS flap on it, and so it wasn't quite like for like. But
yeah, but if you think about it, I mean, you have to have some performance in excess, in extremis, that could be pegged back for balance of performance. Just having a quick look back at Elias Seppänen, he was a superstar in junior and senior karting, world and European level. But his first season, he mentioned, in single-seaters was here, Southeast Asia, Formula 4 Series. Not only did he win the championship, he did so by winning 11 races. I can't imagine there were more than, let's say, 21 races in that championship, maybe only 18. So he absolutely hit the ground running and, you know, has moved on since then, but still cars with roofs. He's a two-time ADAC GT champion, 2023, 2024, so his credentials clear to see. And the fact he's only just turned 22 at the end of last month, sorry, the very end of October, means he's not got that many years on the clock, but clearly very quick. But as he said, the last time he was here before this time was 2019. It's quite a while.
I swear they have a factory in Finland where they just make racing drivers.
Yeah, they do. They actually have one, and it's got two doors. One is to rallying and one is to racing. But I still think they put two through the rallying door, one through the racing door.
Am I right in thinking those ADAC Masters Championships were in Mercedes? Yeah, because he this year in Asia has been in a Ferrari, and that was a very big step and a very big difference to what he was used to. So being here with the Mercedes is much more back to where his sort of familiarity
just to keep things complicated and add variety, he talked to the Asian Le Mans Series. That was 2024 into 2025, and he was racing a Porsche when he was here. There we are. Got to be adaptable.
So he knows the lie of the land. He knows where the strengths and weaknesses are in each car. Yeah, it was with Landgraf Mercedes he won the two ADAC GT Masters titles. So yeah, great addition to that Climax Racing 999 team that took pole sitting car, of course. Don't forget, and they've had to work hard to get their minimum driver times in for the AMP-graded drivers as well. All part of the strategy here in the Michelin 24-hour series, as it is in many sports car series like European Le Mans, Asian Le Mans, IMSA GTD, etc., etc. So it's Alfred Renard leading the way at the moment, lapping in the mid-208s as he's getting towards the end of his tyre stint. He's probably got 15 minutes left of fuel in the car. He's just gone over an hour of his stint. 208.4 the last time by, so about 3 seconds off the car's ultimate pace. But as he reaches the end of the stint, of course, the tyre not giving its performance. One car that's had great performance and is the Red Camel Jordan's number 909, Adrian Flack, hopping out of that car with a very dashing blue, yellow and black helmet. Cool design, that. As I'm going to take a guess that it's Luke Breukers that's just jumped in. The reason why I guess that is maybe a mildly educated guess. He has a kind of sky blue helmet, which is just peeking through the windscreen at the moment. So I'm going to guess it's Luke, but we will confirm that when that red Camel Jordan's leading 992 car comes out of refueling, which has just begun now.
Yeah, no bets are being taken, but I think you're absolutely spot on. So you can put your pound away.
That's if I brought it out in the first place. I don't want to risk dropping it.
No, it's been in the family for generations. Has it?
I've looked after that pound well. In fact, when I got married, the minister gave my wife and I a pound, and he does this every wedding. It's this kind of party piece. He said, "Look after this," and he said, if you ever get to the point where you're both down to your last pound, always remember this: you've always got each other.
Oh.
And he said, but then he looked at me and he says, "Don't spend it." He says, "You know who I work for." I'll know.
Nice touch. Right, good. The Vortex is still in the race, because in the initial ad of 12, it had 2 problems and stopped out on the circuit. They knew what it was. It took quite a while to get it repaired. He's 30 laps down on everyone else. But, you know, for me, the sight of that car, you know, when you see all the cars in the pit lane and then you see them on the grid, a lot of people will be drawn to the GT3 cars up the front. They're not used to seeing Vortexes, and first time it would have been here. And then you suddenly see people look at that going, wow, that's something different. It makes one of the best sounds in the race, the fabulous V8 burble. So I'm delighted that's still going. As we pointed out, some way down, Lionel Amrouche down in the fueling area at the moment. But the good thing is we started with 17. We still have 17 going.
Brilliant job by all the teams. For many of them to come to a racetrack for the very first time ever, that, you know, they've had to really get on top of the machinery quick, get the cars set up, and we've seen some teams where they've got it set up slightly wrong. It's weared the tyre a bit more, so they've had to get on top of that. I mean, normally in a Michelin 24-hour series race week, you have a lot of track time before. You have the Creventic track days, is what they're called, for open testing, but some teams will make full use of that and some won't, for a variety of reasons, whether it's time or budget or whatever. But when you're coming to a circuit for the first time, even that's probably not enough time to get everything absolutely dialed in right. So the teams have done a top job.
Yeah, they have. And for a lot of, this is the opening round effectively of 2026. We know it's still 2025, but this is the first of 3 races in the 24H Middle East series. But for a lot of these crews, you're still melding together people who've never driven these cars, never driven for the team, steps up a category. You know, people, we're looking at the GT4, Cherney Motorsport, BMW, still a team that's very new to racing. There's still a lot of fantastic road and racing cars, but they're gaining form. They absolutely admitted this is a meeting in which they're gaining experience to gel together for the 2nd and 3rd rounds of the championship, respectively in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and doing a very good job. And they had the setback last night, the collision with the barriers, damaged the car almost even more. So the crew working through till 4:30 this morning, poor things, to get the car ready. And bear in mind, it wasn't like you go away, you finish at 4:30, go to your hotel, come back from an afternoon start. We started at 10 o'clock this morning, cars on the grid at least half an hour before, so that they will be flagging in between.
Yeah, they had to have the cars on the grid by 9.
By 9. I was going to say, was it half an hour and an hour? It was at 9 o'clock this morning.
A little bit earlier than normal, because the grid was cleared earlier than normal as well, because we had so many fans here to see Ajith Kumar, and that we had to be a little bit quicker, I think, to try and make sure everybody was cleared off so that the race could start on time and start safely. But I think that the grid walk is one of the best racing experiences you can have. And there's a few championships where there's many championships where it's completely the reserve of VIP guests that seem to operate in a different universe to what we do. But here in the Michelin 24-hour series, there's various points through the year where the grid walk is open to fans and they can come and enjoy it. Barcelona is a great example. We have a big grid walk there. And then you look at things like the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, one of the biggest sports car series in the world. Daytona, everybody, in you come. Normal ticket, come and join the grid. Speak to the drivers, get a picture, whatever you want. And frankly, for me, there needs to be a lot more of that. Use it.
Oh, I agree.
It's stuff that costs relatively little or nothing, but why not do it? I say that a lot from in club racing as well. If you've got people who have made the effort to come along and watch, get them on the grid, get them up close to the cars, feel that atmosphere before a race.
100%. I remember as a child where they would allow you into the pits on the morning of a Grand Prix, and you'd be the first at the gate, and if you weren't at the first at the gate, you crush those who were in front of you and carry on and get up there first, because then you get your close-up photographs for anyone else was in the way. All it does is one thing, it just cements your love of the sport all the more. And yeah, to be kept away, it's, you know, I understand it at certain places, certain points, but if you can, why not do it? And certainly it's very much been a feature of Creventic ever since I've been racing. And, you know, people are very, very respectful, but, you know, you want to get up close, but if you suddenly notice cameras are coming through, you need to get out of the way for the journalists to get through. But, you know, I must say, it just adds to the whole feeling of this event. And certainly with the fans for Ajith Kumar, they were down by the 100 on the track.
Fantastic. One of my favourite grid walk stories was at the Sebring 12-hour 2007-2008. And Team Penske were right in the hunt for the win, and there was real nervous energy. But the grid at Sebring is packed with fans. It is incredible. You cannot move. And at the time, Team Penske were running a Porsche prototype, and a very fragile thing, if you imagine. And they had a protective ring of mechanics all the way around the car to make sure that it didn't get damaged during the or anything was ripped off it or whatever during the grid walk. And Roger Penske is very, very, even more involved then than he still is now. And he was trying to make sure that everything was ready for the start of the race. And he wanted to check tyres. He wanted to talk about tyres. And he grabbed one of the mechanics. He said, "You." Yes, Mr. Penske. Where's the Michelin man? And the mechanic panicked because he didn't want to upset the big boss. And he said, and points over in another direction. There he is, he's over there. And Roger Penske turned round, and here's Bebentham with his hands in the air.
Oh, no.
And he goes, "No, not that Michelin man."
Yeah, the man with the tyre pressures.
Yes, the man with the big head and big forehead and clipboard. That's the Michelin man he wanted to speak to.
Yes, obviously another thing, you tend to have fewer grid walks with single-seaters, because if you do trip over and stand on a front wing, you can imagine that wouldn't improve matters. But also it's the very nature of endurance racing tends to lend to a more open approach to things like grid walks. But may they reign and may they increase is all I can say.
Pit stop going on at the moment for Asbest Racing. A little bit of finger trouble here, getting everything all put together. Single lug nut wheel change. This is not multiple lug nuts having to be, probably while the clag's being removed, around halfway through, a full dustpan's worth of clag taken out the back of this.
Yeah, it's a massive factor, and if you spend your time racing in Europe, apart from the races in the height of summer, you won't be accustomed to this at all. But teams, you know, if they don't have the right kit to get away, next time they come racing, they will have the right kit to remove, as you say, the tyre clag, because it certainly doesn't make life fun for the drivers. And eventually, well, we've seen it many times, tyre clag catching fire within the wheel arches, and that's less than amusing.
Yeah, very, very unhelpful indeed. 4 hours and 20 minutes to go then, so we're nearly into the final third of this inaugural 12 hours of Malaysia. Race leader Alfred Renauer will be into the pits in the next 3 laps, I would wager, because he's getting towards the end of that stint length in terms of fuel, and just put in a 207.8 on 32 lap old tyres. That's really impressive there from Alfred Renauer. And while he carries on doing that superb job, let's get an update from Ben Constanduros in the pits.
Our Asbest Racing TCX machine with a used set, but a tidied set of tyres going onto that car. You'll be able to see on your data screens exactly how many laps those tyres have done. It's a good question that we haven't got the bottom of exactly what number that is, because it's sure the rear tyres on that car will have done a lot more than the front. Interestingly, 50 laps. Yeah, but is that 50 on the rear, the front, on average? We're not entirely clear on that. But there was nowhere near as much rubber coming out of that car as John managed to find. I think they obviously did a tidy up from the very start of the race to that point, and that's where so much. One car behind, Elias Sepainen getting into the 999 Climax Mercedes. And watch the timing screens light up. Now he is aboard that car. He got given a brand new set of tyres to go and play with, so he is going to be very, very fast indeed. We also had Modena in, and Viper Nisa have made a pit stop as well, but we have yet to see our leaders, waiting on them to come in surely soon, because if we wait too much longer, they are going to be on the hour, and then all those calculations saying that Absolute we're in a good position will be thrown out the window.
Well, Alfred Renauer at the moment, his stint length is 1 hour and 11 minutes. We're usually looking at 1 hour and 15-ish for a stint. Maybe even push it to 1 hour and 20 if you can do a bit of fuel saving, and that might be what he's doing at the moment. I mean, the lap time isn't showing that he's fuel saving, but he could well be. 4 hours and 18 minutes to go. So if he pits now, yeah, he can get at that and trying to divvy all that up. That's going to be tight in terms of how that calculates. And I'm sure actually we're trying to think of every stint. Maybe if you can put a lap onto every stint, that could probably help them. They might even be able to save a stop. Lots of if, buts and maybes.
Yeah, but that's endurance racing, isn't it? How far can you stretch the envelope, the parameters that are defining you? If it's not defined by rule book, and you can define it yourself, then there is something to be said for that. But I've already stood up in the commentary box as the Herbert Motorsport 91 Porsche goes past us. So another lap going on the board. Stint length goes out to, what's it now, 1 hour and 12.5 minutes. But I'm wanting to see next time he comes in, whether it's the end of this lap or the end of the one after that, I want to see if he stops at the penalty box, because last time the penalty had been issued not too long before, but 10 seconds extra needs to be served in the penalty box. Hasn't been served. And perhaps next time around, or the next time when they're in the pits, they will get round to it. But I just want to make sure I see it, that's all.
The car that Herbert will be watching closely is Luke Hartog in Absolute Racing Porsche at number 10. 2:06.7 last time by. It's right in the middle of his stint at the moment. He's 39 seconds behind the third placed Audi, Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, which will be coming in within the next 15 minutes or so to the pit lane, which would then put the Absolute car back up onto the podium. Where Origin fit in the mix? Are they as our wonderful American colleague Ryan Marine says, the snake in the grass?
That's very kind.
Quite a lot of snakes in the grass in this part of the world.
Yes, they are. Stay on the track. Stay on the track. Don't go off. That's certainly for sure.
We haven't seen one yet, thankfully. I really hate snakes.
No, they're not my favourite things. And I must say, I was very glad when I completed a track walk, the Irangatu Katai circuit in India once. Someone said, "You are aware there are lots of snakes out the back." Rather. And I did the same in Indonesia as well. I've done a track walk here without seeing one, but I'm quite happy not to see any.
It's something we've had a wonderfully full and fulfilling trip, but I can do without the snakes, definitely.
You like your snake bite in a glass?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even that.
Yeah, no, fair call.
Yeah, it's always wise to stay away from it.
Snake bite, a drink of choice, but it's not my choice. So there you go.
No. Because there's different snake bites you can have. Some is lager and...
I thought it was cider and... Is it cider? Never mind.
Never mind.
Never tried.
Don't touch it, kids. Through goes Alfred Renauer again. 1 hour and 40 minutes into his stint. So has he started to build a little bit of extra margin with some fuel saving? I mean, I think over a whole stint, you could, with a concerted effort, you could save a lap.
I think just a lap. I think to go beyond that. But he's lapping 2-minute 8-second laps now, high at 2-minute 8s, but that's just the fall off of the tyres.
And as we've seen, the 2:08.7 on the very end of the stint is actually a good time, and
yeah,
it's all in context. If you took an initial glance at the screen, you go, "Oh no, he's 2 seconds lap slower than Hartog. Oh, it's a disaster." But Hartog, of course, his tyres are only 16 lap old. I can't remember a race, even in the heat of the summer. I can't remember a race this year in the Michelin 24-hour series where we've paid so much attention to the drop-off in time. I mean, when we were at Mugello for the 12 hours of Mugello,
we couldn't get heat into the tyres.
Yeah, it was the opposite problem, totally opposite problem.
But then again, I'm actually quite a fan of, if you have a championship, if you can have diversity across the various races, not just in the type of circuit, but the weather too. And so if you're a champion across that extra array of temperature, how to manage your tyres, it's another feather in your hat, another accolade that you can add to winning it. And I do cover a lot of the races on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and quite frequently the first round of the championship, possibly even the last round of the championship in October, you can almost have snow flurries, certainly the ones in spring. And so it may be the same circuit all year, but it's never the same circuit for
Piano dates, badam, pista, cashew and honey kondu tayarikkapatta Lion Date Nut Bites.
Slate today, slate tomorrow. Next phase. Next is now.
No compromise. Unga side liyo, enga side liyo.
GT Holidays, South India's #1 travel brand.
In the 2 minute and 10 margin. But if you